another one of his titles, right? That he is the angel and what do you call it? Responsible for revelation to the prophets.
Okay, interesting. So this is sourced from the Hadith and the Sunnah, or
Yeah, so it's from the Hadith, it's from the Seerah of the Prophet ﷺ.
okay,
It's yeah mentioned throughout our sources. This is well known.
but not just the prophet, but the other prophets before him, like
Oh
Jesus and
yeah,
so forth.
yeah.
Okay, okay. All right.
So what do you think about that? This is by the way regarding just the first 5 verses of the Quran.
Mm,
And look at the impact it's already had on the people that heard it first, right?
okay.
Now, of course, another aspect to this is the fact that the Prophet ﷺ was known prior to his prophethood as the trustful and trustworthy one, right? So he was never known to speak a single lie. He never lied ever in his life. This is why, for example, if you look into the tafsir of chapter 6, verse 33, this is actually in aspect to the Battle of Badr. There is actually a report regarding a discussion between two disbelievers. There are two reports. One of these is a discussion between Abu Jahl and another disbeliever. Abu Jahl is the uncle of the Prophet, one of the uncles of the Prophet, peace be upon him, who is one of the worst enemies of Islam, right? Um, and he was discussing with another disbeliever, right? And what do you call it? And he was like, "What do you think about Muhammad?" And Abu Jahl was, you know, saying, "No, this. What do you call it?" He was mentioning some things. I can't remember exactly. But then the key thing here is that he mentioned him. Do you think he's making this all up? He's lying about it? And he was like, "No, absolutely not. He cannot be making this up. He's never told a lie." Right? That was his defense of the Prophet, peace be upon him, even though he hated him and hated his message. And this was the night before the battle. This is the night before Battle of Badr, which is the first battle in Islam. And this is what he says. And even the next day on the battlefield, Abu Jahl himself shouts across the battlefield and he says, "O Muhammad, we know that you are not a liar, but we simply reject what you have brought." This is what he says across the battlefield. He says, "I know you're not lying about this. We know, us Quraysh, us 1,000 men against your 313. We know you're not lying, but we don't want it. We reject it." So the rejection here wasn't based on them thinking he was a liar, which is an interesting thing. Because subhanallah, this is exactly what they actually say when they were in Quraysh. For example, in chapter 32, verse 3, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala records, they say, or do they say he invented it? Rather, it is the truth from your Lord. Okay. And then, but there are like a couple of other verses. For example, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in chapter 25, Surah Al-Furqan, verse 4, he says, those who disbelieve say, this is nothing but a lie he has fabricated. Which is very interesting, right? Considering the fact that they know he's not a liar. But yet that's the accusation that they gave him earlier on in the Meccan period. Because chapter 25 is in the Meccan period. And so is Surah Al-Sajdah, so is Surah Al-Ahqaf, okay, so is Surah Al-Furqan, and so is Surah Hud, okay? These are and Yunus as well, right? These are the 5 chapters, all in Mecca, all revealed in Mecca. They're all Mecci surahs. And this is the only place you find the accusation of lying, in Mecca. But then you go to Medina, almost a decade later. Not a decade later, because the Battle of Badr was in the first year after Hijrah. So let's say half a decade or so, right? They come along and they're like, "Well, we know you're truthful. We we've never known you to say a lie." That is literally what he says as well across the battlefield. He says, "We've never known you to say a lie, yet we reject you." This is the reaction of these people. And this is actually one of the accusations in the Quran. And interestingly enough, in the Quran as well, it says this in Surah Al-Ahqaf, chapter 46, verse 8. Or do they say, he has fabricated it? Say, now Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying to the Prophet ﷺ to say this, and he says, if I have fabricated it, you do not possess for me the power to protect me from Allah. Now, this is a very powerful argument from the Prophet ﷺ, because remember, one of the multiple arguments that especially Christians unfold onto Muslims is like, well, isn't there a verse in the Quran that says if the Prophet fabricated anything, Allah will take him by his right hand and cut his aorta? And this is actually one of the things that the Prophet ﷺ is saying. He's saying, if I fabricated this, then none of you would be able to protect me from Allah. That's the response. And of course, the cutting of the aorta never happened because he never fabricated anything, and he concluded his prophethood. And this is highlighted with chapter 5 verse 3, when it says, today I have perfected and completed your religion and chosen for you Islam as religion, as well as his farewell khutbah, right, declaring and saying to the people, have I delivered the message? And they say, yes. Have I delivered the message? Yes. Have I delivered the message? Yes. Oh Allah, bear witness that I have delivered the message. He completed the mission.
Okay.
So
how does his reputation, the Prophet, as a trustworthy person, verify that he is? I guess it would guard against the claim that he's fabricating it himself. But how would it verify that like these are from God, these revelations in the Quran?
So, like I said, the first verses, they already people understood that this is not from him. Okay, they know who he is, and this is the thing of not just about the Prophet ﷺ, but all the prophets. They came to the people of they came to their own people, right? And 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 this is why, for example, in the Quran, for the most of the prophets, not all the prophets, but most of the prophets, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says their brother, and he names the prophet. Their brother, and he names the prophet. For example, their brother Saleh, their brother Hud. Okay, so the people know who these individuals are, and they know that these are the most upright from among them. They never have issues with these people until they declare the message of Tawheed. Okay, and that's when they start to have issues. Okay, but the Quran, of course, has another layer, because now it's the Quran in of itself is the thing in question. So how did people know it's not from him? Well, they know who he is. They know he's not a poet. They know he's not literate. They know he's incapable of coming up with these words. It's just impossible. And not just the words, but the stories, but the teachings, right? All of these were novel. This is the key thing. Everything that comes in the Quran is novel to the people of Quraysh. In fact, what do you call it? A good brother of mine, brother Farid, he's actually doing a course at the moment talking about the Jahiliyyah period, the pre-Islamic period, to highlight what society was like in pre-Islamic Arabia, and why the Quran was so impactful to it as a society. That's more of an ad for his thing than anything. But knowing about pre-Islamic Arabia, knowing about the Jahiliyyah is very, very important to understand how the Quran actually impacts the society, how it brings things into legislation, to change the society. And you have to understand that most of this rejection was actually because the gods of Mecca, the 360 idols, they were the main income as well of the of Quraysh. So this was something that they were worried about as well, the fact that Tawheed would abolish their wealth. Um, so yeah, this is how they knew it was from Allah, because of the contents of the Quran, because of the language of the Quran, right? And like I said, and I know I said to you, don't worry about the language of the Quran. You're not an Arab, and I'd say the same thing to Rob. But what you can do as non-Arabs, when you investigate the language and the impact of the language of the Quran, is to see the reaction of the Arabs at the time when they first heard the Quran, when they first received it, read it on the pieces of paper that they had, scrolls or whatever, right? Because they had, you know, the elites had, like, you know, some sort of writing material. Um, this was their reaction. What's going on? Like, he must have lied. But remember, they know he's the truthful and trustworthy. He was the one that they relied upon in many matters. In fact, up until his exile, when he migrated to Medina, do you know that he was still looking after much of the possessions of Quraysh? People, when people wanted someone to look after their belongings, they went to the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. And the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, when he left for the migration, he actually had one of the companions remain in order to give back the possessions to the people of Quraysh. Right? He ensured, and I believe it was Ali radiallahu anhu, if I'm not mistaken. So his cousin. Ali, I think, you know, like I said, if I'm not mistaken, Ali stayed behind, radiallahu anhu, to to give the possessions back to the people. And the thing about the Prophet ﷺ, he had a reputation of, if people gave him their possessions, he would either return it to them in the exact way that they gave it to him, or better. This is the man they were dealing with. Right? So when they accuse him of lying, they know this is just an empty accusation, because they're trying to think, what the hell is he, where is this Quran coming from? He must be lying about it. But why must he be lying about it? Why could he have been fabricated? Right? Again, they said it might have been fabricated because they accused him of being a poet. For example, in Surah Al-Haqqa, chapter 69, verse 41, it says, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala actually says, it is not the words of a poet, little do you believe. Right? It's a response to them. But this is what they say in chapter 37, verse 36. They say, so Quraysh say, shall we leave our gods for a mad poet? Right? A poet, really? They know he's not a poet. They knew who the poets were. It would have been impossible to call the Prophet ﷺ a poet, because the tribes of Arabia, the status of their tribes, and even in warfare, when they battled with each other due to, you know, tribal unrest, they would recite poetry. They would have poets were the elites of this society, because when they recite the poetry, the status of their tribe could rise or fall. The outcome of the battle could turn because of poetry. So what do you mean? Not only a poet, but a mad poet, a liar? These are things they knew were not true about the Prophet ﷺ. I don't want to speak too much because there's so much I can say. But guys, give me your thoughts. You know?
Yeah, I mean, Robbie, do you want to say something, or should I go? Okay.
Well, I'm sorry. No, it just takes me time to hit unmute. Yeah, Yemenite. It's everything it's saying is interesting, and I'm trying to, you know, put myself in your shoes and see the logic of this. And I understand the whole like the genuineness of Muhammad's approach. Like he's trying to, like, based on how you're explaining it, there's a genuine look, guys. There's a phenomenon I've had. I'm not a liar. This is interestingly in Surah 25, you have just before verse 4, you already have a theological response to Christian theology in the first 3 verses, and then it gets into 4 and 5. Specifically, 5 speaks about the old tales. So these are old tales written down, dictated to him morning and evening. But then 6 says, say, so this is Allah through Muhammad saying, say that Allah, basically, he has sent it down, he who knows the secret in the heavens and the earth, surely he is forgiving, compassionate. Before that, you have, blessed be the one who has sent down the Furqan, right? The deliverance on his servant, so that he may be a warner to the worlds. Maybe this is sort of like a side point, but maybe I'm interested to hear your understanding of what worlds mean in the plural. The
Sure.
one who, to him belongs the kingdom of the heavens and the earth. So kingdom language. But then, immediately straight after kingdom language, as a Christian, he has not taken a son, nor has he any associate in the kingdom. It's like, whoa. I mean, in Christian theology, the whole point of kingdom imagery is to do with the Son of God, Jesus, blah, blah, blah. And then he created everything and decreed it exactly, yet they have taken gods other than him. So I could push back and say there is a divine council imagery that you see in the Bible. They do not create anything since they are themselves created, and I agree with that, and do not have power to cause themselves harm or benefit, and do not have power over death or life or raising up, and I agree with that. And then it comes to those who disbelieve say. So it's interesting that, this is my summary, my conclusion. Here's a guy, Muhammad, claiming himself to be genuine. Okay, the litmus test now is he then says things as verse 1 literally says, and also verse 6 says, that he's only receiving the stuff from the one who knows the secrets of the heavens and the earth. Then my immediate reaction would be exactly the type of reaction I would have given in verse 5. Because if he's then denying the Son, the kingdom, and so on, then I'll just be like, well, everything you just shared to me, these are old tales. Exactly the discussion you and I have had. So,
Look,
and
yeah.
then now I'm put in the category of being a disbeliever despite Muhammad's genuineness in this approach.
No, so here's the thing. First and
Yeah.
foremost, I mean, I was hoping to get your reaction on what I've said so far, because we are going to get into the stories that this is one of the accusations. But to quickly respond
Sure.
to that and give you an understanding. First and foremost, when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says the worlds, remember, the Prophet ﷺ is a mercy to the worlds, right? Okay, so not just a mercy, but he's a warner to the worlds, lil alamin. Now, alamin, when we talk about the worlds, it is understood, and this is the way the classical exegetes have understood it as well, that every single creation has its own world, right? So, for example, the jinn, which the Prophet ﷺ also preached to, as we can see in chapter 40, Surah Dukhan, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember. Surah Al-Ahqaf? Yeah, Surah Al-Ahqaf, 46, if I'm not mistaken. You know, he preached to them as well, right? But so they have their own world, right? Which we cannot see, but they have their own sort of realm, dimension, whatever you want to. They live in the unseen,
Kind of like Mortal
right?
Kombat.
Dude. First
You know, all
Star
the
Wars, now
realms, right? Yeah.
first Star Wars, now.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Yeah. No, but yeah, this is essentially what it is, right? It's the unseen world, things that we do not see, like the jinn world. This is what there is. But a mercy to the other worlds, the scholars have also mentioned that this refers to, because he is a mercy to the world, to the worlds as well. This refers to animal kind, right? Each species has their own little world. You know, you have the insects who live on that's their world, right? That's their societies and whatnot. So this is what
Also,
is
just
meant
just
by,
quick.
well, yeah.
Okay, just quickly. Okay, that's an interesting clarification. So in other words, we're all within what we call the space-time fabric of this universe, but
Mm,
in our own sort of pocket groups. It's not like the ant world and the bird world and so on are their own
mm,
distinct universe, but rather they all share within the same laws and nature.
yeah.
It's just that they have their own community, like their own little
Yeah, their own
cosmos.
worlds.
You know,
Yeah.
like
No, it's
right,
yeah,
right,
so it's like, you know,
yeah,
things are seen differently and things operate differently in their
sure,
little
okay,
worlds. Right? So
yeah.
this is what it is. And likewise, the jinn occupy the earth, mainly on the islands of the world, right? This goes back. But they're here, you know, they're among us. We don't see them, but they see us. We don't know what their world is like. We know what they created from, but they can manifest themselves, and sometimes we can see them, not in their true form, but in whatever form they choose to manifest, and so on and so forth. So
hmm
yeah, so that's what when it comes
Would,
to.
would you say that the jinn? Would you say that the jinn are the watcher, like the equivalent of the watchers in Second Temple theology,
Nah,
or the shadim, the demons, the unclean
no,
spirits?
they don't,
Like what?
because jinn are like us in the sense that they have the choice to become believers or disbelievers, right? in the same way that Satan had that choice. In fact, Iblis, do you know why he was amongst the angels in the first place?
No,
Well,
enlighten us.
not well, maybe according to Islamic theology, but if you can clarify, go for it.
Well, yeah, well, obviously it's going to be according to Islamic
Yeah.
theology.
Yeah.
Because I know why in the Bible sense, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But yeah, because you guys believe he was an angel to begin with, right? We
yeah.
don't believe.
Your
Well,
concept of
I don't
Lucifer is
believe the Satan in Job, for example, is the bad guy.
what?
Even Yahweh is called a Satan in the Old Testament.
Oh God. Okay.
Oh,
Don't freak out.
Think...
Don't freak out. I
That's
can let
that's
Yemen
American.
explain, and then I can explain that. I can
Yeah.
clarify what I
Oh
mean
my
by that.
God.
Yeah.
Okay.
that's
you
a
both
different-
have a bizarre view of
discussion.
Satan. Okay.
But yeah. Anyhow, so in the Quran, Iblis is actually identified as a jinn. Okay, and when you go into like the stories of the prophets, which all the Muslims know, especially if they're born Muslim, Iblis was, what do you call it, taken up to the heavens because he was actually good. He was really good. Okay, and he was given a station amongst the angels, right? Because of how good he was. But when Adam was created, that was a test for Iblis. Will Iblis actually prostrate? Will he do as he's commanded? And he didn't, right? That is when he became Shaitan, right? That's when he chose to become the devil, right? And likewise, the rest of his progeny, they have the same thing, right? They have the same choice, like we do. There's the message of the prophets. It's up to you. Do you want to believe in it or not? In fact, even like, for example, when we do ruqya, which is the exorcisms, one of the ways to actually exercise a jinn from a person is to give him da'wah. If he accepts the da'wah, what do you call it? He is told to leave the body and go to Medina. This is actually one of the things, right? So if you can actually convince and give da'wah to the jinn that's occupying the body to accept Islam, then that is a form of exorcism, because they have the choice, right? And some of the and then there's a lot of things there, right? There's a lot of nuances in terms of magic and this and that. But the point here is that the nature of the jinn, even though they are a creation of the unseen, even though they're created from smokeless fire, they have a conscience in which they can choose to believe or disbelieve, and then they reap the same reward or consequence rather in the hereafter. If they choose to disbelieve, they will burn with the rest of mankind. They will also burn with them, even though they're created from smokeless fire. Jahannam will still burn them. It's this is one of the powers of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So this is about the jinn. Well, going back to chapter 25. Yes. Now the thing is, when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, "Alladhi lahul mulku samawati wal ard," I know you're sticking to the English translation because that's what you think have access to. I don't like the thing, because it does make it sound very Christian like it, in terms of like, it makes it look like a response to the Christians. It's a response to everyone, because mulku here means ownership, right? He is the one who owns the heavens and the earth, right? And when he says he hasn't taken a son or a partner, because it says sharikun, yeah, fil mulk. Okay. Now, wait, Rob, are you frozen? I think Rob's frozen. No. Okay, no, you're back. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Hello.
So this, yeah, you were frozen for a bit there, so my bad. Okay. So yeah, he is the one who has.
No, I heard the whole thing. No, sorry. I think I'll try and make sure the internet's good.
Oh, okay, no problem. Yeah, I thought you froze there. In it. All right.
Sorry. There's
Yeah.
lag.
So it does mention, because at the end of the day, he's not. Remember, this is being revealed in Mecca, so he's not being particular, right? To just a son, right? But he's saying a partner. as well, right? So any sort of partners, right? In his what do you call it? And then he says in his dominion or in his kingdom, right? وَخَلَقَ كُلِّ شَيْءٍ فَقَدَّرَهُ تَقْدِيرًا, right? And he created everything, or ordaining it perfectly. And so yeah, this is just a polemic to all who commit shirk, right? Those who attribute to him a son, and those who attribute him to him partners, in a general sense. Okay, so it's not unique to Christianity here, right? And this goes on to verse 3, where it mentions what do you call it? And those who took besides him gods, right? They cannot create anything, right? And you've already agreed with this. You know, people, statues, you know, they can't create anything. They can't do what God says. It's a very simple argument to establish that this is that they shouldn't be disbelievers. But then he goes on to the disbelievers, that they say that this is nothing but a fabrication made with and subhanAllah, in here he says made with the help of others. All right. So like we mentioned yesterday, in fact, they thought he had an accomplice, right? Whether it was some guy or the geezer on the unlettered guy that was on the bridge who could barely speak Arabic, who was able to string a couple of sentences today, like how we do it today when we go on holidays, right? Just to make it look like yeah, you know, we're like you too. You know, we can speak a little lingo as well. And these are the accusations, right? Now, bearing in mind, if you try to read it like this, you know, you're assuming that this is exactly how it was revealed. There's nothing, you know, you can't read chapter 25 or any of the verses of the Quran as if that's how it was revealed in that structure, right? Unless you know more about it, right? But when we're looking at this argumentation in verses 4 and 5 and 6 as well, okay, yeah, they just like, first and foremost, they say it's a fabrication. And then Allah says, well, they also accuse you of, what do you call it, ancient tales. Well, which one is it? Is it a fabrication that is made with the help of others? Or is it ancient fables that he has written down? And they are rehearsed to him morning and evening. So where are these people? I mean, Quraysh had an eye on him. Where are these people that were rehearsing to him in Mecca the tales of old? Now, let's bear in mind, I'll give you a list, inshallah, here, of the stories. Okay, these are the fables of old. Adam and Iblis were mentioned in Mecca. Nuh mentioned in Mecca. Okay, Hud and Ad. Now, where did he get the stories of Hud and the people of Ad? Ancient fables? Well, who from? I mean, you could try to argue, well, you know, Adam and Satan, which, by the way, is completely different. The narrative is completely different from the biblical narrative. Nuh alayhi salam, again, completely different from the biblical narrative. The only two things that are actually similar with the biblical narrative is the person of Nuh, who was a prophet, and the ark, right? Because even the flood is different. The how it came to the flood is different, right? All of this is different. The people who drowned are different, right? We believe that his son drowned, right, as well as his wife. Okay, his wife drowned as well. She was a disbeliever. So his wife and son was. These are all different. So who are these people that are rehearsing these stories to him day and night in Mecca? Hud and Ad. Who you guys tell me? Who's telling him about Hud and Ad in Mecca?
Well, to comment on
what about Aram of?
I was going to say,
well,
yeah. To comment on the story of Noah, when I read that in the Quran, it's pretty interesting. It is different. One thing I've noticed with a lot of the similar stories between the Bible and the Quran is that there seems to be like an intentional recorrection of things that like are in the Bible that you guys wouldn't agree with. So like sins of the prophets, and there's a verse that says Solomon was not a disbeliever, right? Whereas in the biblical narrative, Solomon he fell into disbelief because he married many wives, and his wives, some of them were idolaters, and so he ended up compromising and allowing them to worship idols, and he would join in. So That's our narrative, but it seems like the Quran is restating what the author agrees with, but it's intentionally correcting things that it disagrees with, or he
This is
disagrees
why
with.
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, we tell you these stories in truth. It's
Okay.
it's there, right? That simple statement is showing the intention that he is telling you the stories in truth. That what you've heard, if you've heard of these before, the stories that have been told before, they're not true in their entirety,
Hmm.
right? But again, it's not about what the intention of the author of the Quran here is. It's we're examining the Prophet, peace be upon him, as well as the Quran. You have these people in Quraysh who are hearing the stories of the Quran, and they say two things, either he's fabricated it, right? So now they're hearing these stories and they're like, well, he's fabricating these stories. Well, hold on a second. Really? Is that what you think? Well, he's not a liar. You stated that even while fighting him, years later. You've known that about him. You guys yourselves have nicknamed him the truthful and the trustworthy one, as-Sadiq al-Amin. That's how you've known him his entire life. You've testified that he has never told a lie. In fact, even when the message came to the Prophet ﷺ, and one of his ways to try and convince them, he went up to the hill. He went up to one of the hills in Mecca, and he said, "Oh Quraysh, if I told you that there was an army behind this hill coming to attack you, what will you do? What will you do?" They said, "We will batten down our houses, we'll prepare our arms and everything." They haven't seen this army. They said, "If you told us this, we'll do it. We'll prepare for war." And he says, "So why do you not believe me when I tell you there is only one God?" Right? This is the level of trust they had in him. That if there was something that they did not see and he saw, they would believe in him.
Okay.
Just
So
because he said so.
I'm not trying to be hyper skeptical. What I'm saying is, from our perspective, and we're trying to look at this. I mean, I can only speak for myself. I'm trying to look at this objectively, and I'm trying to understand where you're coming from, and look at Islam objectively, whether it's true or not. But what you're saying, though, it would be, unless you could absolutely prove that these were like things, which I don't know if any of us could do this with our Christian tradition either, unless you could absolutely prove that this was said by these other people and not just made up conveniently to try to because obviously if Muhammad is being called a liar, which is one of the main accusations by like the Catholic Church against him, then it would make sense within the Islamic tradition for there to be these stories that are promoting Muhammad. Muhammad is like perfectly truthful. Even his enemies considered him truthful. It's a hostile witness. It would make perfect sense for that to be created in order to bolster his claim of being truthful. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I know what you mean, but this is what we've discussed as well when it comes to the hadith tradition and the telling of the history. Everything is fact checked, right? Like I said to you, when we talk about fabrications and people fabricating history, we have whole libraries dedicated to fabricated hadith, things about history that have been fabricated. We have whole libraries dedicated to that field alone, right? There were scholars in the science of hadith that dedicated some of their time to, you know, write books and volumes on fabricated hadith, so that when people come to know about information, they're like, oh, well, and they try to pass it off as something that is true. They're like, nope, there you go. In this book, it shows that this is actually not true. In fact,
Mhm.
one of my favorite things that I heard, right? This was last year, and I absolutely loved it. And I used to say it often on my channel because of how much I love it. There is a narration, okay, that when the verse that we have sent you as a mercy to the worlds was revealed, the Prophet ﷺ recited it, and he said to the angel Gabriel, he said, Gabriel, has my mercy reached you? Allah saying, I'm a mercy to the worlds. Has my mercy reached you? And Gabriel says, until the Quran was revealed to you, I did not know my station with Allah, right? I didn't know how close I was to Allah until the Quran was revealed to you, and I knew how close I was to Allah. Beautiful hadith, right? Beautiful narration, a conversation between the Prophet and the angel, where the angel understands that how the Prophet is a mercy to him. Beautiful. Guess what? Not only is it, and there you go. Look straight away. Fabrication. Beautiful hadith. we cannot believe in it as much as we want to, because it's absolutely like, in terms of understanding this verse and applying it, it's perfect to show that his mercy doesn't just extend to mankind and jinn, but it extends to the angels as well. But no, it's a fabrication, right? And I was gutted when I found out it was a fabrication. But I took it on. I took it on because it was a beautiful, beautiful moment, right? I didn't think to check it. This was my flaw. But now I can't say it anymore because now I've come to the knowledge that it is a fabrication. So when it comes to our history, and this is an accurate, and why I bring up this example, especially not just because it's personal to me, but because this is one of the accusations that comes against the hadith tradition. They're like, oh, if things seem good for your prophet, you guys say it's authentic, you know, because then it helps your narrative. But if you don't like it, it's you know, it's not authentic because, you know, it doesn't really work in the favor of your prophet, whether it's from believers or disbelievers. It doesn't really work.
I have seen that from many Muslims.
Yeah.
Like there'll be something about the prophet, you know, doing something that Western people don't like, and a lot of Western Muslims be like, no, that's a weak hadith. He didn't really do that. No, those are strong hadiths.
Yeah.
So yeah, I have seen this before though.
Right, exactly. So, and that's actually one of the examples. I'm like, well, hold on a second. If you're thinking that we only verify and authenticate hadith that suits us, then why are we the ones that are telling you he married Aisha at the age of 6? You know,
Right.
things like that, right? Like, it's not about what we like, what we don't like. It's about the truth.
Okay.
It's about whether we can verify it to have happened. If we cannot verify, then it most likely didn't happen, or it definitely didn't happen.
So
Okay?
can I say something? I dealt one time. I was speaking to a Muslim. I forget who it was, but he actually no, it wasn't me speaking to him. It was in a debate that he was having. It was a guy who was debating Dr. James White, who's a Christian, and he was saying that even if, like, from our paradigm, we talked about this briefly in the former stream. Even so, he granted. He said to Dr. White, even if I grant, it's Yusuf Ismail. That's who it was. Yusuf Ismail. Yusuf Ismail said that even if I grant that John the Apostle wrote the Gospel of John, which clearly teaches that Jesus is God, and so forth, and you know, this comes down to us from him. He said he still would have no reason to believe that John the Apostle, even if he's an apostle of Jesus, was telling the truth. And so that level of skepticism that Yusuf Ismail has, I think it's reasonable because I'm applying that to whomever the hadith in particular comes from, Abu Bakr, any other Sahaba. I don't know all their names, but even if a one of the early caliphs, especially, like, because they had a political motivation, right? If Abu Bakr or Uthman or one of the early caliphs, who is like a leader of an Islamic empire trying to convert Jews and Christians to Islam and pagans, if he recites, oh, the prophet said this, and obviously I knew the prophet, you know, he may have died 20 years ago, but I was one of his companions, I knew him. And that doesn't necessarily mean that Abu Bakr, the very beginner of the hadith, the very origin of the chain, isn't fabricating something. Do you know what I'm saying?
No, but this is why I said to you. This is why we refer to these mass transmitted reports, which are all independent of one another.
Yes, there are some that are. I mean, that's what I would think the Gospels are like. We don't want. We're getting off topic, by the way, but that's what I think.
Well,
the
this is
Gospels
why I'm not
are like,
comment. This is why I'm not commenting on your Bible, because I don't want to talk about the Bible today.
Sure.
You know, let's be honest.
Yeah, I did want to get into, like, I talked to.
Well, in fact, it was actually you that said I want to strictly talk about the sources.
Yeah, I know. So I wanted to focus on the Islamic sources, but I'm just trying to, like, let you know where I'm coming from, because I'm surprised I didn't remember this yesterday, but I've even seen Muslims like Yusuf Ismail say, like, you know, like, hey, even if this is exactly what I told you the other day, the other stream, where, like, even if Abu Bakr and maybe even one of the other two Sahaba said this thing about the Prophet, that he, you know, did this miracle, or that he, you know, that everyone said he was truthful. Everyone told us the Prophet was truthful. That doesn't necessarily mean that they themselves did not fabricate. And I don't think it's a conspiracy theory. There are conspiracies that happen, you know.
No,
unfortunately, you know,
it kind of is, because,
like I said, prove it, disprove it, though.
It's like I said, even when you look into our tafsir, especially when you look at it in the Arabic, right? Even as early as Tabari, right? You see how many hadith they cite for each and every verse, right? To explain it, to you know, and these are all mass transmitted. Like, for example, Bukhari and Muslim is what, 15,000, hadith, and if you put them two together, all of them in Bukhari and Muslim, the reason why they're in those two compilations is because these are mass transmitted, right? So these are not just authentic hadith; these are mass transmitted hadith, okay, that have been corroborated through multiple chains of narration, all independent of one another. And like I highlighted to you, the rigorous authentication process that we put each of these reports through. So this is what it is, So you can
That
try
might have to be
to.
a separate stream, to be honest.
Sorry.
That might have to be a separate stream to like go into whether the hadith are reliable and have that sort of discussion. I don't know if Robin knows anything about that.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's like
I don't. So
no, but this is the thing. What confuses me about not just Christians, but anyone who knows about history, and then they critique the hadith methodology. It just blows my mind, because I'm like, oh, hold on a second, you accept so much with regards to history with much less rigorous authentication methods, but now when it comes to Islam and the rigorous authentication process and methodology, suddenly it's an issue. It's a bit weird, don't you think?
Say that again.
For example, when you look at history, you accept a lot of things about history, even though you cannot trace it.
Oh, I see what you're getting to.
The same way, right?
Yeah.
You can't trace it in the same way that we can, but when we do it, suddenly it's an issue.
Well,
suddenly
when it's matters of when it's matters of salvation, we do need to be absolutely certain. So for me,
well, that's what I said to you yesterday.
Yes. So for me,
and then you were like, oh yeah, I think that's too rigorous, and then you said to me that's too rigorous of a methodology. And then I said, and that's what I said to you. I was like, well, shouldn't it be? Because when you're relying upon your salvation, then you need to be absolutely certain. And you yourself confessed, you were like, well, we have a reasonable amount of probability to believe that these are attributed to the Gospels, that this happened, that happened, that these people said this. And you were talking about reasonable, and you were like, yeah, I'm a Christian because of these reasonable attributions. But when I say to you, well, we have absolute certainty about our history, you're like, ugh.
Well, I do think that it's the concept of isnad. Again, I don't fully understand it, but the concept of isnad, or the concept of, even for the Quran, like, exactly who transmitted it. We have I don't know how many people, but let's say dozens. I don't know how many people it is, but many people, sheikhs and imams, all reciting the Quran, going back to the Prophet. That's impressive. I do think it's an artificial, like we talked about privately. I won't say too much of this. We talked about privately the definition of monotheism. Again, Islam from if you have an Islamic worldview and an Islamic definition of preservation, or an Islamic definition of monotheism, because these are the main attacks on the Bible, then yes, the Bible doesn't fit either definition. It's not preserved Islamically. It's not monotheistic Islamically. But what I'm questioning is whether the Islamic narrative, the Islamic, because I'm going to try to bring this back to the Quran. But what I'm questioning is whether the Islamic paradigm is even valid to begin with. And I think to do that, we have to establish whether the Quran comes from God or whether it's got these human legends and influences. So I kind of want to bring it back to
this is what we're doing, right?
Yeah, that's what I want to bring it back to, because we both kind of went off. So
yeah, but
can I just
go for it.
I'm sitting patiently, but that's okay. I just want to quickly say that, just with respect to a logical deduction, you can have 100% verification of your tradition. Like, in other words, absolutely no fault whatsoever with, like, literally from Muhammad and what he's saying from his lips all the way through. The point is that the famous meat of the matter is that the content or the theology that's then provided, that for them to then have that reaction that they do have, and that's where the rubber hits the road. That's where, so in other words, is there criticism that this is old tales and that he's being taught this, whatever? Is that criticism valid or invalid? Now, I think you were saying that in an internal critique sense, they seem to be contradicting themselves, because it's those very people that at the same time clarify that he's an honest guy. So why would they throw him under the bus by suddenly saying these are old tales? I think, am Am I understanding you
Yeah,
correctly with
that's
that?
part of it. It's like when you have look at the end of the day, if you are accusing someone and your accusation is true, you don't need to flip and flop, right? You can just stick to it and be like, no, that's exactly what you are. You are a liar, right? And they can hammer that, right? But
Okay,
when they
so
themselves,
mhm.
all the accusations, right? But when they say first you're a liar, and then they're like, you know what? No, you're not a liar. You just heard these stories. No, you didn't hear these stories. You learn it from what do you call it? A non-Arab guy. Wait, no. The fact that you see these people
Like Surah
constantly,
16. Yeah.
exactly, right? So
Yeah.
when you see these people constantly making accusations that they themselves are not true, no, not true, and doesn't even make sense, right? Then you have to ask the question: why are they doing this? Why are they making contradictory accusations or accusations that they themselves do not know to be false when the Quran is presented to them? What's the object? Why?
Well,
You got to get into
you're
Is
painting this
it
picture.
no,
You're
well,
painting a picture that that it's the same people and they're just desperately trying to come up with an excuse to deny the Quran. But like, I mean, do you have
yeah, but then
confirmation that it's the
well,
same
what
group?
if it's yeah, but what if it's okay? So what if it all of it is correct? So in other words, the the memory, I'll use the term memory here, the memory or the recounting of these people as saying you're an honest guy, you're a good guy, we trust you. Now, it's not like simultaneously that they're suddenly throwing one on the bus, but maybe some time has transpired where they're suddenly reacting, no, these are all tales. Now, my question then is, the Quran itself can't lie in its assertion that these are saying exactly those things. Like Allah is basically recounting the situation by saying they disbelieve by saying these are all tales. So is that true that they actually said this and also said
Yeah.
that they trust Muhammad?
Yes, both are true.
Okay. Now, for example, just a random example that's just come to mind. The situation with the Third Reich with Hitler. So there were people like this is
Yeah.
more of a recent memory as an
Why you
example.
two?
Here's a guy
Yeah.
who, oh yeah, okay, then I'll
Careful.
speak in code.
Yeah.
I'll speak in code then. Yeah, okay. I'll call him H.
Mustache man.
He had. I better be careful how I say this. But
Yeah,
when you look
seriously.
at the history,
So you have another.
you
Look,
have an
just
inkling of a trusting taking place, because don't forget he's a World War One soldier. He's coming into the political scene. He would sleep on the streets. He wouldn't sleep like next to his mother's grave. He had
yeah,
a very weird, traumatic sort of like the first 20,
sure,
30 years.
Oh,
Then
okay.
his political party started to grow and grow and grow, and they were trusting him,
sure.
trusting him. The glory of Germany, things like that.
Yeah.
Boom, and then for example,
You had to say boom on
Stauffenberg.
a Muslim live, right?
Well, that's the Aussie in me.
The
Boom
glory
in
of
the
Germany.
sense that people like Stauffenberg,
Yeah.
the assassination attempts to try and because they realize,
I see
to
what
be
you mean.
honest, I don't know, I don't think YouTube should be having an issue with what I'm saying here, but anyway, the point
No, but
is
I do see what you're saying, though, right?
they then have a pushback
Okay.
Yeah.
and failed attempts that mind you, which in itself is eerie, but anyway.
Yeah.
So
There's a consistency, though, right? There is a consistency with the Prophet ﷺ. It's not like he went from one thing and then there was a traumatic experience and he went to another thing. And no. That's not what happened, right? In fact, right, like I mentioned to you, when the Prophet ﷺ received this revelation, at first, remember there were 5 people who believed in him immediately, right? One of them being a Christian who affirmed that he was a prophet due to knowledge that he had from his scripture. Then he's, and remember, most like the first couple of years of Islam, it was preached in secrecy as well. Okay, until Allah Subhanahu wa Taala revealed the verse. يا أيها المزمل قم فأنذر وربك فكبر وثيابك فطهر والرجز فاهجر. Right. So these are the verses which then what do you call it, demanded or commanded the Prophet ﷺ to start preaching openly, okay, and start to call people, right? And then that grew, right, and grew, okay. So the first 3 years or so, it was quite hidden, right, and people didn't know, right, but there wasn't many people that knew about the message, but people did know, right, and this is why it was done in secrecy. But then the Prophet ﷺ was commanded to say it out, to preach out loud, and that's when it gained traction, and so on and so forth, right? And then when Umar radiallahu anhu accepted Islam, it became even stronger, right? Like I mentioned, the Prophet ﷺ, one of the first things that he tried to do to convince Quraysh was to go up on the hill and say, "Well, Quraysh, if I said to you that there was an army behind this hill, what would you do?" They said they will gather their arms, batten down the forts and everything, and prepare for battle. And he was like, "Well, believe me when I say there is only one God." When they tried diplomatic solutions with him, they invited him and they said, "We'll give you absolutely everything. We'll give you all the women, we'll give you all the power, we'll give you the keys to the Kaaba, we'll give you all our wealth, we'll give you all the food that you want, we'll give you the best place to live." Well, all of that, all the world. They promised him the world. The Prophet ﷺ said, "If you put the sun in my left and the moon in my right, I would not, relinquish the what do you call it? The message."
Yeah, Tawheed.
Oh, sorry, it's Surah Al-Mudaththir, not Muzammil. My bad. يا أيها المدثر صح يا أيها المدثر قم فأنذر صح استغفر الله العظيم. So what do you call it? And look, this is actually another indication. Look, I made what do you call it? I mistaken the recitation of the Quran, and I got corrected. I confused two surahs. So this is the stuff that happened, right? And what do you call it? The people accepted Islam. The Muslims were being persecuted. Okay, so and the Prophet ﷺ continued to preach. He continued to preach, and when he was being boycotted, he continued to preach. When they what do you call it? Were unaliving his companions, he continued to preach. He would pray in front of the Kaaba. Okay, when they were attacking him, he would continue to preach. Right, all of this, right, this happened throughout Mecca. Then he was exiled, right? Then you have the year of sorrow, where he lost his uncle, his protector, who was a disbeliever, right? But he lost him, right? What do you call it? He lost his wife due to the message. All he had to do was stop preaching, and his wife would have stayed alive. But she died because of the exile, because they were exiled to the desert. They ran out of food and stuff. She died, right? And what did he do after that? He went to Ta'if to preach, right? And when Ta'if came and the angel Gabriel came to him and said, what do you call it? Like what they gave the kids stones to stone him, right? To the point where the narrations say that his foot would stick to the sand because of the blood. Yeah, that's how bloody he was from the stoning. He was stoned out of Ta'if, okay? And he was devastated. This is why it's called the year of sorrow, okay? But that's what he did after his wife passed away.
But how does this
And
prove that he's like? How does any of this empirically prove that he's receiving this revelation from God, even if he's a trustworthy person?
no,
Because I
I'm
mean,
responding.
we can do the same thing with like Christian martyrs who are
No, no.
Trinitarian
What I'm
polytheists.
saying, I'm responding to Rob here when he's saying, well, the character shifts, which is why
Okay.
the accusations shift. And I'm like,
Oh, okay, I see what you're getting at. Okay.
so there is a consistency with the preaching of the message. And throughout the whole time, the Quran is being revealed, and the Quran is consistent. Notice how the Quran doesn't comment about the passing of Khadija, radiallahu anha. Rather, it does comment about the passing of Abu Talib, right?
Okay,
Abu Talib,
wait. Just to clarify with the consistency, so you're saying that because I'm trying to then think about the 23-year chronology of the Quran's emergence.
Sure.
So 23 years is a long time for an evolution of thought. In fact, this notion of abrogation is a phenomenon of the Quran. So, for example, if they are reacting that these are all tales, where would you place Surah 25 in those 23 years? Because it can't just all be... Right, but how many years after, say, the first surah that was revealed?
There are some details that we don't know, like to that exact degree, because, like I said, most of the ayat of the Quran don't have a trigger, right, to trigger the revelation, right? But chapter 25 was in the early parts of Mecca, but it was after Umar radiallahu anhu accepted Islam. This is where the scholars will place it. So it will be about like 5-6 years in to the, about halfway through the Meccan period. So because, like I mentioned, the first 3 years, a lot
Yeah.
of it was in secrecy. Okay.
Because
So
I
yeah.
oh no, is that, you need to clarify some more, or
No,
because
no, no, no,
I
no.
have a
I think
question on the word consistency there. So
Mm.
H was consistent right to the end. That's why he had so for example, in the bunker situation, like before he unalived himself, they were then like the core group that went right to the end. The issue is that the people that started to revolt back against H in this analogy sense is that the highfalutin sort of grandeur and the promises is actually ending in the destruction of what they would call sacred Germany. Now coming, I'm trying to use the analogy and the parallel in the sense that depending
I mean, there's no parallel.
between
There's no
his
parallel.
well,
There's no
this
parallel between.
This is lots of
here's a
problematic
parallel.
analogies.
Here's the parallel situation. So he has this encounter. For example, the whole cave thing. He has this encounter. Then the whole story about Khadija. Then the litmus test: is this a jinn or is it a good angel?
Mm.
Then then the Quran starts to emerge. So by the time you reach something like Surah 25, which I understand is not like Surahs 1 to 114 is not chronological.
No.
If you were to place the surahs in a chronological aspect, Surah 25 happens to be some time later for them to then say these are old tales. And now I'll give you an example when you brought up Noah. So when you said Noah's wife was, drowned in the sun as well, and so on. Here's where it gets interesting. The only text or idea or belief for Noah's wife not surviving occurs from a late 2nd to 3rd century CE Gnostic teaching.
Sure.
Because they assumed that they gave a name for his wife called Noria.
Yeah.
That she was
right.
No. I'll just lay out what this is a Gnostic teaching that says Noria, who's a daughter of Eve, then marries Noah. And she burns down the boat 3 times. And Epiphanius, he dies in the early 400s, so say basically 4th century CE.
Epiphanius is, by the way, for people who don't know, he's famous for documenting these Gnostic groups and their beliefs.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
So Epiphanius actually has a very interesting comment. He says, yeah, it's kind of peculiar that they say that she burned because Noria, and the Syriac term for fire is Nura. There could be a play on words, but notice, and so therefore she was not saved. That because she did what she did with respect to the ark, she was then cast out and she wasn't saved. Here's my issue. Anyone who has an idea of an outlier teaching, okay, so in other words, you have the standard teaching, like say the Old Testament, the New Testament, that Noah, the eight souls that were saved on the boat, like 2 Peter or 1 Peter 3, that says that. If you have an outlier teaching, like a Billy Carson situation, like oh no, that his wife didn't actually survive, and he's this outlier dude that's saying this, that'll stick out like a sore thumb. Now the Quran repeats that, and so psychologically I can understand them as having a pushback in saying, hey, we trusted you, you're a good guy, where are these old tales coming from? Okay, but then the Quran's pushback to them is, oh, you disbeliever. You see this, but these people are also being honest, is what I'm trying to say. Like what if these people are honestly
What
and
proves
also
it?
being genuine in their response back and saying that these are all
Uh,
tales. That there's no ill will from them.
I'll tell you why it's not, right? Because, like I mentioned, right, one of the responses, it's not just that the Quran calls them disbelievers. There's a reason he calls them disbelievers, not just to be like, just to be like, oh, you're questioning the Prophet, you're just disbelievers. That would be silly. But that's not what happens in the Quran. In the Quran, Allah says, neither you nor your people knew this before you. So how are your people going to accuse you of not just fabricating these tales? Like I said, there's two contradictory accusations. The first one is being a fabrication. You're fabricating this, right? These are just, you're making it up, right? They are not saying that you are borrowing these from these traditions or copying these traditions. They're saying you're making it up. And on the other side of their mouth, they're saying you are retelling these stories. Not just that you're retelling these stories, but someone is saying it to you day and night. Now we know that they've had him watched, right? So, and then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, neither you nor your people knew it before you. So if your people did not know this, how can they accuse you of retelling stories that they have no idea existed in the first place? This is all just jumbled up rubbish from them, right?
You,
And that's
you mean they're speaking multiple
talking out the side of their
conflicting
mouth.
criticisms of
Yes.
Muhammad?
Yes.
That makes that's not an issue to me, because you can have multiple conflicting
Contradictory,
contradictory accusations in response, because
and they can be true.
it's not just one person being schizophrenic and saying the same thing. It could be a
yeah.
group of people where there's one individual that may be ignorant of the Epiphanius situation, right? But then there may be someone who's also learned and saying, oh no, well, actually he is being taught or dictated to morning and evening, say, the teachings of Epiphanius.
No,
Okay.
because
Do
the
you see?
Quran addresses them as the collective,
Okay.
right?
Yeah,
And there is
because there's more
nothing.
than
No, no,
one
no,
people there, right?
no. The collective is Quraysh,
Uh,
right? It's not a part of Quraysh that says one thing, a part of Quraysh says another thing. No, no, no. This is the community, right? Quraysh, those who criticized him from among Quraysh, which were the actual elites, okay? They were the loudest, right? Because they had the power and everything, right? It's actually the ones that didn't have so much power that actually believed in the Prophet ﷺ. So the ones on the other side of the scale, they came together and banded together, and they were like, this is what you're doing, this is what you're doing. And
okay.
we can see this because they would always be together, these people.
But what I've been trying, I've been trying to look for. I can't find a good place to interject here, but I wanted to say,
Yeah, and I want to say something as well.
okay,
quickly,
yeah, it's a little difficult.
So sorry, I'm not.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's all right.
yeah.
You know more than me, so I'll let you talk more than me. But my point here, though, is that I don't think those are contradictory accusations, because I was just thinking of this earlier. When you have things like the now I would disagree with Rob. That doesn't sound like a super strong parallel. Like Noah had a wife alone does not seem like a strong parallel, that they somehow got this tradition from the Gnostics. There are other things in the Quran that do seem to me to be like very clear parallels. Hopefully, we can get to those at some point. But what I am saying, though, is that those are not contradictory teachings, because obviously, let's say for those things like the dual Qarnayn situation, that could be a legend that's pulled, or the story of Yusuf. Yusuf is very similar to the Bible and the Quran. They're both.
Dhul
From what
Qarnayn
I've
was in
read,
Medina. Hold on a
hang
second.
on, hang on. Okay, then Yusuf, right? Would Surah Yusuf apply here?
Surah Yusuf is in chapter 12.
Is it in Mecca?
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm saying is the Quran could be a mix of. I'm hearing myself on someone's feedback. The Quran could be a mix of things that the Prophet invented, and it could also be things that he got from Christian and Jewish tradition. That's what I'm saying. So when you have some people accusing him of telling old tales, and you have other disbelievers accusing him of fabricating things, they can both be true simultaneously. That's what I really wanted to say. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's impossible, right?
No, I think that's. I don't know.
I'll tell you what. No, I'll tell you why it's impossible. Okay, because like I said, first and foremost, we're talking in the Meccan period.
Mm-hmm.
In the Meccan period, the Quraysh didn't know A from B. They didn't know what came from the Bible. They didn't know what came from the Gnostics. They didn't even know what came from the Jews and the Christians in Medina, right? Which is why when you look at chapter 10, verse 94, the mushrikeen, right, because this is actually directed to the polytheists of Quraysh, they actually went to ask the Jews of Medina, right?
Okay.
They asked them, are these stories that he's telling us, are these true? They were like, yeah. These are they're true, right? And they didn't take issue with any of the stories. They didn't. They weren't like,
Yeah,
you know
that's a
what?
big problem, actually, though. Because if the
For
Jews
you,
if the Jews in Medina were, we can probably assume that they were post-Christian Jews, which means they're starting to corrupt their scriptures and bring in the Talmud. So a lot of the accusation of anti-Islamic
no,
apologetics is that there are these extra things that are in a lot of the Islamic narratives in the Quran
yeah, but
are
here's the thing.
parallels to the Torah
Yeah, but
with additions from the Talmud. So
no,
those
but this
Jews
is
in
the thing. No,
Medina, of course, they would agree with the Torah stories that are also interpolated and added onto.
Okay, there is no evidence that they were Talmud believing Jews. None.
Well, I'm just assuming that post-Christianity Jews were
Right.
bringing this
That's
Oracle
an
approval.
assumption. We're not looking for assumptions. We're looking for the evidence, right? Now, what I'm talking about is the history, right? The history that we can evidence, okay? In Mecca, okay, we're still in the Meccan period, right? We're going to get to the Medinan period, okay? But in Mecca, there were no Jews. There were no Christians. There was very, like Waraqah and maybe one or two others. There were very, very few people there that were from the people of the book, okay? Too little to count, right? Like they're not even mentioned, right, in the histories. So what do you call it? You have this situation in Mecca where you have these stories, okay? And like I said, Adam and Iblis, Noor, Hud and Ad, okay? Now the thing is, Hud and Ad, what do you call it? You could try and say, to take your point, Jacob, that this might be a made-up story because Hud and Saleh, for example, they're not mentioned in the Bible at all, right? Made-up stories, okay?
Or they
And
could
then
just be
Adam and
traditions from like pre-Islamic Arabian religion. Because I did look into Hud and Salih when
yeah,
I read those
we
stories
know
earlier. I looked
we
into
know
them.
that
They
these
were real
stories are true.
people. So yeah, they
Yeah,
were real people. Yeah.
okay, we know these stories are true, right?
Mhm.
You don't need to you don't need to tell me that, right? You don't need to tell me that there is
Well,
some sort
I
of
feel like you're arguing against something I wasn't saying. I wasn't
no.
saying that.
What I'm saying to you is that for the people, look, I'm trying to put you in Mecca. I'm putting you guys in Mecca in the 600s, right? 610 to 622, right? This is the era. This is when the Quran is being recited to the people of Quraysh for the first time. This is when what do you call it? They are hearing these stories and they are saying these things. They're saying you fabricated them, yeah, and like you fabricated these stories, right? They're not saying part of these stories and then part of these. No. They're saying you fabricated these stories. Okay. Then they say no. You've heard them from these people who's been reciting to you these stories day and night. Who the hell is reciting these stories to them day and night? Who? You guys tell me. This is their accusation. Who's
Do
been
we
telling him these stories?
are we
In full
limited to
view.
the accusations that the polytheists used?
No,
If
well,
we're people of the
let's
book,
focus. No, because it makes no sense for me to
well, if
bring
they're
up
Al
one of their
Mushrikun,
accusations and then you go to another
if
accusation. It doesn't
they're
make
Al
sense.
Mushrikun, and if they're okay, so if from what
Mushrikeen.
I've read in the Quran, I've read the first 40 surahs or so far, so almost over half. So if there's a great distinction between the Al Kitab, the people Al Kitab, the people of the book, so Jews and Christians, and the mushrik, the unbelievers,
Yeah,
complete unbelievers.
but Jacob,
What I'm
look,
saying is, why are we bound by their accusations? Why do we have to answer for these pagans? We would condemn them as well. So we're
no,
not in the same
yeah, but
camp.
you're not condemning the pagans for their accusations, are you? We are
No, we
looking
just
at the
condemn them
history.
for idolatry.
Look, in order for us to understand whether the Quran is from Allah or from the Prophet ﷺ or any other creation, we need to look at what was going on when the Quran was being revealed. Okay, so I'm not saying we can limit it. You guys can bring up your own arguments. It's not an issue for us, right? We deal with that all day, every day. It's not an issue for us.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, from the moment these verses have been revealed, there's been contention, right? People were arguing against the Quran. People were arguing against the Prophet ﷺ. They were trying to dispel the notion of this Quran, okay? That it came from God, that the Prophet ﷺ is a prophet. People try to,
Yeah,
dispose
but
of this
there's
notion
something,
very quickly.
but there must be something about the Quran that then that gave them that knee-jerk reaction to then.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it was the fact that it came from Allah. They didn't want it to come from Allah.
No. What he's saying
but
is
it can't.
that. Yeah, go ahead.
No,
Rob.
that
But
is
why? Like anyone, But
because
why
they
do you have
didn't
the
want
propensity
to
to
believe.
believe it and not have the knee-jerk reaction because it comes from Allah? Because all of us
No,
want to be, you know,
no, that's
to
not
worship
true.
God
Not
and
everyone, no, no. The idea that everyone wants to be a believer is absolute nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. This is why we talk about people who are sincere and people who are insincere. People who are insincere know the truth when they see it, but they have a knee-jerk reaction. They just want to do absolutely anything that they can to reject. And this is why we refer to them as kafir, because someone who is a kafir comes from the root word kafara, which linguistically means to cover over something and to reject. That's what it actually means. So when
are you
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala refers to them as kuffar, he's saying that these are people who cover the truth with falsehood and push it away.
are you will this be an accurate then exegesis? Because I was reading Surah 91 actually just yesterday, and I came across ayah 8 that says, well, I'll read from say verse 6. By the earth and what spread it, by the self and what fashioned it. So in other words, these are like oaths. And then verse 8, and instilled it, which would be the soul, I'm assuming, the human soul, instilled it with its tendency to depravity and its sense of guarding itself. So in other words, from what I understand, is that Allah has placed in the human soul the tendencies to do both good and evil.
Correct.
But then,
Yeah, it's
and
part of our
this
test.
is a side theological point, in the New Testament you have something like God is light and in him there is no darkness. So to already put depravity into the soul means that ontologically Allah has to have depravity.
So we're gonna get into a Calvinism debate, Rob?
No. This is not.
Well, look, at the end
No.
of the day,
Depravity is not the
Allah
Calvinist
is
understanding.
No, I understand that, but like
Depravity
why
is
does
the
it
sin
matter?
nature.
Look,
God
from the
creates all
theological
things.
perspective, Allah is the creator of good and evil.
Yeah.
Nothing exists except with his permission, right? So he creates good and evil, right? He allows both to exist, and he placed both good and evil within us so that he may test us to see what we will choose. And this is why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the same in the next ayah, قَدْ أَفْلَحَ مَنْ زَكَّاهَا. Successful indeed is the one who purifies his soul, right?
Right. So
قَدْ خَابَ
can
مَنْ
these
دَسَّاهَا.
people, these kuffar, can they purify their souls?
Yes, if they choose to. This has
So they have
happened.
free
This
will.
happened with Umar. It happened with Khalid bin Walid, right? Khalid bin Walid unalived how many Muslims? Yeah, I said unalived like we're on bloody TikTok. How many Muslims did he kill? Right, Khalid bin Walid.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Right. He killed so many, but he changed. He heard the message, continued to hear the message, and his heart softened, and he accepted Islam. And he
Yeah,
offered
but
his life
again,
for
this
Islam rather than. It's a
can I
choice.
do I have permission to quickly share my screen to show you something?
No.
So because
No.
we're dealing
No.
with the psychology of the matter here.
Progress.
I've brought up.
The psychology of the Quran is fascinating. When it
Oh, it
dives
is.
into
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
when it
Yeah.
dives into the psychology of man.
Okay. So I've brought up for the sake of I'm interested in the psychology of the matter, and hence when I brought up Epiphanius, I brought up this is the latest translation of his work in a 2019 work on the Gnostic text.
Wait,
But
sorry.
I want to.
I
Yeah.
want to know where you're going with this because, like, we were like sort of midway through
Oh
discussing
no,
about
I'm not. No. I'm not
the
deviating.
stories and the accusations.
Yeah. It's actually in those terms, the stories, the accusations. That's why I asked you that question. Why? What's their motivation? And you're like, well, that's just the way that it is. You know, they're kuffar.
No,
And
it's not. It's not just the way it is. It's when you look at the history, when you look at Quraysh. I actually said this earlier. I said Quraysh. One of the things that threatened them the most is that their gods was their main source of income. They were trading gods, right? These gods came from the Canaanite regions, right? That's where they came from. Hubal
yeah,
is a Canaanite name, right?
sure.
That's the first guy. That was the first dude that showed up, right? Became
Yeah,
the chief.
I understand.
So
I
there
understand
was
that
a
if
lot
you
of
have someone
threat.
like
There was a threat to the society. There was a
yes,
threat to to the elite, right? The
Yes.
fact is that because they understood if the Prophet ﷺ, his message prevailed, right? He would have been, what do you call it? He would have led them. He would have destroyed their trade. Okay, the Quran actually mentions about this with regards to with regards to trade and whatnot. It would have meant that the oppression that they had and the slaves that they had, they would have no longer any power over them, right? There was a lot that the Quran came to change. Okay. So it was a massive threat. Plus the fact there was tribalism. Tribalism was an absolutely massive thing in pre-Islamic Arabia, and the Quran warns about it. Right. This is why today, when we talk about nationalism in the Arab worlds and the non-Arab world, like it doesn't matter. We're all Muslims. Stop dividing it into Arabs and non-Arabs and this and that. Allah created us all so that we can get to know one another, right? He's dispelling the idea of tribalism. There are so many aspects that would have caused a threat to these people.
Yeah.
And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala also mentions about the desires, right? It's not limited to Quraysh. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentions the many different ways that the many reasons that people will choose to reject the truth when it came to them. Like, for example, we just want to follow our forefathers. That's what they wanted as well. They wanted that as well. They were like, well, our forefathers were upon this religion. No, so what? So these are the reasons. This is all documented in the Quran.
Right. So the reason why I'm bringing this up is not to derail the discussion. I'm actually working with the summarizations you're laying out. I'm giving a snapshot example of a guy, Epiphanius, who is basically writing in the same style or in the same sort of reactionary, knee-jerk reaction that you see these disbelievers do in Surah 25. And so, but notice what he says is what I'm trying to say. So he says here, and I'll skip because we brought up the Noah thing, and someone in the chat was like, that doesn't exist. So I just wanted to show an example where here it is in writing, and the psychology of it. So, but when you reach this section of his book, this is what he says. He says, one book they, the Gnostics, entitled Noria, and by allegorical interpretation of Greek religion, they recompose Greek epic mythology and imagery, interweaving, so notice this language, interweaving falsehood and the truth. For this, Noria, they say, was Noah's wife. And they name her Noria so that with reference to non-Greek words, they might recompose epic written among the Greeks in the Greek language, and so make an impression on those. So notice this language, make an impression on those who have been deceived by them. Thus they give an explanation of the name Phira by calling her Noria. Now, inasmuch as Nura means fire only in the Syriac language, but not in formal Hebrew, for in the formal language the Hebrew call fire Hesath, it must have happened that they used this name, Noria, from lack of acquaintance and from inexperience. So that, again, that's very interesting language. If you skip down, I'll just skip down to this bit over here, where he says that then these Gnostics, once again, where they say that she wanted many times to be with Noah in the ark. Her request was denied, since it says the ruler who created the world wanted to destroy her in the flood along with all the others. So the ruler who created the world. So and she goes and burns this ark, this burning language. Now, so in the Quran story of her not surviving the flood, was it Allah who did not want to save her, or was it her disbelief? Like what caused, according to the Quran, what caused her not being saved?
Disbelief.
Okay, but what was that? Does it give an example of what her disbelief was? Like, why did she disbelieve?
Disbelief is to reject Allah. It's to associate partners with Him. This is disbelief, right? But if you accept Allah, let's say, like, for example, Quraysh believed in Allah. They didn't not believe in Allah. They believed in Allah, but they committed shirk, right, by associating partners with Him, right? This was their disbelief. This is how they disbelieved in Allah. Because to believe in Allah is to believe in Tawheed alone, right? To not reject Him in any sort of way. acknowledging his existence can still be rejection. Okay, so the disbelief and what they call it of the people of Noor was their idol worship of the five idols who used to be scholars, right? And then memorials and everything were made in what do you call it, to commemorate them, and then they became gods to be worshipped. Okay, this is the trick of shaitan. Okay, this happened after Idris, right, alayhi salam. Now, so, and by the way, all of these details that you have from Epiphanius about this, none of that is even in our Israeliyat, because a large chunk of our stories of the Prophet, Qasas al-Anbiya, actually stem from Israeliyat. Okay, Nuh alayhi salam.
Yeah, I came across that term actually. Anyway, when I was doing
Yeah,
my Quran
yeah.
reading
So
last night.
Israeliyat,
Yeah.
Judeo-Christian sources, right? Judeo-Christian
Yeah.
sources make up a large chunk of our of the stories of the prophets, right? Because there's not much detail about them in the Quran. Okay?
No, there's not.
No, exactly, right? So a large chunk of it, but this idea of the wife of Nuh alayhi salam burning the ark and do all the stuff that Epiphanius mentions is absent from the Qasas, this is the story of
Yeah,
Nuh.
yeah,
Yeah, Rob, can I ask a question?
But no, wait, just quickly.
Okay.
You just clarified and said so. Notice the careful fine-tuning nature of the Quran here. You said there's no burning of the ark, but then I asked you, but why was she not saved? Because she was
Disbeliever. That's in the Quran.
I don't see the similarities.
No, wait. Watch what happens here. So here you have her asking she needs to be on the ark.
Should I bring myself down and let you guys argue about this?
No, see, I don't want to argue with Rob.
No,
I don't want to argue with you. I'm just saying I don't see that this is not like a dual Qarnayn situation where it seems like a strong copying from another.
No, it is. You'll see it in a moment.
Just that Noah had a wife. Okay, yeah, keep going then. Because just that Noah had a wife so far.
It's all on this page.
Okay. My
so notice that she her request was denied, since it says the ruler who created the world wanted to destroy her. Now, why did he want to destroy her? In the same way, why did Allah say no to Noah's wife? And you're clarifying and saying it's because she disbelieved. Okay, now notice why. So yes, her reaction then was to try and burn it. Okay, but then this verse clarifies right into the next bit here. So Epiphanius then gives his own comment. So this says, Noah put his trust in the ruler. Yeah. So in other words, Noah is putting his trust in Allah, right? Whereas Noriya revealed the higher powers and the Babalo from the powers, who, like the other powers, was opposed to the ruler. And she made clear the necessity of collecting from out of the power within bodies. And so in other words, she's doing pagan stuff. And then Epiphanius then says, and I simply find it difficult to describe the utter blindness of these people of darkness, for I would spend a lot of time if at this point I wanted to quibble over the treatise on these matters and give detailed information about the bizarre teachings of the falsely termed acquaintance. So it's interesting that you have then the clarification that she was a disbeliever. That's why she was rejected on the ark. So her reaction was to burn the ark. And her name means, well, there's a play on terms, there, fire and so on. And this is the only other occurrence of this is the Quran.
Okay, so that's I would have a question
what I'm getting at.
No, again, there's actually no parallel here whatsoever.
Yeah, but can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So does
there's only these two stories that have not been saved.
Hold on. I'm on your side. I flipped to your side now again, Rob. So Yemeni, when it says that she was a disbeliever, what does that word in the Arabic mean? Does it mean that she was a pagan, Noah's wife, in the Surah on Noah?
Kafir simply means that she rejected the understanding is that she rejected the message of Noah.
Okay, because I'm guessing what Rob is trying to say is
it doesn't specify. It doesn't specify that she necessarily worshipped the idols. Okay,
because that would be a parallel. That would be
Yeah, there is actually no detail about that. It just mentions that because she disbelieved, her and her son, they disbelieved. Okay. Did they worship the idols? There is actually nothing in our sources, even from the Judeo-Christian sources that we utilize to sort of fill in the gaps. It doesn't mention that they were idol worshippers.
Okay.
It makes, because even with the son, his rejection of it is made actually more clear in the Quran, because he says, what do you call it? I will be saved if I go high enough. So he put his trust in himself, right, to be saved. Even though Nuh is saying, no, Allah has already said that the only way you're going to be saved is if you're on the ark. Get on the ark, right? So the Quran actually makes that very clear, right? That the disbelief of his son was by essentially putting trust in himself, right? He didn't want to.
Then how do you...
He rejected Nuh in that way.
Okay, so I think you fall into a trap. So I've quoted Epiphanius. Now I'm going to the original Nag Hammadi text that then when we discovered, we wanted to see if Epiphanius got it correct. This is the original text where it's giving out, how Noria was born and so on and so on. Now notice what it says. When the ruler of the power came to know of their decision, it said to Noah, make yourself an ark, blah, 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 blah. Then you have this, there's an interesting term where the text changes Noria to Oria, which actually means beautiful. So they're trying to anyway, I won't get into that linguistic issue, but it's an interesting, it's just a one word change here. Came to him wanting to board the ark. He would not let her, so she blew up the ark, right? Then notice what she then does. She goes, there's this bit about the confrontation of Noria and the rulers. These are these divine beings. And down over here, it says that she's basically asking them to save her. Let me just try and find it.
Yeah, but we don't have any.
Yeah, here it is. But Noria turned with the might of, and the text is broken, and in a loud voice she cried out to the Holy, the God of the entirety, rescue me from the rulers of injustice and save me from their clutches immediately.
That doesn't happen.
Yeah.
But she's invoking a false deity.
Yeah, but I already said to you
because she's a kuffar.
No, a kafir doesn't necessarily mean that you are worshipping an idol, right? Not by necessity. Okay, rejecting Allah, rejecting the Prophet is disbelief. It makes you a kafir. In the same way, so for example, one of the nullifiers of Islam, okay, to take you out of the fold of Islam is to mock Islam, blasphemy, right? Now, if I make a joke about one of the prophets, a derogatory joke, about one of the prophets, that could take me out of the fold of Islam, even though I still believe in Allah alone, without associating any partners with him. That still takes me outside of the fold of Islam. Disbelief is not solely contingent on worshipping an idol or a statue or another human being, or it's not contingent on that alone. So you need to understand what shirk is in our paradigm. Like I said, what you've brought up is not mentioned. And the thing is, the things that I mentioned with regards to the Israeliyat, it's not even from the Prophet ﷺ. This came centuries later when the Muslims became familiar with Judeo-Christian literature and stories, and they started to incorporate that into the stories of the prophets to fill in the gaps that the Quran has with regards to these prophets. Okay, so they try to explain these. Okay, well, what happened to Abraham, after he left Hagar? Because it doesn't mention in the Quran.
Just quickly, the Epiphanius and this Noria thing predates Muhammad and the Quran.
I know it does.
Okay. I just want to clarify. What do you mean by post?
Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, when he is telling these stories in the Quran, okay, because he's speaking from revelation. This is what's coming out of his mouth. The Quran is coming out of his mouth. Okay, he's not mentioning about what do you call it? The wife of Noah being an idol worshipper. Just simply, she's a disbeliever. Okay, how she disbelieved doesn't mention. Mentions that his son, disbelieved and he drowned as well. Right? That's more explicit. That's more understood. Nothing about the burning of the ark 3 times. Noah built the ark. Right. In fact, the angels were teaching him how to do so. Right. The angel Gabriel was one of the angels that taught him how to build the ark. Right. He didn't know. He wasn't a carpenter. Okay. So, it's raining. So all of these details that you mentioned from Epiphanius doesn't come from the Prophet, peace be upon him, at all. And it doesn't even come from the Muslims that adopt Judeo-Christian literature later on, right? They don't mention this information. They don't mention her name. They don't mention the burning of the ark. They don't mention that she was an idol worshipper. None of this, right? This idea that she went to invoke the rulers, the gods afterwards to save her instead of Allah, not mentioned in any
But
sort
if
of
I
understanding from
had
this.
if I had an elevator moment, like a bullet point, PowerPoint bullet point statement, and all I said was, this is what Epiphanius said about Noah's wife. She
Doesn't
was
mean
not
anything.
allowed on the ark because she was a disbeliever and she drowned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
that's not
have I
called-
contradicted the Gnostic teaching? The answer is no.
But Rob, I'm just trying to be like fair, and I'm not trying to be like anti-Muslim or anti-Christian, but like, it doesn't seem like it's that strong of a parallel. Like, if all of those other things were mentioned explicitly in the Quran as well, and this predates the Quran, then I would say that the Quran could have taken from this legend.
Yeah, but okay, my okay. This is my pushback,
Okay.
and I love you. Yamini, you go for it.
Yeah.
You're not convincing me because the only occurrence of this Noah's wife not being saved is in that Gnostic text, nowhere
Nope.
else.
Fine. Okay. Who told him these stories? Who told the Prophet ﷺ this story? Because I take your point. You said
And
that he
and
could
so
have-
then
he
the
could
only
have
other occurrence
summarized-
is the Quran.
Hold on a second. No, we'll
Yeah.
use this as an example, right? Because you said, okay, well, he could have summarized this story and made it quite vague, which wouldn't contradict the Gnostic. I agree with you. All right. If you want to make something vague so that it doesn't contradict something else, you
Oh
could
no,
do
I'm not assuming that either. I may have come across as I was
I'm
assuming that with
making
the elevator
argument,
analogy.
okay, but
All I'm
still
saying is
manning
I'm
your-
seeing these as data points. Quran,
Sure,
Gnostic text.
sure.
They
Fantastic.
are both saying that she did not survive, but they're the only texts in antiquity that say that.
But couldn't
Just
it be
these
a
two.
coincidence?
No
Couldn't it be
problem.
a
But this is the thing.
coincidence?
I'm still manning your argument here, right?
Okay.
And that's a problem for you, right? Because the question still comes: who told the Prophet ﷺ these stories? You have this document from Epiphanius in the 4th
Well, the
century.
Quran is saying that they say that
No,
people are teaching him this morning and night.
You finding a similarity means absolutely nothing, right? Means absolutely nothing, right? You need to find a link, because the accusation of Quraysh, because you have an active accusation by Quraysh, you're saying he is retelling these stories, which means he's aware
Okay.
of these stories.
So
How is it?
to
And not only
clarify,
is he aware of these stories, hold on. Not only is he aware
Okay.
of these stories, but people are telling it to him. That's the accusation, one of the accusations. So tell me, how is he aware of Epiphanius? Tell me how is he aware of Epiphanius, and tell me who he was teaching him.
So about 30 minutes ago, and son of Christendom, it's not a criticism of you. I know you were asking questions, so I had a thought I was going to ask, but so thank you for reminding me is what I'm saying. Quraysh, if this is a collective group and this is about the Quraysh in Surah 25, now my question is, and I don't know the answer to this, so you'll have to clarify. Did the Quraysh then have what the Quran calls the Torah and the Injil? Were they aware of
I need you to
stuff like
answer-
that? Like
I need you to answer my question, right? Because you've done
no,
this.
but the Quraysh are the ones saying he's being taught day and night. These are old tales.
Right,
So
that's their accusation. So I'm asking you, right? If their accusation is true, how did he know about Epiphanius and the Gnostic group that believed in this? And who taught him? Who from the Gnostics survived in Mecca?
Yes,
And came
yes.
to Mecca to teach
And-
the Prophet. Sorry, selling this.
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. Did the Quraysh
No.
have connections?
With Gnostics.
Not just
That
Gnostics,
died
but
out-
did the
that
Quraysh?
died out.
No, this is something I'm asking
centuries
you.
ago.
Did the Quraysh have the Torah, the Injil?
No, they didn't.
Okay, so
Quraysh
they're
didn't.
completely pagan then.
Yeah, completely pagan.
Okay, so then when in ayah 2, when it says he has not taken a son nor has he any associate, that can also include the Quraysh pagan polytheistic.
Yeah, because this is why it says, what do you call it? What was it again? Chapter, what was it? 25 verse 2. I forgot the word now. Apparently it came off the top. Lost it from my head. Sharik, yeah. Sharikon. So Sharikon just means partner, which is what Quraysh had. They had
Okay.
360.
So it's not
60 partners.
necessarily a jab at the Christian concept.
No.
It's-
I explained that
Okay.
earlier.
Okay. So that's why I wanted to clarify on that. So
But this
So
is what I'm saying
then-
to you.
okay, Yeah.
how does a Gnostic tradition, which from a people that died out before Epiphanius, right? They didn't exist. Epiphanius is documenting groups that existed, not groups that currently exist during his time. So by the 4th century, when Epiphanius is writing this, most of these Christian groups have already died out, right? Their beliefs no longer exist, but record of their beliefs. This is why you even have, there's a lot of these groups where he doesn't actually have much to say about them because there's not much known about them, right? There are other groups that he knows a little bit more and makes commentary about them. But you're talking about someone who is documenting a Gnostic group who held a certain tradition that died out, God knows when, right? Let's say late 3rd century, right? Because he's writing in the 4th century.
Remnants of it survived in people like Epiphanius and so on. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, but he himself
but it's still,
was not.
in other words, but
right?
it's still 200 years. It's still 2 centuries
three
prior to
centuries.
Muhammad.
It's 3 centuries, right? 4th century is
I'm sticking with
centuries.
Epiphanius as being the latest as you can go.
No, even as late, because Epiphanius was 4th century, right? He wasn't 5th century. So
yeah, true. Yeah, he died literally at the turn of the 5th century. So let's say it's 3 centuries. All right. Yeah.
So 3 centuries between Epiphanius and Muhammad, peace be upon him. And then suddenly we have this story, which the Quraysh first, what do you call it? One of their accusations is that he makes it up completely, even though they don't even know about these stories. The other one is that they accuse him that he is not only retelling these stories, but someone is teaching him these things day and night. What do you call it? But yet, we've got no trace of any Gnostic group that believed in this story existing in Mecca, nor do the Quraysh actually have found any evidence of someone teaching him these things day and night. And you want to make this an argument, really?
So then this still falls into the other question I asked about chronology. So is the Noah story, where would you place Surah 66, which speaks about the Lot's wife? Because notice there's a parallelism in Surah 66. Lot's wife and Noah's wife both being disbelievers.
Before we go to Lot, what's your conclusion with Noah?
No. Wait, no, I'm not deviating. I'm not going to a different topic. I'm saying.
No, I know you're not going to a different topic. You're going to a different story.
No. What
is a different
Yemeni.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying the bit about Noah's wife not being saved is juxtaposed literally in the same verse as Lot's wife in Surah 66.
Sorry, my apologies. Yeah.
So I find it curious that in Surah 66 you have both wives sort of being like, here are the equivalents of disbelievers, and in other words, here are 2 men's wives falling, having the same fate. And so my question then is, if you're saying the Quraysh is in Surah 25, in a certain year period that the Surah was revealed, where would you place Surah 66?
It's also Mecca.
With respect to Surah 11 that speaks about Noah's son, like where would these surahs be placed chronologically for the Quraysh to have that reaction?
Both of them are in Mecca. No, look, no one is saying that they waited for all of the stories to be revealed, right? As they were being revealed, the Quraysh were making these arguments, and then more of the story will be revealed, right? What do you call it? Chapter 25, chapter 11, and chapter 66 were all Meccan surahs, but they were revealed obviously at different times within Mecca. 66 and 11 are, I believe, are a little later than 25.
And hence, all of them is a consistent Quraysh context.
All of it, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So this is what I was saying, and this is why I actually wanted to go through
Jews, this. Christians.
Let me just go quickly. Let me just go quickly through the list of the stories that are mentioned in the Meccan period. So we already mentioned Adam and Iblis, Nuh, Hud, and Ad, Salih and Thumud, the story of Abraham, the story of Lot, the story of Shu'aib and Midian, the story of Yusuf. All right. What do you call it? The whole of Surah 12 is actually Mecca. Musa, alayhi salam, and Pharaoh. David and Sulaiman are mentioned. Ayub is mentioned, right? Or Job. Dhul Fiql, scholars disagree about who this could be. Yunus alayhi salam is mentioned. Idris alayhi salam is mentioned. Ilyas, Al-Yasa, Dhul Qarnayn is actually a part of it is a Meccan. Sorry, no, this is like no, my
The Surah
Dhul
18
Yeah, you
is
said
interesting.
Dhul Qarnayn was Medinan. So
yeah, Dhul Qarnayn is Medinan. So yeah, so that's it. Al-Yasa is the last one. Sorry, Dhul Qarnayn
okay.
is all of them in chapter 18 is Medina.
So isn't that kind of interesting though that and in the surahs that are revealed in Mecca, we've established, and we talked about this a few days ago, Yemeni, that there were Arabic-speaking Arab Jews. I don't know what I'm saying. There were Jews in Medina, in Mecca and Medina, that he had contact with, right?
No, not in Mecca. Not in Mecca.
Okay, so
but that's why it's That's why it's clarifying with him.
Yeah, you call me Jacob, by the way. You see my name on Discord, it's Jacob, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Jacob. So Jacob, I was clarifying. Is it like ratio-wise? Would you say 95, 99% Croatian, 1% Jew, Christian in Mecca?
No.
Or is
Because
it just
in Medina.
all
So these
correct?
are the stories in Medina. So in Medina, you have chapter 18, which was the stories of Dhul Qarnayn, the people of the cave, and Khidr and Musa. This is in Medina. But also Adam, parts of the story of Adam, for example, chapter 2, verse 30 to 39, is in Medina. Ibrahim and Ismail again shows up in Medina. Musa and Beni Israel, that shows up again in Medina. Harut and Marut show up in Medina. This is all in Surah Al-Baqarah predominantly.
The God Magog thing, right?
No, Harut and Marut are the angels that introduce magic into the world.
Oh, I'm thinking of a different.
Yeah.
Majuj and yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, Yajuj and Majuj is
Surah 18.
Is the Dhul Qarnayn one?
Yeah. And then Uzair, just very briefly in chapter 9. Isa alayhi salam is mentioned, again in Medina as well. But then you also have, for example, Talut or Jalut.
Goliath.
Yeah, Jalut is Goliath. Yeah. Talut, the scholars say this refers to Saul. But then again, they're drawing from the Bible to say that that's who Talut is. Allahu A'lam. Regarding the Sabbath, the Last Supper, Cain and Abel.
You mentioned Jesus.
These are all in
Okay,
Medina.
I was going to say, so the surahs, so Surah 5. What about Surah? Okay, so Surah 5 is Medina. What about Surah 19 Al Maryam because that's mostly about Jesus.
No, 19 is Mecca. 19 is Mecca.
It's in Mecca. Okay, so what about Surah 3?
Oh, Medina.
The family of Imran. Okay, it's in Medina.
Yeah,
okay.
and this is interesting. So how would the Quraysh know anything about Mary?
Yeah.
Oh, exactly.
Well, there was an image of her
because I find
that's actually a fair point. Wait, hold on, Jacob. Actually, when I mentioned to you the paintings in the Kaaba, I think I also mentioned it to you, Rob, as well. I had a brother in my chat, in my comment section. He said to me that it's actually not authentic. I went to double check it, and he's true. It's true. It's actually not authentic. It comes from a person called Al-Azraqi. Okay. Now I knew it came from Al-Azraqi, but I thought he was narrating a authentic report. Turns out the reports are not authentic.
And you would see the problem of that being the case, because if there were presumably either Coptic Orthodox or Eastern Orthodox icons of the mother of God, Mother Mary, if you had her icons in the Kaaba, that would prove that there were traditional Christians in
I just want to, but this is with regards to
knocking my door. Give me a second.
Yeah. Okay. But this is with regards to Mary and Jesus. Okay. The images of Abraham and Ismail is authentic because we have that in Bukhari and Muslim. The ones about Jesus and Mary, that's not authentic. That comes from Al-Azraqi.
With respect to 19, but that you're saying is Meccan.
Yes.
Can you clarify to me?
Sorry,
we have Mormons knocking on my door, so we're in the Islam discussion.
You should bring them in.
Yeah, I know, right? Hey,
give them that.
Yeah,
You've just come just in time.
just in time. Yeah, that happened to God Logic too, actually. So yeah. Okay, sorry guys, my roommate's over here.
Can you clarify to me actually, let me just bring it up. I'll open up Surah 19 because I find it an interesting surah.
But
at the
look,
start,
we can go from all the stories just before you go to it. We could go to all
okay.
the stories. The fundamental thing here is, where did the Prophet ﷺ get them from? That's the fundamental thing.
But
We could go to every story.
that's what I'm going to ask right now.
Yeah. Okay.
With respect to 19. So you
Mm.
have it literally, I mean, you know, the first verse is that kaf ha, you know, the unlettered mysterious letters or something.
Yes.
Verse 2, a remembrance of the mercy of your Lord to his servant Zechariah. So this is something, because Surah 3 clarifies, which is, you're saying is a Medina surah. This is from the unseen. Muhammad was not an eyewitness, in other words. Okay, so remembrance of the mercy of your Lord to his servant Zechariah. When he called on his Lord in secret, he said, "My Lord, surely my bones have become weak," blah, blah, blah. When I skip down to where 7, Zechariah, surely we give you good news of a boy, his name will be John. Okay. Then skip all the way down to 16. And remember in the book Mary. Is this the book of Mary, or is this in the book with respect to Mary, like Mary in this particular book?
The Injil, probably.
No, this is in reference to وَاذْكُرْ فِي الْكِتَابِ, right? Maryam. What do you call it? The book here is referring to the Quran, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, if it says remember in the book, let me tell, because there are, when it mentions.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't say remember. Dhakar, wadhkur can mean mention as well.
Well, I'm going from the English translation because I read the Clear Quran from.
So the correct understanding here is what do you call it? And mention, yeah.
Okay, mention.
Mention in the book, in the Quran.
Yes.
You're talking about mention in the book, the story of Mary. Okay.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Okay, mention in the Quran Mary when she withdrew from her family to an eastern place and took a veil apart from them. We sent to her our spirit, and it took for her the form of a human being exactly. And she said, "Surely I take refuge with the mercy from you, if you are the one who guards yourself." And he said, "I'm only a messenger of your Lord, sent to grant you a boy," and blah, blah, and then the rest is history. So Ibn Kathir says something curious. He's probably the only tafsir that I've read where he assumes that she thought she was going to get raped by this being. My question is, what's this Eastern place language? What's this veil language? Because all I can think about is Surah 3, and it's to do with the Herodian temple, and that she's a Vestal Virgin.
Yeah, that's where it's clarified. Yeah,
the eastern part of the temple. In
the
other
eastern
words,
part of the temple, because obviously
servants
in the temple could not leave the temple.
Right.
So yeah, she was on the eastern side of the temple.
Okay, excellent. So now it's curious that this data is being given to the Quraysh, because Surah 19 is Meccan. But they would have no clue about the happenings of Herodian temple logistics in Second Temple stuff. But we know where, like, say, the court of the Gentiles, the court of the women, like, we know where, you know, the distribution of the temple, and we know that there's no such thing as.
But the Quran makes it very clear that Mary was an exception.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the only text apart from the Quran that says Mary is a priestess until her menstruation started, which meant she became unclean, and hence she had to go to the eastern side and hence veil or separate herself.
No, that's not why.
Is the Proto-Evangelion of James?
No, but it's not because she was menstruating. That's not why.
No. The Proto-Evangelion says that when she reached the age of menstruation, she needed to be she can't be a priestess anymore because now she's unclean. So then lots were cast and it landed on Joseph, and she went to the east side of the temple and had this encounter, and then Jesus was going to be born.
Interesting.
That is there's no such thing as women doing this sort of thing, let alone Mary in first century Christian discourse doing that, until this apocryphal legend came about. And so
well, that's based on Christian tradition, though. So a lot of the churches, Catholic, Orthodox believe it. So,
but what relevance does then this have for the Quraysh? And then your question is valid. Like, how did Muhammad know about if he is drawing from the Proto-Evangelion? How did
Well,
he?
we first have to establish that.
I mean,
right?
I
He
suppose
wouldn't
he's
be- he
drawing on it in a
hold on,
Medinan
guys.
sense because Surah 3 is deliberate.
He wouldn't need to be. He could just be drawing from Christian traditions because this was the Proto-Evangelion
Christian-
of James is a text, but the same
Yeah,
stories.
but do you
about
understand
Mary-
Yemeni's point? If this is a Meccan, if this is a
It's
yeah,
Mecca.
but Jacob, do you understand Yemeni's point? This is Mecca. I'm talking about Surah 19 as giving a tease of a larger expanded version in the Medinan Surah, which is Surah 3, that obviously has Jews and Christians and blah blah blah.
Okay.
So what relevance does Surah 19 have with respect to the Quraysh and Yemeni, by the way? Then with the palm tree thing, that's very specific to this text called the Pseudo Gospel of Matthew.
Yeah.
That
Sure.
goes out of its way to speak about how she's shaking the palm tree and blah blah blah.
I don't mind about these. Look, the point you're not getting here, right, is similarities don't mean anything unless you can connect them to the Prophet, peace be upon him. And the thing is, you keep mentioning these are Gnostic traditions, right? Which
No,
we
these
know.
are
Oh no! I wasn't saying this one's Gnostic.
These are Orthodox Catholic,
These are Orthodox from Apocrypha by Christians
but they were believed
that
in
made up
heresy.
stuff of Mary.
Right.
Well, I wouldn't agree with that.
When you say Apocrypha, look, when we talk about Apocrypha, right, that's also part of a Gnostic tradition because Gnostic just means knowledge. Right?
This isn't Gnostic though. This was held by the Christians of Syria and the
you could you could say this. You could say this about any. The thing is, you can say this about any Christian group, right? Even though you refer to them as Gnostics, back in the day, they were just another Christian sect, right? They weren't considered Gnostics in their day.
What I'm saying is, this is not some obscure Gnostic tradition. This is something that would be held by the mainline church.
Even if it's mainline, look, whether you bring me something that is fringe, rare, mainstream, it doesn't matter. The point here is you got to connect it to the Prophet, peace be upon him. Who in Mecca is teaching the Prophet ﷺ these
Which
stories?
is a valid question.
Yeah.
That's the question.
And Yemeni, to Steelman, where if I was to put myself in your shoes and if I was a Muslim, the ramification.
I'm not asking you to put yourself in my shoes. I'm asking you to put yourself in the shoes of the disbelievers in Quraysh. When they are hearing the Quran and they are hearing these stories, and they see that there are no Christians around them, that there are no Jews around them, right? And I said,
do they even have the concept of Christian and Jew? Do they even have that concept?
Yes, they do.
Oh,
they know.
But in what sense? Because they're trading?
Through trading and stuff, right? But chapter 10, verse 94, the Mushrikeen actually went to Medina, right?
So
and they were like, "Yo, is he telling the truth here? Is he right?" Right?
So
they spoke to the Jews to confirm these stories.
Couldn't he have gotten the stories from trading with the Christians and Jews? And the Meccans, like in the Islamic literature, Mecca is a center of trade, right? People went to Mecca and they did pilgrimage, Hajj, and I think even Christians and Jews, right?
No. Christians and Jews did not do the pagan.
I have heard some Muslims tell me that, but anyway, they went on Hajj. Right. They said me that Christians were going on Hajj. There were Hanif Christians and Jews that went on Hajj to Mecca. But okay, so if Mecca is a trading center, and I'm thinking of Mecca in the Islamic sources as like this cosmopolitan, a city. If it's the trading center and there's religious ideas being mixed back and forth, is what I said to you in the last stream, then it would make sense for the Prophet Muhammad to get his traditions from these Christians and Jews. Like it's easy. You know what I mean? Especially if you have interest in monotheism.
Because despite the trade routes, and you're right, Mecca was pretty essential to the trade routes. Jews and Christians didn't come into Mecca often. And like I said, it was such a few number that it's barely worth mentioning.
Well, and so what I'm saying is,
no, because we know most of the people that came to trade were from our other Arab tribes.
Okay. What I'm saying is the two sides of this argument, the Christian side that's saying that the Quran is using legends that came from the Christians, they just have to prove that the Prophet Muhammad had this close contact with Christians and Jews. Right. He had to have a human way.
Not close contact. Close contact doesn't cut it. Like I said to you last night, right, or a couple of days ago.
Yeah,
I live in London. I grew up in London. I'm surrounded by Sikhs. I'm surrounded by Buddhists. I'm surrounded by Jews, Christians, atheists, and everything. And even though I am active in polemics and religious studies and stuff, I don't know half of their beliefs. Right? I still don't know what Sikhs believes properly. Right? I don't, right? I don't know what Hindus believe, right? This is why I leave it to Dawah Wise to deal with the Hindus, right? I don't know what they believe in, but I have Hindus that live around me, okay? And I've been in
I mean,
London for
Hanuman
the better
and
part of
Ganesh,
30 years.
enough.
I don't
You
know
may know
anyone.
just an inkling. No, what I'm saying is even just an inkling of like Hanuman the monkey carrying the mountains,
That's
like
because I
that
heard
in
it from
itself
Hamza.
is,
It's because I heard it from Hamza. It's not because I heard it from Hindus, right?
yeah, well,
I have no
don't forget
idea
I was
about
born in
these.
Well,
Hyderabad as well.
even then, Yemeni,
Yeah.
what you just said, you heard these things about the Hindus from Hamza. So couldn't the Prophet have
Because of
gotten,
technology.
even if he
Because
did,
of
hang on. Even if the Prophet himself did not know, and I think he probably did, but even if he didn't have this contact with Christians and Jews, is it not possible for him to have like learned these things from other people who did? I mean, other people who did go. I mean, he
It's
just
not.
opened up a
It's
whole
possible.
new cope for
It
us,
is
basically.
possible. It is possible. Of course, it's possible. I'm not saying it's not possible.
So
I'm
for
saying
this miracle to be
hold on,
true, oh, go ahead.
hold on a second. I'm saying that for you to show that the Prophet ﷺ was among the people is not enough, because even when you look in the Medinan period, he was surrounded by Jews and Christians at that point, right? Mostly Jews, but there was some Christians, right? But he was surrounded by them, and yet when he was telling the stories in Medina, they themselves, the Jews and the Christians, were like, what's going on here? How does he know this? In fact, chapter 18, like I mentioned many times, was revealed because the Jews were testing him on it. They were like,
Yes,
do you know about these
the
stories?
spirit,
Tell us about Zulkarnain.
something about the spirit,
Yeah.
Dulkanain, and what's the other
Zulkarnain,
one?
Moses and Khidr, and the seven sleepers. These are the three stories.
The seven sleepers. That's right.
Yeah.
The Jews are asking him about it. Why would they ask him about it if they think he knows? If they themselves taught him?
Well,
Being
here's how I understood it, and correct me if I'm wrong.
Sure.
When I read that bit about in his biography, I was thinking that's actually a very clever strategy to authenticate whether he's genuinely a prophet. So if he's truly that, that Umi unlettered, but it doesn't really mean that as well. It can mean he's separate or something.
It means
it also means unlettered.
Yeah.
Well, then clarify.
That's
Our previous discussion. You said
the primary meaning is unlettered, but yes, it could also mean outside of a
yeah.
Like
okay.
isolated.
So it can be both then. Okay.
It does mean both.
Okay.
But the primary meaning, I'm talking, words have different connotations, but they have a primary connotation, which is used often, right? And that's unlettered.
And in fact, isn't there a verse in the Quran that if memory serves me right, that the word Umi is connected to where the Quran itself says you do not know these things or something? Have I got that correct? That Muhammad. I remember you telling me that the Quran says that you were not taught. Yeah.
Yeah, but he doesn't refer. He's not mentioned as Ummi in those verses.
Oh, maybe okay then. Yeah. Okay, because I'm just because I forgot. Like I don't know if it's occurring in the same verse. But anyway, the point is there is a verse that says you did not know these things. These are coming from kind of like the Surah 3 again. Like these aren't seen.
Yeah, you didn't know these things.
Okay. So when the Jews asked that question, those three questions, Dulkanain, Spirit, and Seven Sleepers, I find that interesting because if at the same time he's also saying, hey, I'm also receiving revelation from God, then if they already know of these tales that they do not believe in, then the obvious litmus test is, well, let's see what he does with these questions. In other words, God should be because God knows all truth and he won't lie. So what I find curious in the story is that he says, yeah, I'll give you the answer tomorrow, but then it says it takes 15 days to come up with a response. And then when he comes up with a response, he agrees that there was a Dulkanain, that there was the Seven Sleepers, and I forget now what he did with the spirit. But
the report, if you're basing this on the report, by the way, if you're basing this on the hadith is not authentic. The reason why we know that the Jews did ask him this is because it's in the Quran itself, right? And the Quran is authentic.
Oh, then which?
But the report is actually weak.
Okay, but and then according to that weak report, they then disbelieve in response to his answer because they're like, well, there you go. He's not speaking truth.
No,
'cause
that's
we
not.
know these are.
No, that's not why they disbelieve. They don't
Then why
disbelieve
did they?
because they just simply look in the same way that they reject him on other things, right? Like the Jewess who poisoned him, right? The reason she poisoned him is to see if he will die, because in her mind, if he was a false prophet, he'll die immediately, like his companion did, and if he was a true prophet, he'll survive it. He survived it. She still disbelieved. There were many other Jews, okay, who actually said, like for example, the hadith that John brought in his debate about the 10 Commandments. When the 10 Commandments was said, the Jews kissed his hand and feet, and they said, "You are a prophet," but they didn't believe in him. They still rejected him. And their reason for rejecting him is because they were like, "If we reject you, we'll be excommunicated and killed by our people. So we're not going to believe in you." So it's not because of the stories that they rejected him. It's just, they affirmed that this was true. And the thing is, if you actually look at the story of the 7 sleepers, Allah doesn't tell you how many. It says some say it was this amount, right? Some say it
But
was this
Allah
amount,
knows the number.
but Allah knows the number, right?
And the
So
same
he's
thing with the
saying
years. It's very specific. 300, and then
Yeah,
some say
I
add
thought that was
another 9,
interesting. That was
but Allah
crazy.
and
knows.
9.
Yeah.
Yes, but and Allah
Yeah.
knows
Isn't
about.
there a few
Now-
verses where it, like
now-
the author
Allah is
says,
affirming that these stories are true, but no one actually
Okay.
really knows
Now-
the full truth of these things.
I'm curious. Shabir Ali on his Let the Quran Speak channel,
Oh,
literally like a
okay.
month ago. Yeah. And he literally brought up this whole, like he spent 3 episodes on all 3 in Surah 18 and says that there was no Dul Kanain, there was no 7 sleepers, but rather apparently there's a technicality in the Arabic where it says something about like this is a legend, but Allah's work still going along with it to bring about a bigger moral teaching implication.
No, this is not backed up by any of the evidence at all. This is why Shabir Ali he's a nobody, really.
But I like the guy. He's nice. He's
a nice guy. He's a nice guy. He's well spoken. He's articulate and everything, but he has fallen, right? Because he has so many beliefs that are just completely heretical, and border on disbelief even, right? They even border on disbelief. All right, so
I didn't expect. Is this what Muslims, how they're reacting to people like Shabir?
Oh yeah. Look, the thing is, what do you call it? I know brothers who worked very closely with him back when he was a big, like very well known, almost on the Zakir Naik level, right? And what do you call it? They've been and they were saying to me about his theological issues, and many people have what do you call it, left him. Most of the people that used to know him have left him, disassociated from him, due to his beliefs and due to his interpretations. And he's not the only one, right? There are many, unfortunately, there are many famous Muslims who have fallen, and not really going.
Would it be fair to, again, I'm not trying to like shove a wedge or like try and push you in a corner, but
no, I don't need to.
Since you and I both agree that he's again he's a nice guy, approachable, is it possible that it's because of the critical scholarship that I know he is well read in, that's why he's become a little bit more liberal or nuanced?
No, I'm well read on these traditions. I know what you're talking about. I can follow the conversations. I don't hold his views. It's not about, what do you call it, how well read you are. It's about whether you follow the evidence or not.
No, I think what he's trying to say is
what I'm saying is I can put what I'm saying is the questions you laid out, the very interesting questions you laid out at the start of the stream,
yes,
where and in fact a prior discussion where I can see that void, the Tatooine analogy, the void, in the sense that this is a genuine miracle from in the midst, I can see an eerie sense of there's something here supernaturally. I can see that. But then going back to the 6-minute Hamza discussion, if you start digging up prior to the Quran outlier stories, that if you were to then combine all of them, they're not connected to each other, but if you were to combine all of them into, say, a single hodgepodge canon thing. I'm arguing that it looks exactly like the Quran. Obviously not in Arabic because they're not written in Arabic. But if you were to like then make it Arabic, it would match Surah 3, Surah 18, 19.
Even if you
literally pick any surah.
But this is the thing. Even if you made it in Arabic, it wouldn't match the Quran because the Quran is.
I
right?
understand. Yeah,
So,
yeah.
But look, here's the thing.
But you know what I'm getting at.
I know what you're saying, but think about it. You're talking about putting all of these traditions and all the things that we've dug up and discovered and everything. You're telling me one man in the 7th century had access to all of these traditions?
Well, many of them
and the Yaqeen. By the way, the Yaqeen Institute.
Oh gosh, who do you listen to from our side?
Oh wait, so you don't like them either?
No, they're terrible.
Oh, because they, to my surprise, they wrote up a 50-page, the parallels with,
No,
but they also conclude with the same statement you just said.
You can talk about
wait. But they conclude the essay by saying, how could one man have this Alexandrian library behind him? It has to be a miracle.
I'm
even they conclude with that.
I'm not saying everything that they say is rubbish, right? I'm saying that I have issues with.
Oh no! I'm not even talking about. I'm not even critiquing. I'm just saying. I read they've been updating this blog post where it literally concludes with this. I think you could call it like a rhetorical statement. How else do you explain this phenomenon called the Quran?
It's a straw man of what we're saying, though, because we're not saying like that the Prophet, had this lie. I mean, I saw someone else, I think it was Al-Madudi or some scholar who was commenting on the work that Orientalists have done regarding Surah 18 and Dhul Qarnayn, and it's on Islamic awareness. That's who it is. But he's saying, like, I'm reading this article, and he goes through and he's like, do you guys have any evidence that the Prophet had like the Nag Hammadi library behind him to get all these traditions and compile them into the Quran? What I think what makes me skeptical, and I'm sure Rob would agree, is that like these were all, we can demonstrate that most, if not all, of these traditions were commonly repeated in the area of where the Quran was revealed, circulated around. These were traditions in
Arabia.
No, the 7. Well, I say where around the area of the Quran where Muhammad would have access to them.
No, but this is the void we were talking about. The Prophet ﷺ is isolated in Arabia from all the other places, okay, that would have had any sort of access. And
we just demonstrated that he was a traitor.
And this is very relevant. I'll go to that concluding part.
He never went outside that void. Right. So even when we talk, like I said, when we talk about him going to Syria, he didn't actually reach Syria. Right. That was the direction he was going. OK. But he didn't actually get to Syria. He wasn't in Syria. He wasn't in Christian lands. OK. That's fine.
No. Finish your point, and I'll just read like the last like 2 sentences.
They're just making the point that I've made, isn't it? So it's not really needed.
They say something even quite fascinating. I think I think it helps all three of us. So this is the date of the publication and the updates. If I scroll right to the bottom, they go through all the examples. Right in the conclusion here. Trying to wait for this to load. What's going on? Oh yeah. This bit over here. These 2 concluding paragraphs. So moreover, this mode of study also reveals that the Quran demonstrates an extremely profound, detailed, wide-ranging, and accurate knowledge of the Jewish and Christian scriptures and traditions across different languages, including Hebrew, Aramaic, Syriac, and even Greek. Yet the Quran itself highlights the Prophet's own lack of scriptural learning. So this is, I think, what I was trying to clarify with you, 2948. Yeah. Had he been known to have undertaken an education in the Jewish and Christian scriptural traditions, and the level of knowledge of these traditions evinced by the Quran would have required an extensive education under masters of these traditions, to say the least, it would not have been possible for the Quran to make this claim without being easily discredited. Yet the Prophet's opponents... Yet the Prophet's opponents were hard-pressed to explain how he acquired such knowledge, pointing, for example, to a foreigner who was scarcely able to communicate in Arabic, hence the Surah 16 bit and your bit about 25.
Yep.
Now, this last bit, I can see Yemeni writing this paragraph. For Muslims, however, The Quran's deep familiarity with previous traditions should be far from surprising. After all, one would expect no less from divine scripture revealed by God. The Quran's intertextuality, therefore, bolsters its claim to divine authority rather than undermining it. As long as seemingly problematic instances of intertextuality can be reasonably explained, if this can be done, then the study of Quranic intertextuality can only be edifying to the student of the Quran. Would you agree with this bit at the end over here?
No, because that's sort of assuming our position. That's assuming our position. So I wouldn't write it that way, because if you're making an investigative text, I would more like ask the question, like how does someone,
Yeah, but they're saying it's one would expect no less from divine scripture revealed by God. It's basically God is
but
the one.
Yeah, well, that's my conclusion based on the fact that it's impossible to say it's from man. Because it's impossible to say that it came from the Prophet Muhammad SAW, due to all of this, then the only conclusion is that it comes from God. Because only God will know about this.
Then okay. No,
Can
don't
I
take
say
offense.
something?
Wait, no, Jacob.
I
I need to say this. Yemeni, I mean this with all due respect. In Christianity, especially in the Bible, you even have litmus tests with respect to prophets, like say Jeremiah 23, where there's a distinction between a prophet that hears from the equivalent of, say, jinn and demons and the watchers versus a prophet that goes in the divine council with Yahweh in the center and so on and so on. Again, as a Christian, I can go, okay, here's a guy learning what the Bible calls doctrines from demons versus, and hence it gives the impression that it's a miracle from God, because even the demons can know about these traditions that lurk around that were brought up. Because again, what I'm saying is these traditions are not part of Orthodox Christianity. Like, Orthodox Christians don't believe that Mary was in the temple.
Yes, they do. The Catholic Church, the Eastern Orthodox Church, Oriental, most Christians except for Protestants.
No, Jacob. What I'm saying is that the Alexander Romance, for example,
that's
there is no. Yeah, but these are Christians. These are Syriac Christians, assuming that Alexander the Great was a Christian. If ever that's an anachronism, what I'm saying is what's true in history versus what Christians are making up about what happens in history. So it's wrong for Christians to make up things like, the four faces of Ezekiel's wheel is the four Gospels. No, that's wrong. That Ezekiel wasn't thinking of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John when he's writing about the four faces, but you have the patristics having that interpretation.
Yeah.
So, yes, there are Christians emerging in church history with fanciful ideas of the past, but what happens in the first century with respect to Mary, or what happens... regardless, whatever. So the original authors of the biblical books did not believe what later patristics, their own tafsirs, so to speak, how they're sort of making a fanciful legend out of all this. But then the Quran, but then the Quran takes that and says, no, these are true. But then the irony here is, here's a guy that
Christians believe that stuff. But Christians, the Orthodox Church, the Catholic Church, My church believes these stories about Mary being in the temple and the seven sleepers. My church dogmatically teaches that. The Orthodox Church.
Yeah, well then, if that's what they believe, that's what they believe. But it's not true.
We would say that we would say that Muhammad got this stuff from Orthodox.
Fine. It still comes back to the same question that I asked, right? And the same thing. Prove it. He will. The Prophet was he didn't go to Orthodox. But by the way, your type of Orthodox Christianity did not exist in the 7th century.
Well,
neither did it exist in the 1st century. That's why when Jacob asked me a personal question about my denomination, I'm a bit of a Protestant / Orthodox / Second Temple.
For you to say, well, my church dogmatically preaches this and stuff. This is after the Prophet Muhammad SAW. Not during his time.
These stories were cited by, like, the seven sleepers and stuff was cited earlier in Christian writings before.
We know that. We know that. We know, but it was cited as a myth. It was cited as a myth, not as something that was believed by orthodoxy. This wasn't an orthodox position in the 7th century.
I would have to see. I
Like-
mean, all I know is that we have writings.
Jacob,
about
are you
this
familiar?
earlier.
Jacob, are you familiar with the Kathisma Church and how it's the only building that has mosaics of palm trees, and it's in fact, ironically, the Dome of the Rock happens to be the same architecture as the Kathisma Church architecture.
Yep.
But the Kathisma is an outskirts sort of phenomena, Christian phenomena, that both later on you have Muslims also encountering
The
it and
Dome
going,
of the
"Oh,
Rock,
look, see."
again, after it was constructed after the time of the
Yes,
Prophet.
yeah. But what
The thing is, we're talking about
the
during
architects
the-
themselves say that the architecture matches.
Sure,
Again, it's like the
that's
two
fine.
just match. Like,
That's fine. Well, you know, we know that when Islam expanded beyond the borders of Arabia, much of the things that we've taken on were not from us. We didn't invent a lot of these things. We took it on and then improved upon it, preserved it, and then later on in the 10th, 11th, and 12th centuries, that's when we started to become pioneers in innovation and in what do you call it, in all sorts of you know, areas of study. But to begin with, the Muslims adopted a lot of the things, right? Including everything from currency to architecture and all the things in between, right?
right. But coming back to the miracle of the Quran, like where he's getting this downloaded information,
Where is he getting this information from?
Right.
is there a potential for doctrines of demons reality
Can
with
the
respect
jinn,
to the
okay,
Quran?
can the jinn relate the stories? Yes, they can. Jinn can do this. In fact, the Quran actually speaks about this when it comes to things
And they're
like
trying to
fortune.
hear.
They're trying to hear. They're trying to hear from the
Yes.
angels what's happening, right? So jinn
Yes.
and jinn have information of the past. This is why in what do you call it, when we talk about chapter 46, when the jinn what do you call it, when the Prophet ﷺ is reciting to the Quran, the jinn, I think it's chapter 46 verse 29. Let me bring it up.
Would this be connected to the satanic verses? The
No.
famous. No. Okay.
So I'll bring it up here, inshallah.
No, is this the verse where the jinn are trying to hear Allah's counsel in heavens and Allah shoots them down
No,
with stars?
we've already mentioned that. So over here it says, بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وإذ صرفنا إليك نفرا من الجن يستمعون القرآن فلما حضروه قالوا أنصتوا فلما قضي ولوا إلى قومهم منذرين. So remember, O Prophet, when we sent to you a group of jinn your way to listen to the Quran, then upon hearing it, they said to one another, listen quietly. Then when it was over, they returned to their fellow jinn as warners. قالوا يا قومنا إن سمعنا كتابا أنزل من بعد موسى مصدقا لما بين يديه يهدي إلى الحق وإلى طريق مستقيم. They declared, O fellow jinn, we have truly heard a scripture revealed after Moses, confirming what came before it. It goes to the truth and to the straight way. This is an indication that the jinn that were there at the time of Moses. They heard the Torah being recited.
Interesting.
They know about it, so they lived this whole time. They lived from the time of Moses up until the time of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So they would be aware of these things. Now,
just quickly, Gabriel, if my memory serves me right, as he's recounting his killing the Pharaoh, it's like as if he turns to Muhammad and says, "Oh, you should have seen me when I buckled Pharaoh's horse." And right, it's like because he's also there at that time, just
there.
like these jinn were at the time, and right.
So we do not deny, right? So this is, and then it says, and then the thing is, this is the response of the jinn afterwards, right? So they are aware of these. You know, they're aware of what happened, right? Maybe not everything that the Quran mentions, because, you know, we are not to say that they've traveled to each and every prophet and witnessed everything. We're not saying this at all. But it highlights that, is there a possibility? If I wanted to give you that possibility, is there a possibility that jinn could feed the Prophet ﷺ information? Sure, you could do that. But then why is this their reaction? يا قومنا أجيبوا داعي الله وآمنوا به يغفر لكم من ذنوبكم ويجركم من عذاب أليم. O fellow jinn, respond to the caller of Allah and believe in Him. He will forgive your sins and protect you from a painful punishment. ومن لا يجب داعي الله فليس بمعجز في الأرض وليس له من دونه أولياء أولئك في ضلال مبين. And whoever does not respond to the call of Allah will have no escape on earth, nor will they have any protectors against him. It is they who are clearly astray. This highlights that after they hear the Quran, they themselves are saying, we believe in it. So they are affirming the Quran. So if they are the ones, right, that are telling the Prophet, let's say it's the jinn that are telling the Prophet ﷺ these stories, why do then they say, well, yeah, he's a prophet? Makes no sense. In the same way, like if the Jews told him these stories, why do then they test him on the stories and then say, yeah, he's right about the stories? It makes no sense. And it's very similar, right, to those who argue, right? There was a stupid argument a couple of years back that fortunately didn't last very long because of how ridiculous it was. It was like that the Quran, that the jinn was able to replicate the Quran, because in chapter 72 you have the jinn speaking, right? Allah is, quoting the jinn, but the jinn in themselves, they say, we believe in this, we believe in this message, right? So chapter 72 verse 1, yeah. قل أوحي إلي أنه استمع نفر من الجن فقالوا لم إن سمعنا قرآنا عجبا, right? Say, O Prophet, it has been revealed to me that a group of jinn listened to the Quran. They said to their fellow jinn, indeed we have heard a wondrous recitation. يهدي إلى الرشد فآمنا به ولن نشرك بربنا أحدا. And it leads to the right. Yeah.
So just quickly, in 72:1, and from what I'm understanding in 46, it says here,
46.
it guides to the right course. This is my translation, what it says. It guides, verse 2, it guides to the right course. We believe in it, and we shall not associate anyone with our Lord. And we believe that he, exalted be the majesty of our Lord, he has not taken a consort or son. So are these jinn saved now?
Yeah, they're Muslims. These jinns are Muslims.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So these are spirits that have now given their shahada in some sense, like a jinn's shahada.
Yeah.
Right.
No, they would have testified to the Prophet ﷺ, but this is essentially what they say. فآمنا به. So we believed in it. وَلَن نُشْرِكَ بِرَبِّنَا أَحَدًا. Okay, and we do not associate anyone with our Lord. This is Tawheed, right? وَإِنَّهُ تَعَالَى جَدُّ رَبِّنَا مَا اتَّخَذَ صَاحِبَةً وَلَا وَلَدًا. So they come saying, we are like strict monotheism. He hasn't taken a mate or offspring. He hasn't taken any sort of partners whatsoever. Yeah.
Okay,
and
so
and then they mention وَإِنَّهُ كَانَ يَقُولُ سَفِيهُنَا عَلَى اللَّهِ شَطَطًا. Right, and they're saying that the foolish among us used to say, really horrendous things about Allah. Yeah, Safih. And Safih is it's the most, in the Arabic language, Safih is essentially the most foolish. There are various degrees of stupidity. Safih is the worst of it.
Right, okay. So this is quite interesting, because I can't help but I thought the internet crashed. I can't help but think of how in the biblical sense, this is now to clarify to Jacob what I meant by Satan.
I'm gonna remove myself.
My favorite translation of Ha Satan is the executioner. I won't get into the scholarship on that, but there's a JBL paper that was recently published arguing for the ancient Near Eastern loanwords and so on, and the term is kind of like a prosecutor, but in the sense of he's going to execute something. And Satan just means to oppose, and so you have the divine council members with God in the center. Many times in the Old Testament, you have God having a discussion. He walks within the council, for example. Even in Revelation, you have the Lamb in the center of the duodecimal arrangement of the elders and so on. Okay, so then the word Satan just means I'm going to now go against the flow. It's the angel of the Lord who opposes Balaam's donkey. Literally, it's Satan's Balaam's donkey. The sense is 1 Chronicles 21, 2 Samuel, like Yahweh. One text says Yahweh, the other text says Satan. It's both. Okay, so Satan then, much later, like we're talking like during the Maccabean era and the Qumran community, they then take that term Satan and go, oh, but who's the ultimate opposer in an evil sense? Well, it's that devil guy. It's that snake figure. the Nakash. And so, yeah, Satan then becomes an appropriate term for this being, and hence that's when Satan then is associated with the devil. Okay, so then you have what's called the unclean spirits. So when you talk about Ad and Thamud and so on, and Ad were destroyed with this destructive wind, and they're very tall. In Second Temple Discourse, sorry?
There were people.
Yeah. Now, a side note, Al-Jalad published a paper like earlier in May of this year called The Epigraphy of Ad, and he argues that northwest, he's identified a particular people group called Ad northwest with respect to the Sephardic scripts. But before him, if the Ad people are more southeast, where the Oman territory is from a more, because I hold to human evolution, so from an anthropological sense, the Ad people were able to digest milk and hence grow at a taller height. In biblical tradition, they are the Nephilim. They are these hybrid giant-like beings who, when they die, texts like Enoch and Jubilees will speak about the disembodied spirits as becoming the unclean spirits, becoming the daemons, and in this case, they would be the equivalent of a type of jinn. And these are the beings that Jesus encounters in the New Testament. So, where I'm going with all of this is the Bible very carefully lays out a hierarchy. God, council members, say the watchers, the angels.
Yeah, but this is the thing, Rob. The mistake you're making here, sorry to interject. The mistake you're making here is that you're thinking that there is any sort of parallels to do with the Bible or these.
Oh no! I'm trying to bridge. These are data points. I'm putting aside beliefs here. I'm putting aside
the data points don't exist because of the massive difference, right? Ad and Thamud, these are familial tribes. They are familial tribes, right? One are descendants of the other, right? But they just settled in different lands, and they are not of any.
Yeah, but the Ad is destroyed by this destructive wind, which I've read anthropologists wonder if that's connected to Noah's flood in some way, where you have this cyclone that comes in and.
No, this is
because these people were considered very tall, and the tall people were considered with the flood.
Well, Noah alayhi salam was very tall. Adam was tall, right? All of them were tall, right?
Okay.
I mean,
okay, I see what you're saying with that.
Described as 60 cubits tall, 9 cubits wide in the hadith, right?
But what I'm saying is but the biblical tradition, or more so than the Second Temple tradition that comes out of the biblical tradition, tries to then come up with the explanation for why the Shadim, which would be the unclean spirits of the demons, how did they emerge? Where did they come from?
They were their own separate creation. They got nothing to do with mankind. They got nothing to do with the angels. They're a completely different creation.
Right. So, but the biblical tradition says they come from a mixture of
I don't care.
Angel, human.
Yeah, but Rob, you do know that.
And then when they die.
Yeah, but you do know that we really don't care. Like, with respect to your scripture, we don't care about what the Bible says because.
Yeah. No.
Right?
So I'm also connecting. But I'm going to connect it now to 46 and 72 in the sense that when you brought up the verse in 46 where it says that they were at the time of Moses, or they're aware of the events of the past.
This just speaks to their long life. Jinn live ridiculously long lives. They live for thousands of years. Okay,
sure.
They don't have they don't have the lifespan of humans. Okay, we're very short comparison.
So,
but that was to deal with your point about saying, well, could these stories have come from the jinn? That's where I was going. I was still.
Yeah.
Why are you changing the subject? I don't know.
Yeah. So now when you're talking about this, I'm like, I'm not quite sure because.
No. It's not. I'm not changing the subject. What I'm saying is.
No, but how does the biblical narrative and Second Temple narrative of how jinn came about relate to what
because according to the anthropology of what the Bible says what happened from Adam and Eve forward, and then the emergence of Israel as a nation, their migration to Canaan, You have the term shadim in Deuteronomy 32 as an explanation to say, yeah, these beings came, they didn't exist before, they only existed once from Noah's flood onwards. Once we started killing off these Nephilim-like beings, so the Anakim and all that in the Canaan scenario, they then started introducing new teachings, new doctrines, and so on for the people groups that surround Israel. And then by the time you have Jesus coming and correcting all of that, hence the Injil, right? So what I'm saying is, it's interesting that
Yeah, but the
you already
Injil
have
is not correcting that. It's affirm. The Injil didn't come to correct the Old Testament. It came to affirm the Torah, right?
yes, that
And then
in fact,
which is not the Old Testament,
I
right? So it's got
skipped. In fact, I skipped a major argument where Paul says in Galatians 3 that why was the law added? Because of transgressions in the plural, the transgressions are associated with these false teachings by the jinn, the demons. So
Okay.
so the point is that the Torah was there as a placeholder to keep Israel in check so that they don't fall victim to these false ideas. Then Jesus comes and fulfills everything. What I'm saying is the jinn also in the Bible were there from, say, the time of Moses forward. Now, what's curious then is when the Quran comes on the scene, the jinn obviously don't know what the contents of the Quran is because the 23 years of the Quran hasn't happened yet. It's like maybe they've heard the first verse of the first surah of the Quran chronologically, but they don't know what, say, the last surah will say because they're living in time. It's not like they're omniscient, right?
yeah.
Right.
But the thing is,
So
what
then
they
they're
heard
then
from
they're
the Quran,
hearing a Quran citation happening in real time potentially, and then you're like, oh, this is like in Surah 72, this is like an amazing Quran or something, and we believe. Now, the question that I asked was, is it possible that the jinn taught these legends to Muhammad, and hence this is what we call the Quran?
Okay.
Yeah,
Now,
but I've
what's
already
curious then is if they did not, and hence they, although they are aware of those traditions before the Quran because they existed simultaneous when those traditions were arriving. But then when they hear the Quran, they're just like, well, we know of these traditions anyway, but therefore, since it's coming from Allah, so it must be true, so now we believe. Like, is that potentially what's happening then?
Yeah, like I said to you, I'm not saying that they were there for all of the things, right? Who knows, right? The point here is that the ones that were hearing the Quran in chapter 46, they are saying that this is like that of Moses. So this tells us that those specific jinn that were there listening to the recitation of the Quran, they were aware of what was revealed to Moses, right? They heard it. Okay. So they were like, okay, this is a scripture that is really like the Torah, right? So this is convincing us that this is from God. Okay. Not necessarily the stories. Okay. Like I think Surah Al-Ahqaf, to be honest, I think Surah Al-Ahqaf is um Mecca. um Let me just double check it in my notes quickly.
Again, tell me which number it is again.
46.
18.
Mecca.
Yeah,
Oh,
Surah
46.
Al-Kahf,
Yes.
Surah
Yeah,
Al-Kahf is 18, right? Or am I
But
confused?
yeah,
what do you
the
call
sand
it?
dunes.
Yeah, so this is it's a Mecca surah. It's a Mecca surah. So yeah, so this is the thing. This is also what do you call it? I think some scholars actually argue that that portion that I recited to you was in Medina, but I can't say for sure off the top of my head. But the surah is a Mecca surah. Okay. Now, regardless whether it's Mecca or Medini, we know that it's quite late. It wasn't one of the early surahs. Okay, that was revealed. It was later on in the Mecca period. So whatever stories were there, as well as other contents, because remember, the Quran prioritized Tawheed in the first 13 years. The stories were a part of it, but most of the contents of the Quran at that point was Tawheed. Legislative stuff came in the Medina period, as well as the rest of the stories. So when the jinn are hearing this, they're hearing the Tawheed, and this is why they comment on the Tawheed aspect of the Quran. And they're hearing the stories, they are affirming all of this because it's also similar to the Torah. This is what convinced them. Tawheed, the fact that it was like the Torah, and they don't actually, it doesn't mention the stories, but yeah, probably the stories as well. But even if I were to grant you that they knew of some of these other stories, the point is, did they actually teach the Prophet ﷺ this? No, because if they taught him this and then it shows up in the Quran, they have no reason to believe in him.
Okay, I see what you're saying now. So in other words, hypothetically,
Yeah.
Evangelion James, or the Epiphanius one with Noah's wife. So a jinn would be like, without anyone aware, is lurking around, like bumping into like a room discussion with whatever patristic rite or whatever, making up these legends. But they also know about what actually happened in the past with, say, Noah's wife, right? So because they were jinn are eyewitnesses potentially. It's not like they're omnipresent. I'm just saying hypothetical.
Noah is way before Moses, right? I know they lived long, but I don't think that long.
Then whatever Moses recited with respect to Noah's history. So Moses is getting the true teaching of what happened to Noah then, right?
Sure. We don't know that for sure. We don't know if that was in the Torah.
So in other words, the Torah does not include the stories of Noah.
We don't know that. We've got no information about the story of Noah being in the Torah.
Okay. So then that leads a whole then how do we know anything about Noah then, or pre-Moses stuff?
The Jews didn't even what do you call it? They didn't attest the Prophet ﷺ with regards to Noah. Remember, the story of Noah came in Mecca. Nothing of Nuh alayhi salam is actually in Medina, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just double check my notes. Yeah, there's actually nothing about Nuh alayhi salam revealed in Medina.
In Medina? Wow.
Nothing.
That's actually very interesting. Okay. Maybe then I'll just lay out this thought that I had, and you critique it as much as you want. The thought I had was, imagine you and I are jinn. Jinn 1, Jinn 2. We are not omnipresent.
Man, you're obsessed with jinn.
We're not omnipresent beings. We are obviously creatures that we move in Cartesian space-time. All right. But let's just say we happen to bump into a true prophet of God or whatever, like in this case Moses, or Noah. So you exist at the time of Noah, I exist at the time of Moses. Then we happen to cross paths and we're sharing notes. Oh, what happened when Noah was alive? Tell me about his wife. And you're like, yeah, his wife drowned. And then I give information about Moses and blah blah blah. Then you and I become best buddies, and we continue on with our lives until like centuries later, Muhammad comes on the scene, and Muhammad's then giving the Quran, obviously directly from Allah, so no jinn inspiration here. And then you and I go, wow, Muhammad, who doesn't know any better, happens to still have accurate knowledge of your experience with Noah's wife and my experience with Moses. Now we should become Muslim. Is that a fair sort of like a hypothetical of what?
Yeah, that's a fair, what do you call it, hypothetical? Because at the end of the day, like I said, if the jinn are not teaching the Prophet ﷺ, then they will ask,
because obviously then you and I are not telling Muhammad, by the way, this is what happened to Noah's wife, right.
So where's he getting the information from?
So hence, where's he getting the information from? It comes back to that again. Right.
Everything about the Quran comes to that one question: where's he getting it from? That was the fundamental question that Quraysh were asking themselves. Where is he getting it from? And hence their accusations. That's why when you look at all of their accusations are based on that one question: is he a liar? Where's he getting it from? Is he making it up?
And then they were okay. So I see. So right. So they were then doing what I do, and that is they were raising a hypothetical: is it a human being teaching him that doesn't know Arabic?
Is it a human being that teaching?
Or is he being taught morning and night?
Yeah, or is he being taught morning at night? Is he lying? Is he making it up? Is it magic? Is he a poet? Where the question was always, where is he getting these words from?
Okay. Okay. Now,
and they couldn't.
the Yemeni, excellent, fantastic. I think you and I, and well, the three of us. I didn't ignore you, Jacob. This is
I feel
probably now the vital moment in all the discussions I've heard and the debates, because thank you, that this is the clarification I was looking for. Now, Yemeni, here's that wall thing. Then the stories that are laid out in the Quran, if Muhammad is genuinely getting it from the ether, like say Allah, the stories are not historically valid.
What?
Sorry?
Do you see that? It then just falls. It like divides by zero.
No,
it's like
it doesn't divide by zero. Here's the thing.
because there is no Iblis in heaven with Adam. There is no.
What are you talking about?
There is no
History-
Abraham with the
I
fire.
don't even.
But history, look, listen. History. is
No,
something
it's,
that-
wait. Yemeni, let me ask Jacob this question. Do you believe that Abraham was saved from the fiery furnace?
Abraham, is that might be part of the Quran I haven't read yet? No, but most of those Christian legends we do
No,
typically.
no.
Regardless of your church, we believe in
Wait,
history.
Jacob. The only person that made a big blunder was Jerome in his Latin Vulgate, where he misunderstood Ur as
Don't insult
a
Saint
Hebrew
Jerome.
term meaning fire, and in the Latin Vulgate he has Igni Caldeum, the fire of the Chaldeans, and a whole legend came out of that. And in fact, you have even like right now you have the cave, and like even a mosque is built on it up in Urfa about this legend about Abraham being saved from the fire and so on.
Uh-huh.
That came from a mistranslation of an Akkadian term that just meant city, not fire.
Okay.
So, do you believe that in your patristic tradition that says that Abraham was saved from the fire, which then happens to be in the Quran, do you believe Abraham actually experienced that? In fact, that he's smashing all the idols. He put the axe in the biggest idol's hand. He's even like mocking them. Go and ask the idols who destroy the idols.
Yeah.
Oh,
Here's
that's
the
in the
thing.
Quran. That's in the Quran.
That's in the
Like,
Quran. Yes.
Verbatim. I read that
Yes.
part.
Yeah.
Okay, so as for whether we Christians believe that or not, because like I told you I'm Orthodox, but I'm studying other Christians. My point, I don't know if we believe that or not, but that is like verbatim from the Quran. So this is what I was trying to deal with earlier. Was like why are you going to these obscure like okay, so Noah had a wife and Noah's wife was a disbeliever, like those two things that are shared between the source you cited, Saint Epiphanius and
No,
Muhammad in the
Epiphanius is
Quran.
responding to a Gnostic heresy.
Okay, so Saint Epiphanius is responding to Gnostics. Okay,
He's not believing that.
the Gnostics believe with a whole bunch of things. Why would you not focus on like Al-Kaf or like the story of Abraham and the furnace that are very clearly paralleled in these apocryphal texts? Like those are way more clear. Like I mean, there's probably like 10. I really wanted to. We probably can't do it tonight. I really wanted to get into Surah 18 because for me that's 20 years. But like,
Well, okay. Let's just get to Surah 18.
Yeah.
Was there a Dul Qarnayn Yemeni?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
3 hours in. Let's go.
Yeah. No. We're not going to go like too deep because we've already gone through a lot of stories
Hang on.
that are essentially on the same line as Dhul Qarnayn and Khidr and Musa Isa. They're all things that you could sort of find some sort of parallel or similarity with some sort of text. Okay, it's the same thing. So the crux of the matter, which is what Rob is saying, is they're not historical. That's what you're.
And by the way, I'm being genuine there when I say I'm not being abstinent and trying to be like these are the disbelievers who have an axe to grind. No, I'm being genuine in the sense that I am convinced that none of these stories are historically valid until you can show me an inkling of evidence of any of these stories. Literally, pick any. I'll be like, whoa, okay.
But you're missing a fundamental aspect here. Is for a believer, is the axiom, is the standard, is it history or is it revelation? Because if it's from revelation, then whatever it says about the history is true by default. If it's from God, then it's true by default, regardless of what the history says.
Yeah.
Because a history is an amalgamation of reports where truth and falsehood is mixed, where people interpret things, where people write and rewrite. There is a lot of stuff that you have to dig through and and discover and interpret and sift through. That's what history is. The one
Okay,
who can
okay.
give it,
So
the one
so
just
it,
let,
it
just let me
okay, okay, yeah.
the one who is able to give that all to you laid out without any confusion, with absolute clarity, is the one who knows the history inside and out, who knows all of these language, who knows what wrong with the mixing of truth and falsehood, who knows the I already mentioned languages, who knows the correct interpretations, who knows exactly what happened when. Okay, if it is revelation, then it's from the one who is all-knowing, the one who never forgets. And if you cannot conclude that it came to Muhammad SAW by any natural means, then it can only come from, and we've already explored the jinn, which is another supernatural aspect. We've explored that. If you can
Yes.
conclude
Yeah.
that it cannot come from man or from jinn, then it comes from Allah. And if it comes from Allah, then it trumps history. You got to let the history go, and you got to accept
You
that
mean
these are.
it trumps our finite knowledge of history?
Well, yeah, of course,
Because
that's what I mean, right?
history happened regardless. Like it's a
I
fact.
agree with you. Yes,
It's
100%.
it's
So
our it's our
the Quran will
knowledge
be,
of the
yeah,
data about that history that is
agreed.
lacking.
100%. So it will be from our ignorance of the history, because
Ignorance,
Allah subhanahu
yes.
wa ta'ala is telling us the history, as He says in the Quran. We tell you these stories in truth, and that's the kicker. That's the wall that you're thinking exists is actually not a wall at all.
Yeah,
Right?
it's kind of like
Okay,
how,
so then
everything is subservient to revelation. So like
Yeah.
one of the things I see in your chat is people are, for some reason your chat has become just an argument about the Trinity for like 2 hours now. But like for me, I said this
Don't
to you
worry about
privately. It's like for me, revelation trumps everything. So when I read Surah, what's the one, Solomon and the ants? It's like Surah 27, 37.
Yes.
So, so near my end of
Yeah.
where I've gotten
Surah
to.
An-Naml, yeah.
Which was it?
Surah An-Naml is 27, if I'm not mistaken.
yeah, the
Okay,
ant,
so,
the ant is.
So when I read
yes.
that, and I had the
Yes,
same thing when I first read the Bible, where the guy talks to the donkey, and then in the Quran where the ant talks to Solomon. This seems like stupid.
It doesn't talk to Solomon.
It seems okay, but he talks to the ant, right?
No. The ants are aware.
Solomon, yeah. So the
Okay, it
ants are
sounds like,
talking to
I'm reading
each
the clear Quran. It sounds like the ant is like going up to Solomon, like, hey.
No, so what happens is, so just to clarify the story,
Okay.
what do you call it? The army of Solomon is marching, and the ants see that the army of Solomon is marching, and the ants talk to each other. They're like, what do you call it? Oh, look, the army of Solomon is coming. And Sulaiman alayhi salam, he hears them and he understands them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not quite, but
yeah,
okay,
and Shabir Ali understands ant there as a people tribe group thing.
Yeah,
a nickname for a people group, the body of the ants, right?
yeah,
So,
it's ridiculous.
Yeah,
It's ridiculous.
well, but
No,
to be fair, Rob,
but Yemeni,
you're doing the
but
same
Yemeni.
thing with Shabir Ali with Christianity.
No.
Just throw out tradition and reinterpret. Anyway, we're not getting a Christian fight though.
No, see how it says people like in Surah 27, 15 down. Certainly we, this is so Allah, gave David and Solomon knowledge, and they said, "Praise be to God, who has favored us over many of His believing servants." Then 16 is interesting. And 17. So 16 says, Solomon inherited from David and said, "People, we have been taught the speech of birds, and we have been given some of everything. Surely it indeed is clear favor." And then 17 is, it catches my eye. Gathered before Solomon were his forces, jinn and the men and birds, and they were arranged in rows, until when they came upon the body of the ants, and on it goes. Now, jinn there. The only text connected to Solomon and demons with birds is the Wisdom of Solomon, the Deuterocanonical book called the Wisdom of Solomon, that speaks about that.
Interesting.
That he commanded the jinn, he commanded the
It will always come down to the same question, Rob. Though.
But it comes again to Apocrypha.
But still, where is the Prophet ﷺ getting this information?
But that has nothing to do, Wisdom of Solomon has nothing to do with a 9th, 10th century BC period of the actual Solomon.
Sure, I agree. The history is all over the place. Where is the Prophet ﷺ getting this information from?
From these legends of these original people.
Who's teaching? Who's
the
teaching him?
The book he's talking to on the travel.
So then you're basically the only option I have here. You know that fork in the road?
Yes.
Old Testament, New Testament, Torah, Injil.
Yes.
Okay.
What's
my
the Quran
Old
affirming?
Testament, my Old Testament, yeah. So your Quran is confirming
The other
what
four.
I see to be what I would call these legends, the Apocrypha and so on,
No,
versus
that's
what
not
my
what it's
Bible
affirming.
is.
The Quran is not affirming those books.
No,
This
no,
is
no,
not
no, no,
affirming the
no, no,
Apocrypha.
no, no,
It's not
no,
affirming the
no. I'm not.
Apocrypha. It's affirming the Torah
I
and the
know.
Injil.
I'm not saying that.
Right.
I'm saying from my paradigm,
Yeah,
I'm putting Apocrypha, Surbigrapha in that
sure.
strand. But
In
in
that
your
section,
paradigm, you're saying no, no, no. It was the original Torah and the original Injil that
correct.
said Solomon did these things.
That's
Yeah,
what it's
but Christians
affirming.
did consider Wisdom of
Yeah.
Solomon to be scripture, though. Almost every single group. Maybe not Saint Jerome, but almost everyone. That's a separate debate, though, Rob. But like, that's why I said you're kind of doing what Shabir Ali. Like, so I'm like a Sunni Christian. I'm going by our Sunnah, our tradition, and you're like a
But
Shabir Ali going like,
they
reinterpret
are
everything.
humans that are prone to error. If I went to Jerome, I would slap him in
Oh
the
my
face
God.
because of his mistake he made
Salve
with
Hieronymus
the
Sora pro nobis. My God.
Ur of
you-
Chaldea
But this is the thing.
mistranslation.
But no, but like I said to you, Rob, this wall that you think exists in front of you, it's
Yeah.
not a wall at all. All you have to do is establish whether it's revelation or not. That's all you have to do. If
Okay,
you
guys.
establish revelation,
Yeah, but
if
then I can't help but think it's not God. It's some maybe like again. That's why we ventured into the jinn inspiration route.
but that's the thing. We investigated that. It's impossible. It's impossible for that to be, because, like we said, if it was the jinn themselves teaching the Prophet ﷺ, it's like this, Rob. Yeah, I'm gonna sit here. I'm gonna teach you something, and then after I teach you it, I hear it back from you, and I'm like, "Whoa, Rob, you're a prophet. How'd you?" Like you said, everything you just said is true.
Yeah,
but
obviously that would make no sense.
it doesn't make any sense,
But
right?
but
So-
you
so-
do have this notion of a psyop in psychology with respect to the jinn
Really?
who want to deceive or had the intention to deceive.
Uh-huh.
So they're playing a very careful chess game. So
Where's
but
the
that's
evidence?
a hypothesis. I'm not saying I have evidence for that. What I'm saying is you see this pattern.
I want you to explore
But what
absolutely everything.
Right, but what I'm saying is, putting aside all that, what I'm saying is, I see what you're saying now. Okay, I think the three of us have made segue in all these discussions where suddenly now the Quran is like a genuine outlier. How did it actually come about from this guy? If the tradition is true, it's a genuine outlier. Okay.
Yeah. How did this?
Then I can't help but say with a high certainty, okay, which I know you'll disagree with, but I'm saying with a high certainty, human evolution is a fact. There was no human being in heaven sent down. There was no discussion with Iblis, because that's from the life of Adam and Eve.
What are you
There
talking
was
about?
no, like, how big would you say that? What?
I'm a young Earth creationist, so I don't know where he's going with this.
No.
Yeah, young Earth creation is
It's not about- look,
anti-science
it's not
and
about your belief.
anti-Bible. Like,
It's not about your belief, Rob. It's not about
Divine
your belief.
revelation
So I-
from science and history.
It's not about whether
I
you
agree with you
believe in
many here.
evolution.
Divine
It's not
revelation
about
from
whether
science.
so Jacob, do you believe in a global flood?
Yes. Divine
Yeah,
revelation
so
trumps history.
it's impossible.
Science.
It's impossible to have a global flood. There was no global flood. I would say it's a
Okay,
local
well-
Persian Gulf flood. Human
So we need to
evolution is the
reinvent-
result.
We need to reinvent Christianity and destroy
No,
our own tradition.
no.
our tafsir.
I'm taking into account the larger ancient Near Eastern context that the Genesis author is working with. So
Okay.
I'm sticking with the critical scholars like Walton, Heiser, Hugh Ross.
Apostates.
That-
I'm sure.
Yeah, but then
thing is,
because now
you guys
it doesn't
you guys
help
can argue
that my own
Christian
Christian brother
well.
here is
Yeah.
sort of like bucking against what
Yeah,
I'm
I
saying.
know.
now.
And so this sounds
Naturally.
simple because I actually
Like-
do.
No, here's the thing.
Okay.
Here's the thing. Look, you have
Yeah.
one who is reliant more on revelation and what the Bible says, and then you have yourself, Rob, who actually.
Oh, but Yemeni,
takes into
that's not fair though,
consideration-
because
No,
when I
you
brought up
said-
Shabir Ali, you're saying he's not a genuine interpreter of the Quran. Same thing can
No,
happen
so-
between Jacob and myself here, because I'm
I-
basically
like
being
a
a Shabir
I'm
Ali.
not- I'm obedient to the
No,
traditions.
I'm not
That's the
causing
point.
a rift here. I'm just explaining, right, that the reason this is happening is because you have someone who is more of a literalist in terms of the revelation, okay, and taking that on board as it is, okay, whereas you are questioning it a bit more because you want to see how that fits in
gonna sound
with the
bad.
history and science and geography and everything that we know today. You know, the culmination of human knowledge, and comparing that with the revelation, and I think that's your critical error. Okay, because when you are taking these things, you have to pick a side. You at the end of the day, you have to try and sift it through. And no matter what knowledge you come to, you actually don't know whether that is the true conclusion or not, because that's just based on what you have of history and your reading and interpretation of that history.
Okay. Let's cut to the chase. Dual name, because I know Jacob wanted.
So
What's his
guys,
identity according to you?
I do have to leave, like my roommate, for 10, 15 minutes now. We've been waiting to go have dinner, so I do have to leave. Rob, this is not personal against you, because you and I can agree on it is personal. No. We can you and I can agree that the Quran,
Hey, look,
like,
if you and I
important.
hold the Nicene Creed, the Apostolic Creed, the Athanasian Creed, then we're brothers, man. Like the whole creation evolution thing is a part of interpretation.
Well, I'm not going to.
It's not a doctrine changing.
It is actually part of doctrine.
It kind of is, but okay. But my point is, though, well, at least, I mean, if you start
well, evolution's a fact, and that doesn't contradict my doctrine.
But people who believe what I do, but also believe in homosexuality, I would say they're not Christian. So anyway, my point is, it doesn't matter. You change these fundamental things, it changes everything. I guess that's what Yemeni is saying about Shabir Ali, but it's okay. It's okay. So I mean, my point though is, I think I do have to leave because we got to eat dinner. It's like 9 o'clock for us, so my roommate and I are gonna go eat Chinese food, so it's gonna be great. I'll watch the rest of the stream after this, and I would like to come back and discuss, because for me, Yemeni, when I'm studying the Quran, for me, the largest objection against it is that it does seem to, like, bring in these legends that the Prophet would have had access to hearing from, and that seems to me to be a plausible explanation of where he gets these things.
I agree with you. These are all possible explanations.
So I wanted to discuss Surah 18.
The Quran offers that forward as possibilities and things that people have argued in the past. You are not the first to argue this. So what I want you to do, Jacob, for our next conversation, okay, and to cut right to the chase, I want you to bring any evidence you have that connects the Prophet ﷺ to any people, not just Jews and Christians, any people that would have given him information, and that we can affirm that from any sort of report, weak or otherwise.
Okay. Because that's actually kind of want to, that's why I brought Robin. I figured he knew more than me. And I think
Rob's going to have the same issue as you. Rob's not going to help you here, right? Because every single human on the face of the planet is going to have the same issue. None of them will be able to prove that the Quran came to Muhammad ﷺ in any other way other than revelation. It's impossible. They tried it at the time of the revelation of the Quran. You guys are trying it today.
Okay. Yemeni, Jacob, before you go, very quickly, because I know you hold the text quite literally. This is now a litmus test for Jacob in reaction to Yemeni. What was the name of the mountain that Noah's Ark landed on?
It depends on what tradition you're talking about. We would say so. I don't know. I haven't researched that too much. I think it's Ararat.
No. What does Genesis say versus what does the Syrian fathers say?
I don't know. I haven't studied that. I haven't studied my.
You're a younger creationist.
Well, yeah, but just because they say
what's the name? Oh my goodness, what's the name of the mountain in Genesis 8?
For me, what I looked at was because where I'm at my Christian journey before I'm studying Islam. It's kind of a thing that's like, because I'm a new religious person. I used to be agnostic. So for me, when I gave up evolution and I gave up old Earth creationism, which was a few years ago, for me it was because the Catholic Church, the Orthodox Church, and the historic Protestant churches all teach that the Earth is 6,000 years old. And so I submitted. I was like, okay, so all serious churches, because I'm going to submit to a church. I'm going to submit to a religion. So there
are Catholics that are evolutionists and blah blah blah.
No, that's
again. Yes, there are. No. We're not getting into that. I'm asking a very specific question here, because Yemi's question is a valid one, based on the last 2 hours of this discussion. The question I'm asking you is, what's the name of the mountain that the ark lands on in Genesis 8?
I don't know. I'd honestly have to check the patristic text.
Okay, do you remember? So it's 8 verse 4. Remember Ararat?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's Turkey, right? Or Caucasus?
No. Armenia and Turkey are slightly off center. Ararat is this huge area which in the ancient Near Eastern corpus they called it Urartu, and I prefer Urartu as a designation. Now, fast forward literally 1500 plus years later, because if 1200 BC thereabouts is Moses and the compilation of Genesis, we're talking by 300-400 AD, so 1200 plus another 300 years, then you have a change due to the Peshitta, the Syriac Peshitta.
Yep.
You have a change
Which is what I
where
think the Injil probably is. But
it's
anyway, go ahead.
Kordu, which then becomes Judy,
Mhm.
which is totally different. It's not Ararat. Now, what does the Quran say? What is the name of the mountain according to the Quran that the ark lands on? Guess what? It's Judy.
Mhm.
But the only occurrence of Judy comes from Syriac Christians
Yeah.
using the Peshitta that
Yeah.
that there was a corruption from Ararat into the Syriac rendering,
Which
and
is
then
why the
further
Peshitta might be
from
the
the
Injil,
Syriac rendering, there was a further corruption into the Arabic.
Okay, but we're getting all over the place because we kind of
No,
devolved.
but
into
what I'm saying is that they're two totally different mountains. One says Ararat, one says Judy. Which one?
the Syrian fathers versus who says Ararat.
But the Syrian fathers were ignorant of the ancient Near Eastern cuneiform and the original loanwords of what Urartu meant, Ararat, and so on. In other words, Moses is living at the time when he's speaking about the very language that was utilized. Syrian fathers are thousands of years later after Moses misunderstanding and mistranslating. And so then Allah should know better. Allah should know the difference between Arabic, Syriac, Hebrew, going back into Akkadian.
Why is Ararat correct?
Okay, Yemeni, I really do gotta go.
That's fine. You go. You go.
So yeah, guys, I'd love to maybe try to. We focused a little better than the last stream, but it's still kind of all over the place. I'd love to focus on because again, the reason why I wanted to focus on a source on is because that was the main.
Yeah, but look, Jacob, like I said, there's only one thing you have to do: provide any source that shows a connection between the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and these people who would have told him any of these stories.
Right, because that's what I'm looking for. Because the first dawah that was given to me was saying the guy who's a revert, a Canadian white revert, he said to me that like, oh well, Jacob, the miracle of the Prophet is that he had all these biblical things he was saying, but he had no access to Christians and Jews. Therefore, he was in the desert. He was Ummi. He couldn't have known these things. He got it from God. So yeah, Rob offered a second explanation that he could have gotten it from demons, and I have a friend who says that. But what I'm trying to focus on first and foremost, debunking or proving this allegation that he got it from traditions that he received from, because that's what a lot of YouTubers have been saying. They got it from like Jews and Christians. I'll look into that more. I'd like to discuss that more. Rob, it was nice meeting you. I'm gonna go and eat, and God bless you guys, and hopefully we'll all find the truth. All right, see ya.
All right, see ya.
So Yemeni, please critique this paragraph for me. Wait, let me scroll down just a little bit. There we go. Hopefully the bottom is
fun. That's not a problem for me, right? It's not a problem for me. The question for you is, why is
this
Ararat
is the wall
correct?
for me?
I know, but why is Ararat correct?
Because it is not the Syriac. Okay, let's just read this out and then I'll explain.
No, because you're saying that Allah should have known better, right? He should have known
better.
It wasn't Judy because of this.
Because it comes back to the Quran coming from Allah, and Allah is omniscient.
But you're
like he can't make a mistake.
I agree. He can't make a mistake. But why are you assuming this is the mistake and not Ararat?
Because do you see how it ends over here? Not only do you have a corruption of the classical the classical Syriac, romanized as Qardo here, written in Arabic with these two Arabic letters being confused and so on and so on. But this is supported by the fact that only in the Syriac Bible is the mountain which Noah's Ark rested on called Qardo, as opposed to Ararat. Now, Ararat specifically has connections to the Mesopotamian material.
Yes.
So just remember, for example, when I spoke about gopher, the term gopher, which commentaries up until 2014 were conjecturing cypress wood, cedar. When they've discovered kupru, the Akkadian loanword, as etymologically, there we go, gopher, kupru. Boom! Not only does it confirm the historicity and the memory of the account, it also clarifies to us that these are loanwords being imported into a more modern language, which is then the Hebrew tongue that didn't exist at the time of Noah, didn't exist at the time of Abraham, even potentially even Moses, and so it makes sense for these loan words to come into the language because I believe the Bible is a human work first, not
I know.
sent down.
I know you do. The
Yeah,
point here is, okay, you don't actually know that this is incorrect, okay? You don't know it's incorrect. You are seeing this because it is a single source that contradicts a multiplicity of sources that comes before it. And for you, the probability is that this is a corruption, okay, based on because it's been translated as well, okay. So it's corrupted the original language, as well as corrupting the intention and the location, because that location was what do you call it, mentioned in many other sources, okay, that goes back to Near Eastern tradition. Fine, I understand your reasoning, but that doesn't mean that Judy is the one that's incorrect, does it? Not by necessity.
I would say it is, because the
By
traditions
necessity.
that arose in the Syrian fathers, where they assume, when Josephus, for example, speaks about woods of the ark being utilized back at the time of Sennacherib and stuff like that, the Syrian fathers reading that material go, oh yeah, we know of a tradition of that mountain there, and people would take wood from the ark, and it just so happens to be kudi, and the word happens to match Kordu in the Peshitta, not realizing that the Peshitta is a translation of the Hebrew Ararat.
Okay.
There's a
Yeah, but
it's like
Judy is not.
Jerome mistranslating ore and thinking it's fire, and then the whole thing is misleading from then on out, right? So Kordu is misleading. It's not the Ararat region. Like, even
We know it's not the
geographically,
Ararat
Ararat
region.
and Judy are totally different.
Yeah, okay, but that's the interpretation. Okay, this is how historians understand it, right? When they were examining this, this is what they come to, right? They are not saying that this is false. This is from their reading of history. Because when it comes to historical studies, if there is more attestation, it becomes more probable. If there's a few what do you call it, irregularities, it's probably not true. Okay, that's the historical method, right? When they're looking into history, but that in of itself does not necessitate that the tradition that isn't really retold much or carried forward, or even in a single source, is false. Doesn't mean that at all.
All I'm saying is it seems on the nose that if you have Syrian influences in the Quran, Dul Qurnayn is Syrian.
Where's this? But the only way you can say that there is a Syrian influence is if you prove that there was a Syrian influence on the Prophet ﷺ. Was there?
I haven't gone there yet. I'm saying,
No, but that's where it's going to
I
lead
can
to,
say,
correct?
but
That's
I'm trying.
ultimately where it's gonna lead.
I'm trying not to go there yet. Keyword
Why
yet,
not?
because I'm saying, I'm laying it all out first. I'm saying, look, Kudi only in Syrian sources. Noah's wife not being killed.
No,
Noah's wife
no.
not being saved, and she's killed only in
Yeah,
the
but
Syrian context.
Rob, the thing is, we've
Alexander the Great, all
been here. We've been here for 3 hours, right? We've already established that most of the stories in the Quran come from single sources that pop up in various points in history that are not mainstream traditions. We've already established that. We don't need to yet
okay.
bring another example of the same thing.
Okay,
We've already established that principle,
can
and we've
you,
always asked the same question.
for the sake of, can you give me an example of a ancient story? It doesn't matter, Adam to Jesus, pick anyone, that the Quran gets correct with respect to history, as far as we know, and the Bible got it wrong. My Bible.
Sorry, say that again.
So
I just got
because
a message.
this is probably my to sort of rework it a different way. Pick any story from Adam to Jesus that the Quran recounts, that the Quran got it right with respect to history as far as we know, because again, I understand the whole revelation trumps history bit, but that history confirmed this revelation as hence it being a miracle. That the equivalent in the Bible got it, so the Bible got it wrong in its version of that particular story.
The only way you can do that is by establishing it to be a revelation. It's the only way, because at the end of the day, it's going to be cast out.
Yeah, but I'm asking you for an example. Give me an example of any character in the Bible, Adam to Jesus,
Yeah.
and everyone in between, where the Quran gets it right. It's a historical fact. Yes, the
Okay,
Quran
but
got
here's
it
the thing.
right, but the
How
Bible
do
got it
you-
wrong.
Yeah, but this is the thing. How do you know we got it right? How would you know if the Quran got it right? If I give you an example, all right?
Yeah, but I'm
For
wanting you
example,
to give me an example. Just give me
no,
an
I'm saying
example.
no, because because everything I say about the Quran, I'm going to say that's the correct history, right? I don't need to give you an
Yeah,
example. I affirm everything about the Quran to be the correct history. Okay.
but I'm
Now,
asking.
okay, let me give you.
I'm
Okay, let me give
asking
you an example.
independent
Right.
from. Yeah.
Sure. What do you call it? The Quran, when the Quran speaks about Jesus creating clay birds, that's the correct history,
Okay.
and breathing into them
Okay.
life.
So what
How?
evidence
And
do we
that's
have
the
that he
correct
did
history.
that?
Huh?
But what evidence do we have that he did that?
That's the point, right? That's the point. How do we know
No, but
historically? We don't.
no. I'm asking. That's not what I was asking. I was asking
Yeah.
that we
How
know
do
for
you know
certainty
that
is historically valid.
you only, and this is what I'm saying to you, this is the point you're missing. You will only know for certain that this is historically accurate if you recognize that it's come from Allah. That's the only way. Because other than that, if Allah's not in the picture, it will simply be an argument between the Quran's telling of history and the Bible's telling of history and the Apocrypha telling of history and patristic fathers telling history and Near Eastern traditions telling history. It's going to be different amalgamations of historical truths, which you have to sift through. And you won't be able to do that from a purely historical perspective. You can't. Right? Abraham and Moses don't even exist historically. Right? As far as we know, they're just legends of these two people. Right? There's no record of these people.
So, Yemeni,
Yeah.
When you have, say, Julius Wellhausen and those German higher criticisms with respect to the Old Testament and how they're like, oh, there's no evidence for the kings that Abraham encountered in Genesis 14. These are and these are nonsense terms because they don't fit the Hebrew, because they're not Hebrew terms. The names of these kings. Then the cuneiform corpus was dug up, and voila! It's like it opened the floodgates of like, oh no, these did exist because they do comport with the Akkadian Ugaritic terms. Case in point, gopher wood. Gopher does comport with the Akkadian term kupru. It's not some weird term. So what I'm saying is, I can understand that this is coming from Allah, this revelation stuff, right? The Quran is from Allah. Okay, great. Can I have an example where I can go in history and be like, even I don't even need to defend the revelation of the Quran. It is a fact that Jesus did the clay bird stuff.
Yeah, the crucifixion, for example, you could do that. You could do that with the crucifixion.
So, okay, so is it a historical fact that Jesus was not crucified?
Yeah.
Okay, what's the evidence with
The
respect
evidence
to history that denies his crucifixion?
Yeah, the evidence of that is, as the Quran mentions, that the people who believed in it were in nothing but conjecture. So for us as Muslims, all we have to prove is the conjecture in history, which did exist in the first century. So the conjecture from the Jews and the Christians, the Jews believed that they stoned him and hung him on a pole after he was stoned. The Christians had various different accounts of what actually happened to Christ. The first historical testimony is from a man who never met Christ, Paul. Right, the Gospels differ on the details, and the Gospels themselves make it very clear that the disciples ran away, apart from John and Mary, who, by the way, were not even in close proximity to Christ. They were actually pretty, at a distance. I'm not sure how much of a distance, but they were at a distance. They weren't like front and center. Like I said, there are many historical embellishments within the gospel narratives with regards to the crucifixion. I'm sure you're aware of those. So there's so much that we can verify historically that shows that there is indeed a conjecture that no one actually knows what happened. In fact, there were stories that he was indeed saved by God. And that's where the majority of the substitution theories come in. But the problem here is utilizing the historical critical method. No one's really going to take that seriously, because no one in deploying that method is going to say that Jesus was, what do you call it, saved by God by either ascending to heaven or by having his likeness placed on another being. That's not considered
So,
history.
so so I'm aware of the analysis of the crucifixion method,
Yes.
the evidence for crucifixion, blah blah. Even the specific crucifixion victim under Pontius Pilate, the ankle bone and the nails still stuck into it. All of that gives us we need all that to validate what crucifixion was like and all that. John Mayer famously he famously put it this way: it's like, imagine if you take every scholar from every field of science and you threw them into the Harvard Library, and then you asked them to summarize a week's worth of research, what they thought who Jesus was, based on all their expertise. And they would all come away with putting aside deity and resurrection, because that's more theology and more supernatural. All of them, 99.9% of them would say he was a man of Nazareth, apocalyptic rabbi, crucified under Pontius Pilate, and in fact, John Dominic Crossan will say something like, and he was fed to the dogs.
Sure, but
it's the later. No, but what's curious is that they come to this conclusion where they will then say that the substitution theories arose because of the more supernatural elements of the person of Christ. So even the Arian, even people like Arius would say he's a supernatural being. You can't put nails through a supernatural being.
I get that.
So the Gnostic legends have him as an archon going up and going, "Aha! You thought you crucified me, but really not."
I know that, right? But this is the thing. This is why I say the HCM is a flawed method, right? The reason why they would come to this conclusion is because they are relying upon purely naturalistic things, which as believers we don't give a damn about. The earth, creation of itself, is not a product of a natural thing. It's a product of the supernatural. Our very existence is a product of the supernatural. Our very function is controlled by the supernatural. Right? Everything is, right? There is nothing that happens without the will of God. Right? There is a theology behind that which is active in the history. Right? This is not just the will of God as an abstract theology. No, this is a reality that the will of God has acted in history. He has done miracles. He has done things that break the laws of nature. That's the whole point of it being a miracle. This is part of the history. Historians don't give a damn about that, right? Well, for us,
so if Jesus was crucified, putting aside that Christian theology, just the man, he was crucified, would that undo all of the Quran, or just that bit of the Quran that says
no? It will undo the whole Quran. It will undo the whole Quran.
Okay. So hang on. So do you see now the domino effect, where then if he was crucified, and therefore it contradicts, I think it's either Surah 4 or Surah 7, one of the two. Surah 4, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Chapter 4, verse 157.
And then the substitution theory comes from a legend. Then everything I just laid out about all these legends suddenly implode into like an eukaryotic Big Bang model. It's like it just
because
and collapses in and of itself.
When we have things,
because it proves that everything comes from legends. The whole Quran is just a legendary amalgamation of stuff.
No, because for example, when we know that these stories come from Judeo-Christian sources, legend or orthodox, okay, apocryphal or whatever, right? As long as it's from a Judeo-Christian source, we say as much. We tell you, yeah, that's a Judeo-Christian source. And the thing is, at the end of the day, this is from the interpretation. It's not in the Quran. And the interpretation, we actually document the different substitution, what do you call it, theories, which highlights that we ourselves as Muslims, we don't actually know how he was saved. We don't pick a side. We don't say that's the correct story.
The point is he wasn't crucified.
The point is he wasn't crucified.
Okay.
And the way Allah shows us to prove that is to prove the conjecture of the Jews and the Christians, which we can demonstrate in a history. You guys don't actually know what actually happened. So this idea that he was crucified is nothing but conjecture on your part when you look into your histories. Now you deem it as a historical fact because it's the thing that has survived through the centuries. But you go right back to the 1st century and the early 2nd century. Actually, you don't even need to go to the early 2nd century. Just the 1st century.
What about the
There was no
critical?
conjecture.
What about the critical reconstruction of because we know Josephus had a lot of tampering from Christian scribes.
Yeah.
But even that section of Josephus is authentic to Josephus, and he affirms the crucifixion.
Sure, he's a historian. He heard from
in the
people
1st century.
Yeah, but he.
And the only other evidence of crucifixion, like physical evidence, is that ankle bone.
Okay, but
and we have the ossuaries and the bone boxes and
sure doesn't
and we
mean
have testaments from Roman authors, even Tacitus.
Doesn't mean Joseph. Doesn't mean it was Jesus on the cross, man. Doesn't mean that.
But they're all talking about the guy.
Yeah. What does the Quran say? It says it appeared to them. So if it appeared to them, what do you expect them to say?
Okay, so then my next question then is,
they thought it was Christ.
What type of Christian theology? So the Christians that converted to Islam, the Christians, that when you mentioned last time about the Jews, Christians that were more local.
Yeah.
What type of
they wouldn't
what type
have
of ceremony did they have, these Christians? What type of church service did they have in the vicinity?
They didn't have a church service. They weren't part of a church.
But why were they called Christian? What's their theology?
Christian just means someone who believes in Christ. That's what it means.
Yes, but what did their worship look like?
Oh no, they were Muslims. They were essentially like those who believed, right, in the Torah and the Injil prior to the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ. They were considered Muslims. And then, of course, if they rejected the Quran, then they would become disbelievers because they would have to thingy. But if they accepted the Quran afterwards, they would continue to be Muslims. So the Christians who did hold on to the Injil, they were considered believers.
So they were by default Muslims without realizing that the next true prophet, which is Muhammad, is just around the corner.
Because they didn't.
And they're like, oh, you happen to believe what we believe anyway, and which is he was substituted, he wasn't killed.
No, the Prophet ﷺ doesn't never commented on the substitution. He never.
No. Did these Christians believe that Jesus was substituted?
No, they don't. They didn't have an opinion. We don't have any record of them having an opinion one way or another. They just know that Jesus was saved.
Yemeni, come on.
What? We don't have any information. Look, when we have information,
I like you, man. But,
yeah, I like you
but
too.
Seriously, put your critical thinking hat on. You're telling me. Wait. You're telling me. Talk about the Medinan, because you're saying Christians are in the Medinan context, not the Meccan context. Okay, so all the Medinan verses that speak about Christian stuff, like Mary.
Yes.
So Surah 3, for example. So those Christians would be aware of Mary being fed by Allah.
Yes.
Okay. If they're already aware of something like that, then they should be aware of the teachings of Jesus somehow, or what he did when he was born.
They were aware of the teachings of Jesus, right? But what happened to him, how he was saved by Allah, I'm saying we have no record of what they held as a belief in terms of how Allah saved Jesus. We don't have that record. So I can't tell you what their belief was regarding that, because we don't have any record of that.
Is there a Quran? Okay, so when the Quran gives correct accounts of, say, the life of Mary and so on,
Sorry. Oh, like proper betrayal.
is
Yes.
that is that
Oh,
Fawad?
that's the word, yeah. Wa
Yeah.
alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, akhi. Oh, my bad. Oh man.
So obviously, for example,
Mm.
the Mary in the temple bit being fed, obviously in that passage, there's no correction. There's no like, oh, I need to correct you on what Mary was actually doing. It just says it like this is what she's doing. It doesn't need to go out of its way to teach something new. They
No,
already know it.
yeah. I mean,
So,
look,
so
this is
is
why.
it the same with the crucifixion? Like it's not going out of way to correct Christians and saying you believe he was crucified, but really he wasn't. It's just an
No,
assertion he was
it does go.
substituted.
It does go out of its way. This is why it says those who believe in it, they have nothing but conjecture. They follow nothing but assumption, right? But for surely not, they didn't crucify him. So there is a clarification here. There is an understanding here that you guys believe in something which you have no certain knowledge of. You have conjecture. You follow nothing but assumption. But I'm telling you, Allah's saying, I'm telling you that he was not crucified. Okay. He was not. He was not killed in the first place. Okay, so there is a clarification there, and you can see where Allah Subhanahu wa Taala interacts with the Christians in a way that's polemical, right? In a way that tries that gets them to think about what they
So
believe.
there were Christians that did believe in the crucifixion, and the Quran's having to teach them don't believe in the crucifixion.
Not in look.
The
if
fact that
you're
it has
trying,
to bring that up to correct the
yeah,
Medinan Christians and Jews.
no. See, this is where the mistake is. Not every single piece of polemic, okay, is directed to the Jews and the Christians in Medina. Not every single one. The Quran is for all of mankind, so it addresses all of mankind. Okay, so it addresses atheists in the Quran. It addresses atheists in the Quran. There was no atheist in Mecca or Medina. Not a single one. Right? It addresses, what do you call it? Who else does it address? Subhanallah. There was another group that I had on my head, but I forgot it now. But you know, the Quran addresses groups that are not in Mecca and Medina as well. All right, this is understood in a wider context. Okay, but then there are verses, and this is where we have asbab and nuzul. When you find these verses which have an event attached to it, this has a direct correlation with Mecca or Medina, or even on the travels, right? For example, when they travel to Tabuk and places like that. Okay, so not every single verse that's polemical is directed at Jews and Christians in Medina or directed at polytheists in Mecca. It could be, you know, the Quran can also be directed to polytheists like the Hindus, but it was still revealed in Mecca and Medina, right? So we have to understand to what extent the Quran is addressing people and when it's addressing people directly in Mecca and Medina. And for that, we have Asbab al-Nuzul.
Okay, so I'm still thinking. Like I heard what you said. But my mind was simultaneously thinking about this crucifixion thing. So because I was reading, I brought up the passage as well just to read it for
Yeah,
myself. So it says, um,
and their boast. And then they're
50,
saying,
yeah, 55 is for their breaking the covenant and their disbelief in the signs of God, and they're killing the prophets without any right, and they're saying, quote, our hearts are covered. No, God set a seal on them for their disbelief, so they do not believe except for a few. That few would be the correct
believers, yes.
Christians that will become Muslim.
The correct Jews. This is in reference to the Jews.
Oh, this is Jews. Okay.
If you start from verse 153, it starts
Okay.
highlighting the crimes
Yeah,
of
the
the
Moses,
children.
the book from the sky, and
Yeah.
Moses, and yeah. So we
Yeah,
raised.
so it's all about the Jews.
Yeah. So then it says, and for their disbelief, so they're being the Jews, they're saying against Mary a great slander.
Yeah, when they accused her of adultery when she was pregnant with Christ.
Right. So that was a Jewish, in fact, even heretical, like I think Gnostic Celsus or something. Like there were groups that Pantera, you know, the Pantera myth, the Roman soldier.
I'm not aware of
Marion.
that, to be honest. I'm not aware of
Okay,
that.
yeah, but you have a hint of this. I'm sort of bringing you into my wheelhouse. We have a hint of this in the New Testament in John 8, where the Jews are like, we have our father Abraham, and then they literally, it's a little jab, we are not illegitimate. It's a little bit of a jab there.
Which is ironic, considering actually most of them were.
Right. So,
do you actually know that? Do you actually know that's why the Jews trace their lineage from their mother instead of their father? Their Jewishness from their mother. It's because of their illegitimateness.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that argument. Yes.
Yeah. So,
and what they believe, and and that's why you have the genealogies, playing on that a little bit, Matthew and Luke's.
Exactly. So which is why the accusation is very ironic.
Right. So ironically, 156 matches that subtle John 8 reference there.
Sure.
And for their saying, surely we killed the Messiah, Jesus, son of Mary, the messenger of God, yet they did not kill him, nor did they crucify him, but it only seemed like that to them. Surely those who differ about him are indeed in doubt about him. They have no knowledge about him, only the following of conjecture. Certainly they did not. So it emphasizes, certainly they did not kill him.
And
no, God raised him to himself.
When the argument first begins, he mentions they didn't kill him nor crucify him. Why the distinction? Because he was killed on the cross.
I'm noticing that. Yeah.
So Allah is aware that there are different traditions. The Jews say they stoned him. In the Talmud, they say they stoned him, and then they put his body on a tree to fulfill Deuteronomy 21, by the way.
Right.
This is what they claim that they did this after the trial of the Sanhedrin. They said that they did that. There are so many issues with this, by the way, right? Historically, there are issues with this account, okay? But this is their saying, okay? They said that they killed the Messiah. This is why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that they say they killed the Messiah, okay? Making it more general than specific. Then he mentions two forms that they speak about, which is the stoning as well as the crucifixion. And that's why he comments, he says they neither killed him nor crucified him, rather it appeared so. Okay, so it appeared as if they succeeded, hence why they continue to say this. This is why it appears in the Talmud, right, that they've done this. They thought they did it. But then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that this is just conjecture, right? So for us as Muslims, we look in history, we look in the first century, we're like, yeah, there was freaking conjecture. No one actually really knew what happened, right? There's no eyewitness accounts, right? All of this come from second-hand testimony, if not third-hand testimony. There are issues with the historicity within those records. There are different groups that say different things about Christ. In fact, many groups, I would say more groups than not, would actually say that he wasn't crucified. The reason why it's so dominant, it's because it's in the New Testament. But if you look outside of the New Testament writings and you look at Christian writings as a whole in the first century, you would see that the majority of it is actually stating that he wasn't crucified rather something else happened. Yeah. Outside of the New Testament, who says he got crucified?
Who says he was not? Who says in the first, say, 3 centuries, not just the first century, that
I'm talking about outside of the
New
argument
Testament against crucifixion.
Outside of the New Testament tradition, in terms of Christian writings.
Yeah, even outside the New Testament.
How many?
You will not find an anti-crucifixion data point or argument.
Yeah, there is.
In the first 3 centuries, no.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. I mean, look, even the church fathers.
Give me an example.
The Basilides. What did he think? The Ebionites, what did they think? Actually, no, the Ebionites, I think they did think he was crucified, but or I'm not sure. But Basilides, for example, well, they thought he was Simon of Cyrene.
Let me see this. Basilides.
Yeah. You can find. I can't remember all the names of the groups, but I think Basilides.
Yeah,
thought it was Simon
that's right. Basilides. So so we have. Remember that book I brought up?
Yeah.
About Nuria.
Yeah.
So he is in basically mid-2nd century, and he's arguing for it says here, Basilides and his followers largely accepted the biography of Jesus found in the canonical Gospels. One possible deviation, however, is claimed by Irenaeus that Jesus was substituted on the cross with Simon of Cyrene during the walk to Golgotha. Simon was commissioned to carry the cross of Jesus during this walk, but at some point, their physical features were swapped. And Simon was then crucified while Jesus stood by laughing and ridiculing him. But David Litwer, it's a modern scholar, has argued that Irenaeus has confused the views of Basilides with those of others, such as the views found in the second treatise of the Great Seth, because the second treatise of the Great Seth has Jesus as an archon. So Irenaeus, let's see.
Yeah, that's their commentary. But what I'm saying is that there are actually quite a few. It's not just that people. I can't remember the group that thought it was Judas Iscariot who was crucified instead of Jesus as punishment for his betrayal. God put the likeness of Jesus onto Judas, and he was crucified.
But why? If someone like Basilides and then you have Irenaeus.
Irenaeus is just documenting.
Working. He's just documenting.
No, but
the
Ignatius,
point is, I want something like a council, like an Arian, Nicene.
You don't need to have a council. You don't need to. There weren't such things. There were no councils in the first century.
Yeah, right? According to Acts 15, the Jerusalem Council, for example.
I mean, like, in terms of, like, you know, when I talk about councils, I'm talking about like in like the churches as we see later on in history, where like a larger group of the Council of Jerusalem was made up of essentially the disciples.
Iconographically, is there a church that doesn't even have a cross?
I don't believe the Church of Jerusalem had a cross at the time. There's no description of the Church of Jerusalem.
It has lamb imagery. This is why John in Revelation has lamb that was slain.
Sure.
But there's also the Lion of Judah.
That's fine. I'm talking about you were asking about cross imagery. That didn't exist in the Jerusalem church in the first century. That might have been added later on.
The reason why I'm asking
would have had
excellent. So I believe in fact I believe the Church of the Holy Sepulchre is
the Church of Jerusalem.
Well, not just that, but actually the location for both the burial and the crucifixion.
No, it can't.
And this is why you have like a century or two later you have. Well, this is why a century or two later you have a Roman emperor to try and bury this. He puts a statue of Venus on top. Like he has a pagan temple, puts a statue of Venus on top, and then Constantine comes later and says, "No, let's unearth all this and bring it back to be the church of the crucifixion and the burial, where the resurrection happened."
You can believe that if you want. I'm not too concerned for this discussion, for the purpose of this discussion.
But it predates Islam as a very rich heritage and tradition of his not just his death and his burial, but his resurrection.
Everything we're talking about predates Islam. There's no discussion about that. We know it predates Islam. Allah's telling us about the history. He's not telling us about the future in the Quranic accounts, right? So, what do you call it? We're coming up on 4 hours now, so we'll try and wrap this up as well.
Sure.
So the point here is, we can talk about the history. You asked me to provide an example. I was like, look, the crucifixion. You can the elements that Allah speaks about in the Quran, you can prove that, historically speaking. Okay. The point here is, you're not going to be able to do that with everything.
Notice you use the word prove.
Just
sorry for butting in. Sorry for butting in, but you use the word prove. We can historically prove. You're going to go against the buck of 99% of all those Harvard scholars, as John Mayer would say.
It doesn't matter, because I'm not looking at scholars. I'm looking at the primary evidence.
And I'm not limited.
But I'm not looking at scholarship. I'm looking at the primary evidence, and I'm not limited in the same way that these scholars are. A lot of these scholars are limited by the HCM. I'm free of it. I do not.
Well, I'm
HCM as a valid source, as a valid criteria. And a valid methodology.
As an astrophysicist, so I'm in science.
Yes, I know.
You stick with peer review. You stick with the data that becomes the generalized theory.
But this is more of a you problem rather than.
And I can't help but do the same with. Texts like the Bible.
I get that. I understand where you're coming from, and I understand where the contention or this war that you mentioned
Mm-hmm.
is, and I see why, and I know why it's there. And that's the part where you sort of have to let go of it, right? And I'm not saying that because,
Like Indiana Jones, just where he's
no,
that step where he can't see the bridge, but he
yeah,
takes
and
a
then
step
yes,
anyway.
yeah,
Yeah,
and he
yeah,
steps
yeah,
on.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
it's not, look, because there is a fundamental principle which makes sense. If God is the one who is revealing this revelation, then he by default gets it right. By default,
yes. And
right?
I hear you. In fact, that's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. The Quran's on the hot seat. Allah is on the hot seat when it comes
Yeah,
to
but the thing
history.
is, you're assuming it's wrong because you're assuming the history is right. The history that you're reading is right. That's not
And
the.
I
You
need to be
can.
shown that it's wrong. That my
The only.
my
Yeah.
interpretation of history is wrong.
Okay. But the only way you can be shown that is by being shown that the Quran is from God. That's the only way to do it. Because otherwise, you and I can sit here and argue about the history all day long. You can tell me about what you think about history, and I can tell you what I think about the same history. That's all it's going to be down. It's going to be history
So,
bashing.
but then we
It,
see this. I can't help but see it as circular.
It's not
You
circular
can't.
because I'm not saying it's not circular because we are investigating whether it's from God. We're not coming from the position that we're assuming it's from God. We're saying it has to be from God because it cannot come from man, because it cannot come from jinn,
Because of
because
everything
there
we've
was no,
discussed.
yes, because we've
Yes.
explored all of this and concluded that it cannot be from any natural means, then it can only, or supernatural means that are demonic in nature, then it can only be from the divine. That's the only conclusion left. And it has to be
Okay.
that
And now,
regardless of the odds.
and for the sake of charity, entertain this then, and then because I know we're both getting tired. If then say the crucifixion is what happened, I would still, I think you would still say the Quran is still miraculous, but it can't be from
No,
Allah.
no, I wouldn't say it's miraculous.
It would
I'd say
have to then be some sort of a,
no, I'd say
maybe
it's
a
false.
demonic inspiration.
I would say it's false. It's not from God.
No, but then that no, wait. Do you see where I'm going with that question? If the crucifixion is true, which then contradicts Surah 4, which then you said that also includes everything else in the Quran sort of crumbles. Okay, but then the question still remains: how did this guy Muhammad know of everything we just discussed?
Could be made it up. At that point, the thing is, at that point, you can mention anything. You can
No, wait,
whatever
no.
you
But
want, whatever
instead of
Christian.
just suddenly going, "Oh my gosh," at least we can come up with a hypothesis that maybe maybe there are plot holes in the tradition.
But at that point, it doesn't
Like,
matter. It doesn't matter because if it's not from God, the only reason we take the Quran seriously is because there is a divine claim
yeah, but
to it.
somehow he knew of these traditions.
So,
I mean, it would still be worth
fine,
investigating, right?
you can call it demonic, whatever, right? The point here is, if I'm granting you this hypothetical argument, right?
Yeah.
You could say whatever you want about the Quran afterwards. It doesn't really matter to me at that point, right? If
Yeah,
you can
well,
falsify the
because I
Quran,
understand the emotions. Like, I understand
it's
you'd be really pissed, but
no, I'm telling you for myself. I'm like, no, it won't mean anything. Because for the reason why I take the Quran seriously is because I've done this process. I've tried to falsify the Quran, not because I had doubt in it, but to cement my belief, right? So I went down the critical method, right? Critical thinking, you looking at the history, looking at this, looking at that, looking at the possibilities. Hence this conversation. I can't have this conversation if I have not done that and I don't understand the thought process.
yeah, okay.
So, because I've concluded that it's impossible for it to come from the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, for it to come from Satan, which is why I did a whole presentation on whether the Prophet ﷺ was deceived. I think you saw it on Hamza's den, haven't you, Rob? When I
Yeah,
did it on Hamza, yeah. So I did the
yeah.
whole presentation on that, right? I've examined whether the Prophet ﷺ could have lied, could have been crazy. I've examined whether any of these accusations that are mentioned in the Quran hold any weight. I've examined his what do you call it, his travels out of Mecca and out of Medina, whether it was prior to his prophethood or during his prophethood, because he left Mecca and Medina during his prophethood as well. He went to Tabuk, he went to what do you call it, other places. He sent his companions to Abyssinia, The Christians of Najran came to him. He sent companions to Yemen. He sent out letters to the kings. I've examined all of this. Okay, I know about Quraysh when they went to see Medina. I know when Abu Sufyan went to Heraclius. Okay, and Heraclius questioned him. I've examined all of these sources, and it's impossible. It's impossible that he could have got anything from the Quran. Not a single letter of the Quran came from him, which led me to conclude that it was revelation. And because it's revelation, at that point, when I've concluded it's revelation, then it trumps everything else. And that's where my faith is. Okay, my faith
So
is
literally
built
the
on
HCM
knowledge from
method,
God.
or the HCM really, is
It's
just
lackluster.
conjecture. It's just
It is. At the end of the day, it is. I mean, this is why they never say that this happened. When they tell you this thing happened for a fact, what they actually mean is that this is what people have said. That's what they say. This is what it means. And this is what people have said from the naturalistic.
So for example, when I say something like evolution is a fact, Adam was not the first man.
Yeah, that's
your
not
response
a fact.
is no. Muhammad, the Quran says otherwise. I don't care about the
100%.
science.
That's my first thing. But even from a scientific perspective, what do you call it? The idea that evolution is a fact is absolute nonsense.
No.
Well, of course it is. Well, that's a discussion for another time.
No. That's a discussion for another time. But yeah.
But prior to evolution, you need to freaking if you want to stick down the scientific route, you got to prove the origin of life first. Forget about evolution. Prove the origin of life from a scientific
but life
using a scientific method.
Well, Luca has nothing to do with evolution per se. However,
I know. I said
models that we. Okay.
Prior
Yes.
to evolution,
Okay. Yes. No. That's still a valid. No, that's still a valid question. In fact,
so how are we going to talk about evolution when we can't even determine the origin of life scientifically?
No. But then that's conflating the two. The point is, when life is then doing its thing, it has this evolutionary process which we can explain over the extinction events that transpire and so on and so on. So
no, there's not.
For example.
No, but speciation does not exist.
For example, the whale. Okay. Why is it a mammal? Fantastic.
Why is it? Yeah. Why is it a mammal?
Why is it a mammal?
I don't know, because it is.
Yeah, but
that's the way God created it.
This is not just because. The point is that before.
Is this an evolution debate now?
No. I'm again, even that's how God created it. I don't believe that's what happened, because we have the fossils of a land species, a type of bovine sort of species, that you see this transition before biochemistry was on the scene, before DNA and epigenetics and so on. You have the discovery of what they were assuming were a transition of a whale-like species becoming the whale.
Say that again. What was it? They what?
I'm talking about people in the 1800s assuming.
They were assuming. Look.
Yes. Wait. But I haven't finished where I'm going with this. There's an assumption initially that the bone arrangement, the skeletal body plan of the whale, happened to match this transition from a bovine-looking creature towards the ocean with one particular key feature that was quite intriguing: its nostril, its blowhole. In the sense that when they align these fossils, they're noticing that from the snout, you see this transition over time to the back, exactly the position what the whale has it as. But they couldn't explain that. Now, because of genetics, we know that, genes program for how many digits you have, the color, blah, blah, blah. Litmus test. Is there a mutation with respect to the gene that programs for the positioning of the nostril?
Mutation.
Yes, and they found it.
Mutation is one thing, okay?
But they found it.
Hold on. When we talk about evolution, we're talking about speciation. Species evolving from one species to another. Do you believe in that?
Yes.
No.
That's
okay.
The whale is a prime example.
No,
we're
it's
talking
not
hundreds of millions of years of this transition of the nostril going back.
Of the same thing.
And why it remains as a mammal, but yet in the oceans.
Okay, so Rob, if you believe that
Anyway.
divine revelation, whether it's the Quran or the Bible, and I actually would, Yemeni, real quick, does the Quran deny evolution?
Of
I
course
haven't
it does.
Okay, so if a book, because you have objective, obviously, since we're weighing our soul's eternal destiny here, we have to have an objective reason to believe which book is divine revelation. If divine revelation contradicted what you believe, and I'm telling you that all of the quote unquote tafsir Christian church fathers throughout history, we've interpreted the scripture to mean that the earth is 6,000 years or whatever, however many years old. If that's the case, and that's what the Bible says, are you going to disregard that scientific method in favor of believing revelation, or are you just going to say are you just going to say, well, the science debunks the Bible, it's irreconcilable, I'm going to be an atheist? Because
No,
it sounds like what differs you from an atheist is you just reinterpret the Bible to suit your atheistic beliefs. Whereas the atheist is at least consistent. He's
Wait,
like,
you're
I
talking
just
to me
reject the
or
Bible.
Yemeni?
no,
I
it's
just
talking to
reject the
you.
Bible.
Oh,
Yeah,
I thought he was talking to you.
So let me finish what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
No, I
Let me finish real
was
quick.
very clear.
I asked him real quick what the Quran said. Yeah, that was it. That was all I said to Yemeni.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying to you is, if divine revelation does teach that the earth is, a few thousand years old or whatever, and that there
doesn't.
is that God created Adam from clay and dust, whatever.
Let's just start.
So you don't
Yemeni,
believe
I
the
know you
Bible
need to
teaches
go, but
that?
let's just Jacob. Let's just start from there. Where does the Bible say it's 6,000 years old?
It's the.
I mean, I asked you what's the name of the mountain. You're like, I don't know. So where in the Bible does it say 6,000 years?
Okay, well, I'll have to pull up the fathers and their quotes on the
No. Put the fathers
It's a
aside.
calculation based-
Where
it's a
does the
calculation
Bible
based on the millennium.
say it's 6,000 years?
It's just a calculation based on the.
It's based on. It's just how that's always been understood in our tradition, though. The Christian tradition from the beginning.
No, it hasn't always been.
Where does the Bible say it's 6,000 years?
Okay, so you're just going to dispute. Okay, so we could have that debate. That would be a separate debate. We could have that debate.
Okay. I'll answer it for you.
Well, let me ask you.
I will answer it for you.
No, but the important question I asked was, if the Bible did say that, would you submit to it?
I will answer it for you. Yemeni, the Quran says Noah is 950 years old, right?
No, doesn't say that.
What?
The Quran doesn't mention his age.
Yes, it does.
Doesn't mention his age. It doesn't mention he was preaching. For 950 years, it doesn't mention 950 years he was preaching. Not in the Quran.
Yeah, that's Genesis.
I'm pretty sure it says 950 years is Noah's age.
Not in the Quran. That's not in the Quran.
You sure you're not?
This we get from Judeo-Christians.
Yeah. Genesis.
Okay, hang on a second.
Yeah, we do not get this in the Quran.
Noah's age Quran.
Almighty Google.
2914. 1,000 years except for 50 years. What does that mean?
Is that in what? 2914?
Yeah.
I might be mistaken. Let's see here. Ah, sah. Yeah, true. Yeah. Oh, there you go. Yeah.
No, but that doesn't. Okay, that's just a slip on Yemeni's part. Okay.
Yeah.
Well.
All right. So therefore, if
I'm not memorized of the Quran, by the way, but yeah, what do you call it? I didn't remember that. There you go. So.
Yes. Okay. So that means he lived for. If you're doing a base 10, 365 day year solar calendar way of reckoning time, this is 950. 365 days worth of years that Noah lived. Literally.
But that in the verse, that's just him preaching to them. He was preaching to them for 950 years.
Okay.
So he lived longer than that.
The equivalent then with Genesis, those long ages, like Adam 930 years and so on, Methuselah 969, they follow what's called a base 60 number system based on the Sumerian king list that also had that same figure, which means it's a totally different calendar system. They didn't have Arabic numerals, because see, the number system that you and I use today actually derives from the Arabic numeral. Yeah. The Greeks and the Sumerians before did not have that, so they weren't thinking of base 10 number systems like that, which means the so-called 6,000 years comes much later on at the onset of the type of base 10 calculations that were in the CE period, not the BC period. That's why Enoch and Jubilees, don't forget, Jubilees is why did they call it Jubilees? It's because it's a Jewish calendar set that follows the solely lunar calendar, which of 360 days and so on. You can't then say Adam lived 930 years as per the base 10 counting. It's a base 60 number, which means it would be a disservice to the text to say 6,000 years based on that calculation. Okay, now, Yemeni, I now have a question. In Surah 9, it says, Allah says, don't add an extra month because that would be doing superstition and shirk or something. But rather, Allah has already created 12 months from the start of the creation moving forward. Obviously, with Big Bang cosmology, Earth's dynamical formation in the solar system, 4.5 billion years worth of Earth's formation, you have a change in its rotation speed when the moon collision event forms. So the Earth initially had a 50-minute day. It transitions to now the 24-hour day.
Yeah, but that's
which
hypothetical.
Means, that's all fact.
No, this is not freaking not.
Yeah, but
man.
but Surah 9 says 12 months, an organized 12-month calendar was already there, preloaded at the start of creation.
Sure, but at the end,
but then that's
but you also mentioned. Remember in the Quran that the time of day is in accordance to how long Allah wants it to be. Right. So whilst He has ordained 12 months, we are not necessarily.
But this is why I'm asking you for clarification on that verse, because it sounds like he's saying, those who had to add. No, but what I'm saying is, if you have 12 months, 30 days per month, that's not the actual 365-day calendar. So people would have to add an intercalation month or a 13th month every so often to calibrate for the correct, period around the sun. Allah is saying don't do that because that's bad. But then that contradicts the solar calendar then.
Well, yeah, but the Quran is not talking about the solar calendar, is it? We don't do things based on the solar calendar. We do it on the lunar calendar.
Well, let me bring up the verse so you can see what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but this is not. But this is not in reference to the solar calendar.
So did you guys ever get to Surah 18 or?
No, we didn't.
I was because half an hour.
Because all of this, it just leads to the same questions. It comes to the same fundamental questions anyway.
Well, it sounded like, Rob, one of your points was that the Quran is false because it says that a man was in heaven and this was impossible because Adam wasn't the first man.
So look, the issue for Rob is not so much whether it was revelation or not, is how does he reconcile the revelation with the history that we know? That's where his struggle is.
Okay, this is a prime example of what I'm getting at. What you just said there, that question.
But that is your primary struggle.
Yeah, it is. Here's another wall scenario. 936.
No, explain. It's not another wall. That's the wall that you're.
It's the wall. So 936. Explain to me the logic of 936.
What do you mean the logic of 936?
Like whether it's valid.
Let me read it, inshallah. Why is it not loading?
If God speaks, why do we need to reconcile it with our logic? Which, by the way, is a criticism I have of Muslim logic as well. They try to say the Trinity is
for us, there is a balance.
Because you have the Book of Nature that says one thing, and then...
I'm just sitting here like, I believe three persons are one God, and the earth is 6,000 years old.
Allah here is not mentioning about...
You guys think I'm crazy, but...
So see, I'll read it out. Surely...
Yeah, but you mentioned that he's talking about a 13th month or something. He doesn't mention that.
He does. Yeah, surely the number of months with God is 12, written in the book of God on the day when he created the heavens and the earth. So on the day. And then it says, of them four are sacred, that is the right religion. Do not do yourselves evil during them, but fight against the idolaters altogether. And so on and so on.
About adding an additional month.
And then it says, 37, the postponement is an increase of disbelief by which those who disbelieve go astray. They make it profane 1 year and make it sacred another year to adjust the number of months God has made sacred and to profane what God has made sacred. So what's this adjustment language?
That's not quite what it says. Yeah, they adjust. Okay, so they adjust the number of the months which Allah has made unlawful. That's what it means. Not the number of months. They adjust the sacred, the sanctity of the months, better to suit their desires, really, to suit what
So
they
this
want.
has nothing to do with 354 days and a leap year.
No. It's just about the months themselves. Some of the four of them are sacred, but what do you call it? Allah is saying, don't, just don't mess about with the sanctity of these months. Don't, make some of these months sacred 1 year and desecrate it,
Then
deconsecrate it.
why does Ibn Ashaq speak about leap months?
It's his interpretation.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
that's not what the Quran is referring to.
because it sounds like don't do that, but if we don't do that, then we are woefully not following a correct 12 months solar calendar.
No, but
we're
look,
following a 354 day
but
lunar calendar.
the calendar, right? The 12-month calendar is a lunar calendar. It's not a solar calendar, so that we don't have the issue of a leap year or leap
But
months.
it's saying
Or
don't.
It's referring to the sanctity of the months. It's not referring to
That's okay.
number of months.
That's your explanation. Yeah. Okay. All right.
No, that's actually from a plain reading of the Arabic. Yeah, I do see where the confusion can be from the translation, but from the plain reading of the Arabic, it's clearly about the sanctity of the months.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Because when I read it as that he's already decreed 12 months at the start of creation.
Yeah.
Well, the start of creation was 13.8 billion years ago. There was no concept of a 24-hour, 365-day year for the next.
Well, again,
13.8 billion years. So,
and this is why I said
no. I know that. For Allah,
right.
there's no time.
So these 12 months could have been, if you really wanted
in
to
his
reconcile
mind.
it with 13.5 history, you could say that Allah made these 30 days or 29 days based on a lunar calendar, and because the Earth was spinning so fast.
But he already had in his mind that'll come about one day.
Yeah,
this might be proof for Islam.
And he willed for that period of time to be whatever it was.
But did they have? But that's based on modern Big Bang cosmology. Did they have that concept that there's a transition from creation to the calendar?
No, but I'm saying if you really wanted to reconcile it, we don't have to, right? Because first and foremost, like I said, the creation, the way the Earth was created according to cosmology, is a theory. Okay, it's not a hard fact. Okay, they're trying to figure out how did the moon come about. No, it's not, man. How they were trying to figure out how the moon
trust
came
me,
about.
We've made a lot of progress.
There's a lot Ophelia, what was the name? Ophelia or something? I can't remember the planet that smashed into the young Earth. Thea, right? It smashed into the Earth, and then what do you call it? The debris coalesced into the moon.
We know. Okay, I'll tell you specifically how much we know. We know a lot more than just the name that we've just put on it. We know the speed at which it was coming at Earth, 4 kilometers per second. We know the angle at which it collides with Earth. We know the size. Not just that, we've even discovered remnants of Thea in the core of Earth, and also Earth remnants in the moon.
We haven't been to the core of Earth.
Yes. No, we can see the composition, a unique extraterrestrial foreign composition that's shared between the moon and the Earth, and yet at the same time it also differentiates. Like you have a genuine lunar composition.
You do know that in terms of in cosmology, what do you call it? The young solar system coalesced from dust particles, right? So in the same space, you could have had two bodies that coalesced from the same dust material, sharing those composite materials. It could just be that.
So, for example, we have in, say, the partial differential equation math, PDEs, we have what's called Lagrange points with respect to the solar system. We can then infer a calculation of what type of bodies, so size, mass, speed, distribution, that coalesce around this newly forming star that would then bring about the solar system of today.
That's actually not true.
We are reverse engineering back.
It's actually not.
and
It's
then
actually not.
calculating out the way the solar system forms.
Yeah, but we know this is not true because especially when people have done studies on Jupiter, for example. Recently, we've discovered, we've been able to find out about the core of Jupiter, and it's completely different to what every single model about the creation of Jupiter has shown. It's completely
Yeah,
different, right?
but it's
The
not
point here is
it's not completely different. It's a
it is
gas
completely.
giant.
It's a gas. No, but the gas giant, right? There was theories of how it was born and everything. Okay, and that's what
Yes,
gave
which
theory
debunks
as
young Earth
to.
creationism, by the way.
No, I know it does, but the
See?
point here is the point here is since we've discovered the core, which is a lot bigger than
Yeah.
we assumed it will be, and not
Yeah.
just bigger. It's not solid. It's some sort of fuzzy thing. They're still trying to figure out what it is. Okay, but they're like, well, we have to actually rethink how Jupiter was created in the first place, because
Yes,
before we thought it was the dense materials that then coalesced the lighter elements like helium and hydrogen around it that created what we now have as a gas giant. But they're saying that is completely thrown out now because of this new discovery. We can't say this is how Jupiter was created in the first place. So the point here is, when we talk about cosmology, there's much about not just our solar system, but the universe that has debunked many theories of how planets have formed.
Yep. No. I'm
And
familiar with
celestial
what you're
bodies.
talking about with respect to
I know
Jupiter's
you are.
core, because this is connected to the migration of the sun from the more inner orbit of the Milky Way galaxy as it migrates out into a very dark spot in the arm, in the feathers of the Milky Way's arm.
In the spiral of the gas.
And I'll quickly clarify. It's because we have what's called the G dwarf problem with respect to M-class stars, that it's too stable. The sun's too stable. Yes, it is. It's 4.5 billion years at its current age. It's not the type of star we would expect to be out in the outskirts, so to speak, of the Milky Way. With respect to the arrangements of something like Jupiter, Saturn, and the rocky bodies.
But so the point here is, even that's a theory. It's not a fact. It's just
what I'm saying is
it's boggling their minds. How can a star
that paper that you're talking about? Yeah, but that paper you're talking about corresponds simultaneously to the sun's migration down, as to why the bodies formed the way they did, and why something like Theia, who is one of those migration bodies, which is the size of Mars, happens to collide with a super Earth. Earth was about 20% larger than the present-day Earth. Its atmosphere about 500 times thicker. To completely restart the atmosphere and make the atmosphere be enjoyed today,
you do realize
is this collision event.
But this collision event is something that is based on theories. They theorized and assumed that the Earth was a little larger. They had to put these variables in for the model to work. The model does not work unless you have assumptions preloaded into the program. So it's not a fact.
But then explain the moon, because we know the size of the moon, we know the size of the present Earth, just with simple partial PDEs and tensor calculus, you can then reverse engineer back and see Earth as being slightly larger with a Mars-sized object collider.
You have to assume that. This is not reverse engineering. But this is not reverse.
It works.
I know it works.
It even matches the composition of the two bodies.
I know it works. Like I said, there are other ways that you can get the same composition.
Why is the moon younger than the Earth? The moon is 4.4 billion years old. The Earth is 4.5662 billion years old.
Sure, they could have.
Why the 100 million year difference?
It could have formed a little later. Not all the planets and celestial bodies. Look, we're talking about theories here. We're not talking about facts. Okay, like I said, the only reason people accept this is because they've produced a model on a computer using calculations which they've preloaded their assumptions into, and they tuned it here and there until it actually worked. We do know that the Theia model didn't actually work first time around. They didn't calculate this first time around, and they were like, "Oh no!" They had to tweak.
Yeah, true. There was all sorts of models, like the moon was spat out, or a collection, like it was captured.
Then it spiraled, because of the Earth.
But now it's consensus that there was a collision.
Sure, based on a model that they've sort of agreed upon,
that
right?
they've
It's not because
vetted, and it's just like
right,
the
they've
whale.
invented. Right. So it's an invention.
Now that we saw the genetics coding for the movement of the nostril,
It's an
boom.
invention. What they teach us in our freaking science books today is actually an invention of math. It's not a historical
Yeah,
retelling
Beninda.
of the earth, right? It's an invention
Oh,
utilizing math, right?
Oh
this
my
is
God.
not
Then why
this is not a thing.
is Allah doing maths by saying 12 months in Surah 9?
No. How I'm
If
saying
if
there's a
if
difference
if
when
the concept
Allah
of
is
the
on the
calendar and counting is all an invention ultimately, but Allah is
no, I'm
doing
saying your
human
theory.
math.
No, I'm saying your theory is based on invention. Allah didn't say this is how he created the earth and the moon, did he? All right? He
He's
never
saying it
said
at the
that.
start of creation.
Huh? Allah subhanahu wa
It
ta'ala
sounds like
simply
he's saying
said,
at the start of creation.
no, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala simply says, okay, that in fact, he mentions that when the scholars try to put it into a chronology, they say that when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created the heavens and the earth, it started from a point and it split asunder, as it mentions in chapter 21. What do you call it? And he mentions that the heavens were like in a smoke form, okay? And Allah created the earth.
Yeah, notice these are very deliberate descriptions. Does it match cosmology?
We do well, look again. Not everything in the descriptions match cosmology, because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentions that he created the earth and everything upon it. Then he turned to the heavens and created and then fashioned them into 7 heavens. Cosmology doesn't speak about 7 heavens. All right. So the heavens in its entirety were smoke, right? This includes the other heavens. Then he fashioned them, right? So first he created the earth and everything. Okay, doesn't mention the other planets. Okay, he mentions that he adorned the lowest heaven with stars and everything. Okay, these are basic descriptions, but they don't match cosmology, right?
You know what?
They
I would
don't.
say Genesis 1 matches modern cosmology and natural history of
Fine.
Earth.
Right,
Until it doesn't.
except it
Until it
doesn't.
doesn't.
If you
Until
actually
it doesn't anymore.
if you study Genesis 1, it doesn't.
No, it does.
Sounds
I'm
like
a
you need to
concordist
just
in that sense.
study church tradition and submit
Yeah.
to Saint Augustine at this
Anyway,
point.
the point here is,
And you need to study ancient Near Eastern
when it comes
traditions.
to anything, look, we're going to close up here because we're going on 4.5 hours
Yeah.
now, right? And in an hour, I've got my morning prayer as well. So
Sure.
here's the thing. The point here is when it comes to the Quran, whether it's science, whether it's history, whether it's any field, okay, and this is for you specifically, Rob, you need to understand when it comes to revelation, you need to have and you understand this principle, but you need to wrestle. This is not something that I can, really help you out with. This is something that you're going to have to sort of wrestle. I'll do my best, but
Sure.
you have to sort of let go of the things that you know as a human, because let's be honest, we're all ignorant. As much as we know,
Of course, yeah.
we are still ignorant, very ignorant, right? There is much about history. There is much about science. There's much about all of these.
Just quickly, it's that famous Ecclesiastes verse in the very first chapter, at the end of the first chapter, where it's an obvious truth where Solomon says, the more. So I've read many books, but the more books it's just a never-ending nature of books, and then it's depressing because it just keeps coming even more to
Well,
read,
that's the thing.
even more
The
to learn.
beauty about knowledge is that it humbles you. The more
No, it's not
knowledge you
that he's saying that's bad. He's just saying it's
No,
like,
I know it's not bad.
even more.
No, but
like,
that's why I said it's the beauty of knowledge. That's why I said it's the beauty of knowledge. I understand, because the beauty of knowledge is that the more you accumulate, the more it humbles you, because you realize that the more knowledge you possess, it's actually the more you don't know.
Right.
So, and you need to understand that there is someone who does know. That's him. That's God. And
yes,
he knows,
I agree.
And right, I know you agree, but you can't sort of. You need to.
And then when we look at all the stories in the Quran, I'm like, the wall. But it's not historically valid.
No, but the wall is you've built it for yourself. It didn't exist. You've built that wall for yourself.
Me and people like Shabir Ali who have to say it's myth.
He's crazy. Okay, he's just straight up crazy. Okay, he's had issues for decades now, right? I'm saying the reason why I'm saying you're putting this wall up for yourself.
How about you, Shabir, and me? We have a good yarn, like as friends.
Oh no, I'd be very harsh with Shabir.
Really?
Call it? Yeah, because here's the thing about me, right? When it comes to
I
non-Muslims,
mean, you know me. When I met you, I put my arm around you, like, hey man, I'll do the same with Shabir. I'll be like, hey man.
no, but I wouldn't, because for me, especially when someone identifies himself to be a Muslim, right, and tries to cause corruption in the religion, for me, he's an enemy. For me, he's an enemy
Okay,
because
no, I understand what you're saying. Yeah,
you're trying to corrupt my
in your
religion from
paradigm.
within. Yeah.
Mhm.
Because it's easy, like if it's someone from outside, it's very easy to repel. I'll be like, look, this guy's a disbeliever. He's trying to corrupt my religion. It's very easy for the Muslims to recognize that as a threat. But when the threat comes from within, it's harder to recognize. So I'm more
Yeah, like
harsh with.
Rob.
Oh,
So with
I'm
respect to
joking,
young
I'm joking.
with respect to
I'm
young
joking.
creationists, I'll still put my arm around them. Like, hey man,
Yeah.
what are you
Yeah.
doing? Like, yeah, yeah.
so,
Yeah.
so here's the thing. You don't put this wall up for yourself, right? Because if it's from revelation, even if it contradicts all of history, it's right by default because it comes from the one who knows.
If you
all
can
And
objectively
if
prove
it's
revelation is revelation.
true.
Yeah, if you can show it's revelation from God.
No,
which is
No,
it's
no, not
revelation,
just revelation. Even if
it's
the
revelation,
history.
it's true. If it's revelation, it's true by
Yeah,
default.
yes, I know that. And
Right.
therefore the history has to be true.
Yes, therefore the history has to be true.
Right.
Which means any
and if the
history that
history
you're
is
aware
not
of,
true, then the claim that the revelation is true, the
no,
whole
but
thing just
but the history that is true would be from that source, not from all the other sources that are man-made. Because you're weighing two things. No, because look, at the end of the day,
but that
this is
comes
what
back to the Hamza,
No, it's
thing that
not.
I asked him.
When you have
It
you have the
does.
two scales. No, it doesn't. Because you have the two scales here. One scale is the history coming from revelation. The other is the history of man. Who's going to have history right? Man or God?
Obviously, God. What I'm saying is, remember in the Hamza discussion, I said if there's these professors that dig up stuff, relics of the past, right?
Yeah, but
The follow up from what I was going to say was when I said, well, we dig up, say the Protestant canon, and there's none of the Quran's versions in, say, the Bible that I use or Jacob uses. Okay, but if there's a third historian that digs up genuine ancient historical artifacts, actually confirming the Quran's, well, Allah's claims of what happened in history, like the Pharaoh drowning. Ramses the Great, yes, he drowned. Abraham in the fire. There is the location for Abraham in the fire.
Yeah, but now you're trying to have your cake and eat it, because the thing is,
because now it's proven. Now you have revelation. How, in other words, because see, how did Muhammad know? Hence, it's vindicating his genuine. That he's received this genuinely, and there's a historical proof.
It's all on topic, ladies and gentlemen.
No, but this is the thing, right? We've already, like, prior to 300-400 years ago, we didn't have all of the writings that we have today, especially these Gnostic traditions. We didn't discover them yet, right? 300-400 years ago, we haven't discovered. So at that point, right, people would think that the Quran is just making it up. Then,
just that. It's just there's no other way to but just accept it. Like that's what.
Right.
And now when we discover it, we're like,
well, if anything, it's going to be an argument from silence, isn't it? At that point, right? Which is a fallacy.
Yeah.
But then you talk about, well, when we dig things up. The thing is, look at this. The Quran was written 1400 years ago. Everything that has been dug up since has not contradicted the Quran. Rather, it's affirmed it.
Like,
I don't know, the things we talked about for 4 hours. You're talking about all these things.
Well, you gave one example, which was a crucifixion.
No, I'm talking about. Look,
there's no clarification of.
No, the point here is, like,
Dul Qurnayn was the big one that Jacob wanted to talk about.
No, but all these little sources, right? All of these things, the infancy gospel of Thomas, the what do you call it?
The proto-evangelion.
The proto-evangelion of James.
Okay.
All of the stuff that got dug up later on, it has content that we find in the Quran.
They weren't lost, though. They were continually being taught in the Eastern Orthodox Church, Roman Catholic Church, Oriental Orthodox Church. These things, like most of those traditions I brought up earlier about Mary, about
no.
Things were taught by these people.
Yemeni, can you bring up Karim's comment? He goes Rob again, and then Maurice Bukal in big caps. I just want to, yeah. To all you Muslims, this is not Yemeni. Guys, I know Yemeni wouldn't do this.
I don't use.
Yeah, he was.
Maurice Bukal was a fake a fraud. He was just a French dude that made a claim no different to the Christian version, which is Ron Wyatt, claiming that he did an investigation on Ramses' body. All Egyptologists deny this. I've even asked professional Egyptologists to clarify if this is true. It's not true. Stop bringing up Maurice Bucaille. All right,
Yeah.
I'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
Also,
So-
he never converted to Islam. At least,
Yeah.
as far as we know, he never converted to Islam.
The thing is here, like I said, the thing you have to wrestle with is just being able to accept revelation when it comes to you as the de facto history. You have to, and this is going to be your test essentially, Rob. Right? Are you going to believe once you realize that the Quran can only be from God? Okay, and you realize that whenever we dig things up from history, it actually affirms the Quran rather than denies it. Okay, then contradicts it. Are you going to submit
Yeah.
to the Quran? Are you going to submit?
It would be my
Telling us-
reaction, by the way, would be
Yeah.
like, well, probably not to this extent, but I have, don't forget, I just to clarify, I was an atheist up until 2015. My journey started in 2010. I was a full-blown atheist all my life, but I was born in Hyderabad. So I'm well familiar with being multicultural. And, in other words, I had a Christian family sentiment where they didn't push religion on me. They just brought me up in a Christianese cultural like reverence.
Yeah. That's
So
like
my
me.
atheism wasn't like Christopher Hitchens, the militant atheism. Mine was just a bit apathetic and respectful. So, but the questions I raised from 2010 with the passing of my Opa was all about the death grave issue. And it's not that I was worried about death. Rather, if there is a God, what is his solution to death? I see the Christian model, the incarnation, hypostasis, that God defeats the grave and death in an act, as being probably the data and the answer that I was looking for with respect to all the religions. Because all the other religions don't have that particular model of how to solve the death issue. Okay. Now, what you're saying then is...
I'm confused.
Yeah, that's a whole different...
It's
That's a whole different. I'm
I agree with you, but it's subjective.
It's not subjective. It's not subjective because I'm asking. It's kind of like Neo in the Matrix. How does he know Morpheus exists unless Morpheus himself comes into the Matrix and takes him out?
Yeah, I agree with you, but it's not necessarily logical. It's just. It's like when Muslims tell me, "Oh, Tawheed is so beautiful, therefore Islam is true." Alhamdulillah. It's like no, it's not logical.
No. It has nothing to do with beauty. It's more what did God do? If he incarnated in Christ, like 1 John 1 says, what was in the beginning, what we've seen with our eyes, touched with our hands. In other words, they're doing the empirical. We can actually touch God, basically.
Oh yeah, like Saint Thomas.
That's an explicit example of God's existence, not an implicit example that we infer from, say, science and fine tuning and so on. So, okay, but if what the Quran is saying is true, in other words, it's literally anti-Christian. No crucifixion. Jesus is not the Son of Allah. Therefore, the whole how that whole works with atoning for our sins. In other words, it's a complete inversion of Christianity. Hence, that's why I asked the question: what were the Christians who then became Muslim? What were they believing? Because this is the Christianity I know. So, if the Quran is true, then I would be like, remember when Neo is freaking out when he's taken into the White Room to be taught the true nature of things? I would react the way he reacted.
Oh my God.
I'd be like, let me out, because
terrible.
Take the red pill,
that
Rob.
means that would be undoing everything I know in science, everything I know in human history.
You got to realize you're wrong. Everything you know is wrong.
And everything in theology. It's not just Bible. It includes, in other words, evolution is false.
Yep.
Adam was the first man. Stuff like that. It would just undo all.
It would do everything.
Abraham was in the fire.
You shouldn't be afraid of that. You shouldn't be afraid of.
Yeah, no. I'm not saying I'm afraid of that. What I'm saying is, I would have a moment of the last 4.5 billion years worth of Earth history. If you want to say up to the Big Bang, 13.8, but humans are about, say, 300,000, 400,000 years. All of that is false.
No, we're not saying that 13.5, 13.8
No,
billion years.
I'm saying the knowledge I
Yeah.
have of all that stuff
Oh yeah, it's
is
false.
false.
Yeah.
It's like a massive reset where I have to start literally with nothing, and
You
based
don't.
on what the Quran says, what
And
happened in
that's the thing.
history,
No, but
that's
that's
what
the
happened in history.
but that's the thing. You don't actually start with nothing. You actually get everything. What you have
I
right now,
start fresh with what the
I know,
Quran says.
but you start fresh with having everything. That's the point here, right? Because when you take on the Quran as the truth, obviously after knowing it's the truth, right? Then you essentially have the knowledge of the cosmos in your hands with regards to what has been revealed. Whereas right now you're holding nothing. Right now you're holding nothing because you're holding
That's your
onto.
assumption. I obviously believe
It's not
I'm
an
holding
assumption.
everything: the Book of
It's not an
Nature
assumption.
and the
It's
Book of
not an
Scripture.
assumption. We didn't sit here for 4.5 hours for me to talk about an assumption. I investigated
But
the
Yemeni, with
reasons
all
as
due
to
respect, you
why.
haven't
Yeah,
defended the historicity of any of these stories in the Quran.
I don't need to.
See, but
That's
there you go. But that's
no. The
so
reason
the
I don't
wall
need
still
to.
remains.
No, the wall remains because you're keeping it there. Because all I have to prove to you is that the Quran came
Is
from God.
how did he receive all this stuff?
How did he receive it? That's
Yes.
all I have to prove to you. I don't need to go because, like I said, if I
And
wanted to go down the historical
if
route,
I can debunk, okay, how about this? If I can debunk these stories, now what?
go for it. Show me
Okay,
these
so
stories.
there was
Show me these stories to be true, with beyond a shadow of a doubt. Because for it to
okay.
debunk the Quran, it has to be beyond a shadow of a doubt. It has to be a fact.
So
Well, people have left Islam
the cave
over.
dwellers and Dul
Yeah,
Qarnayn,
Hmm.
those are not valid historically because the cave
people
dwellers
have
come
left
from a
Islam over
late.
Dul Qarnayn.
Are myths not based on truth?
So you're telling me that there was this guy who went to the setting place of the sun. I'm not going down the whole
I know you're not.
studying the muddy spring. I'm saying it clarifies that what's
To
interesting
the
to me
east,
in
he
that
went all the way to
is
the east. Yes.
yes, which is saying that it sets over people and it judged them or something, and then he goes to the east is where it's rising over people that had no shelter, and it sets in the west where judging a certain people, like people were judged. Then it juxtaposes Gog, Magog, and a bronze wall.
Yeah. So
What's going on here? Where in history did this occur? What was this about?
Allah doesn't tell us when. He doesn't tell us who. The important thing here is that
And
it
every
happened.
detail matches the Alexander Romance,
Not
Yeah,
every
including the
detail.
wall, including the bronze and
that's
the
why you
iron,
should have went
including
there, Rob,
Gog,
instead of going
Magog.
to Noah having a
But
wife.
Gog and Magog, what they
No,
call
you
it.
guys brought up Noah. I didn't bring up
I
Noah.
didn't bring up Noah. I thought you did. I thought you were trying to say
No, I
that
didn't
Noah
bring up
story.
Noah.
Oh well, my biggest doubt,
I
my biggest doubt
brought
If
about
you
the
wanted to
Quran.
start with,
yeah. Look, the point here is, okay, like I said, I really do want to close this up because
okay,
it's coming close to my morning prayer, and I haven't had much sleep. I've only had 90 minutes of sleep.
either way, I appreciate
Look,
this
at the
sort
end
of
of the
dynamical
day,
conversation.
yeah.
It goes a long way. Yeah.
No, I know it does. Look, at the end of the day, I want guidance for all of us, including myself. Right? I want us to be on the straight path, on the path of the truth, wherever it is. Okay, so this is why I'm doing this. And but like I said, everything we've been discussing for the last 4.5 hours points to two things, just two things. What do you call it? Where did the Prophet ﷺ get these stories from?
Mm.
And if you have a hypothesis, prove that hypothesis. That's it.
So,
It will.
Yemeni,
This is
would
the
you
simplicity of
concede?
look. Sorry, Jacob. The simplicity of Islam lends credence to how to its acceptability, because we can talk about all of this, but it comes down to fundamental questions. When we talk about the Quran, the fundamental question is: does it come from man? Does it come from jinn? Does it come from woman? From animal? From whatever creation you want to attribute it to? All right. If it doesn't come from any of these things, then it can only come from God. It's very simple. So where did the Quran come from? What's the source of the Quran? Is it from a fabrication
Okay.
that the Prophet ﷺ made? Is it tales that
If
he's told? Is it poetry?
in
Is it all of these things that have been accused of, and things that we think of today? That's what it fundamentally comes down to. I think for
Uh,
you guys need to go away and think about that.
You
Right?
guys need to go away.
Yeah,
No,
because
because like I said, I do want
understand.
to wrap up this. I do want to wrap this up. Okay?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, we're harassing you.
So in
No, you're
Surah
not
2,
harassing me,
5, and
but,
7,
I'm joking.
Yeah.
so like for example, I would then have to believe Surah 2, 5, and 7 that speaks about Allah converting humans into pigs and monkeys, like
It's true.
metamorphosis, like actual metamorphosis. And even
Dude,
when we
you
read the
believe in
tafsir where they're
evolution?
like,
Come on.
I mean,
no, but I kid you not, the tafsirs say that, like, oh, does this mean that the present day pigs and monkeys are ancestors of those that were
Yeah, this is a
converted? And I kid you
discussion.
not, they actually say things like, no, they only survived 3
okay,
days.
but could we only
They
focus
retain
on
the
one
same
thing, though?
brains and they
Yeah,
retain the
so
same skull
So there is a
structure.
discussion. You're correct. So there's a discussion there with the tafsirs because some of them say that the pigs and the monkeys that we see today is a progeny of the Jews at that time. But then the scholars argue with that, and they're like, "Well, hold on a second. That's unjust. Allah will not cause the progeny of the people who did wrong at one point
So
in time."
they suffered the
punish them.
painful, because their big brains were squashed into the tiny cranial size of a monkey and a pig. And so they only survived for 3 days or something like that, is what I read in the
No,
tafsir.
look, there are many different. Look, there are different opinions, right? For
But
me,
you actually believe that happened?
it's literal. Yeah, it happened. God is capable of doing that. Is he not?
Also, like
I like you, Yemeni, but that's not
also like 89.
scientifically
not?
valid. Like,
I'm talking about. I know it's not. That's the whole point. It's not scientifically valid. The whole point is that it's not scientifically valid. We are believers. We believe.
okay,
in
how
miracles.
about the
We believe
fact?
that God
How
does
about the
things
fact?
in supernatural ways.
So how about the fact? I'll say this and then you finish off this. I'm not going to say anything more.
Yeah.
I wanted to track with respect to these legends things. I wanted to see if there was a legend behind that. You know what I found? There is a verse in the book of Numbers that speaks about a guy who picked up sticks on the Sabbath and then he was killed. The Hebrew term for picking up sticks happens to be a pun to be like a monkey, like how monkeys pick up sticks. He's monkeying around.
Okay.
Then
What about
Talmudic Jews then called him monkey. And they actually have pig references with respect to the Tower of Babel in the Talmud, that God not only confused the languages, but he made them into pigs and monkeys in the Talmud at the Tower of Babel.
Really?
Then yes,
Okay,
at the Tower of Babel this happened.
I didn't come across that in the Talmud regard.
In the Talmud.
Yeah, but this is not referring to the Tower of Babel. Tower
And
of Babel is prior to the children of Israel. This is referring to the children of Israel.
Yeah. But this is why the Talmud again does these weird sort of it throws in Tower of Babel with the picking up of that stick on the Sabbath.
Sure, but it's not even referring to the same thing.
I can literally bring it up to you right now, but I won't because of time.
I believe you. I believe you. The point here is, but then
it's in the Quran.
It's got nothing to do with the Quran is saying.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the idea of humans becoming pigs and monkeys, and this pun about picking up a stick on the Sabbath, because see, that Sabbath language is in the Quran, by the way, as to why he judged those Jews.
Yeah.
Allah or Muhammad or whoever
all you're doing
misunderstood that reference in Numbers.
No, you're assuming that. You're assuming that because you're thinking, that what we have prior is the true history. You have no way of proving that that's the true history. No way.
But
prove to me that that's the true. Can you prove to me that that's the true history?
The Torah, the Pentateuch, the book of Numbers.
Prove to me that Numbers is telling me the true story.
So
other than it's in the book of Numbers.
So when we look at suzerain treaties in the ancient Near East, and we see how those treaties are formulated, and then we see how Israel as a sovereign group now works with respect to the other nation groups of the ancient Near East, and how they have their, like the Hammurabi law code, for example. Then you have Numbers. The reason why it's called Numbers is because it's a census about the camp of Israel. If they're coming out of Egypt, this is the Ramses II connection. If they're coming out of Egypt, Ramses' army formation happens to match with the Israelite camp and their formation. Numbers is all about that same arrangement because see, Moses being the army
No, but
general for the pharaoh.
this is all internal. This is all
So
internal.
there's a correspondence. In other words, what Numbers is saying about the camp of Israel and the formation and the
No, but
census and what
but
happens
here you're
matches
using the
with that
Bible to verify
Egyptian
the Bible.
memory.
Here you're using the Bible to verify the Bible.
No, I'm using the Bible has a data point. Numbers, Book of Numbers has a data point, and Egyptian law and Egyptian logistics and practice and writing, independent of Numbers,
Yeah.
match. So Numbers is not making it out of thin air that this is how the camp was arranged.
I'm talking about the Tower of Babel, man. We were talking
now the Tower of Babel is going back Genesis 11 now.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the pigs and the monkeys that the Quran is speaking about.
No, obviously there was no pigs and monkeys at the Tower of Babel. I'm saying the Talmud conflated the confusion of tongues as how the gibberish of the language of animals. So they're trying to understand, how could humans speak gibberish? Oh, well, the only other species that speaks gibberish are pigs and monkeys. So God must have converted them to pigs and monkeys at the Tower of Babel. And then that happens to be in the Quran.
No, it doesn't happen to be in the Quran. This is the thing.
But
you haven't proven any history here.
I'm talking about, here's a phenomenon in the Quran that says this is what happened to these human beings.
The Quran is referring to a point of.
I'm then tracing it back to a misunderstanding of a guy picking up sticks on the Sabbath, and the Talmud making a wild conjecture.
Okay, yeah, but the Talmud
that
is
humans became. Yes.
Yeah, the Talmud is a commentary.
But there's no other text before the Talmud that says pigs and monkeys.
Well, you're missing the missing link. You're missing.
But the thing is, you're not proving anything. You're assuming it.
Yeah, it's what Yemeni said.
What do you mean? I'm not assuming the Talmud here. I'm saying the Talmud is saying this.
You're assuming that there is a real history and that the Talmud is getting the real history.
I'm not. No. There's a real history called the Tower of Babel as per Genesis 11 and its ancient Near Eastern stuff with the ziggurats and so on.
The ziggurats are a completely different thing to the Tower of Babel. It's a completely different thing.
It's not. You have stages of ziggurat architecture. The Tower of Babel ziggurat has been discovered.
No, what land is it in? According to Genesis 11. According to Genesis 11, where it's not in Sumer.
You know Shinar. You know Shinar.
It doesn't mention
at the end of
Genesis 11 does not mention the location of the Tower of Babel.
It does. It says in the land of Shinar, which when you go south where Oman is, and you then juxtapose Ur of Chaldean, which is an anachronism term, by the way. It's not. There was no Chaldeans at the time of Abraham. We can then go. It's what's called the South Ur position versus the North Ur position. There was a debate. Which Ur is Genesis 11 talking about?
Right.
The southern. So originally it was a Northern Ur idea that gave rise to legends like Abraham in the fire.
Mm-hmm.
Then they discovered, no, it's actually a southern Ur position that then leads to the migration north to Haran and so on.
China is, what do you call it? You're right, but I was wrong. It mentions it in verse 1. China is
all south.
It's not in Mesopotamia.
No. It's in the Arabian Peninsula. We're talking about the Arabian Peninsula here, like south. So the Persian Gulf.
Whoa. Hold on a second. Southwest would be Yemen
of the Persian Gulf.
Of the Persian Gulf.
I'm saying Yemen. In a general vicinity of Oman, so west of that.
West of that would be Yemen.
Oh no! Have I got the geography wrong? Wait, one sec.
Yeah. West Oman is on the eastern side of the peninsula. Yemen is on the western side of the peninsula.
So isn't Oman where the Persian Gulf is?
Yeah, pretty much. Well, on the left, on the right, so it's east.
Far right. Yeah, the east. So.
Yeah, you said west.
Coming near to the middle.
Coming in west is Yemen.
Coming in middle west. Or Middle East, really, of the Arabian Peninsula south is Sumer and Shinar and Ur.
What? No.
Okay, let me bring up a map. Let's see here.
Dude, I'm from Yemen, man. I've never heard of
I'll,
these
I'll, I'll,
places.
I'll,
being
no, I'll
second
bring up
in
the
the-
map. I'll bring up a
All
map.
right, but Rob, the question really is like there does. I will agree with you because I've looked at both sides of this, and there does seem to be a lot in common with the Talmud and the Quran. But in order to like prove that the Quran is copying the Talmud, we would have to establish
The
that
atom
Jewish-
being 60 cubits
Hang on. We would have to establish
is from the Talmud.
I know, but we would have to establish first and foremost that this stuff was given to the Prophet Muhammad of Islam
Yeah,
through some Jews. That's what Yemeni is saying, and that's what I'm going to
Yeah.
look into because
Jews or
otherwise
Christians.
it could technically listen. I do think it seems a little bit ad hoc, if I'm being honest, Yemeni, to say that this just happens to be true, and then the Talmud and the Apocrypha happen to get these things right. That does seem a little ad hoc. I'm just being honest. It's my heart here, but at the same time, I want to say to Rob, I do think we should be able to like demonstrate, if we're assuming the source theory, the source criticism, and we're saying this copied this and so on because this is earlier than this, which would also hurt the Bible as well, but let's stay out of that.
Much. Yeah,
We have to actually establish that there is a legitimate link between these two things.
exactly.
Like, it has to be
Because look, as a Muslim, I have no issue in saying that Talmud got some things right, Gnostics got some things
it
right.
says there's
the
one
Bible
God.
does-
Imagine,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I have no issue in saying that these things are right and they have truth in them. I'm just
Yeah.
saying that they are not revelation, that the Quran is revelation, and these things actually are correct. What the hell?
Okay.
Dude,
Oh,
this is
sorry,
not.
not.
Yeah.
No, sorry.
What's
Yeah, I was
opinion?
getting. It's not close to Oman. Yeah, sorry. It's
Nowhere near. This is northern.
it's
This is in
north
the
of the
Levant
Persian
and-
Gulf. Yes.
Yeah.
So
that's like,
so sorry.
Wow.
Where I was getting confused is because they were assuming it's way south, like southwest
it's
of the
north.
Persian Gulf. Either that or up here. See Urartu up here?
Yeah, but the ziggurats are not up there, man.
So the ziggurats are here. They
Yeah,
found
but-
the Tower of Babel over here.
how high was the
Sure,
ziggurat?
but the Tower of
Like,
where
do you
is
know how high this
So
ziggurat?
they
Shinar?
found-
This is Sumer. But like you mentioned, okay, and you got it right. Genesis 11 doesn't mention Sumer; it mentions Shinar. Where's Shinar?
Yes, and
Shinar is north.
Shinar. So Shinar happens to be a loan word which corresponds to the ancient memory of this account with respect to this location, Sumer.
What? No,
I can
it's not
no, I
written.
can bring up the commentaries that bring that up. So Shinar is this. It became Sumer, just like Ur the Chaldeans is an anachronism. So
No,
originally, the Syrian fathers, for example,
but the thing is,
assumed
look,
that
again,
Abraham was up here, and then he migrated down to Haran. That's why the legends of the fire start, because they assumed it was up here. Then archaeology said, no, it's down here. There's two Urs. The southern Ur view changed everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the Syrian
Well,
fathers aren't infallible. though.
these are
Consensus.
still based on their own understandings of the history. The point here is, even if I want to grant you, right? Because there's no point going here and there. Like I said, this is the third time I'm saying I want to wrap up this thing. But
Yeah.
even if I say to you, okay, there's a ziggurat in the location that you say, how do you know that's the Tower of Babel? You don't. How do you know that it's been constructed later?
Because
Earlier.
because we have cylinder seals. I kid you not. Like, you know how you have like the cornerstone of a building?
Mhm.
Each of these ziggurats have like a registry. So I kid you, like the king would put like a little bit of a registry, like I built this for this deity at this particular year date. The ziggurat that they found matches with the era of Abraham, who would be the 2000 BC mark thereabouts.
This happened before Abraham.
Which-
though.
No. We're talking about the structure at the time from 2000 BC back, which is different to the Daniel ziggurat structures of the 600 BC period, because the 600 BC ziggurats have a 6-7 day sort of like
But
staircase structure to it to correspond to the 6-7 processions of, say, Marduk. Whereas the older ziggurats don't have that, and they match more so with the deities that they worshipped and the type of beliefs and so on, as per what we see in Genesis 11. So
Okay, I disagree because there are other details there.
okay,
But the point here is, regardless, it doesn't really do anything to my argument here. The point is, it's still, the fact remains, if the Quran is not from man or any creation, then it's from God. And by default, you throw the Old Testament out the window, you throw the New Testament out the window, you throw the Apocryphal out the window, you throw history out the window, right? Because it's not what you thought it was. And even for us as Muslims, we even say that if the original in Torah and Injil was in existence today in its pure, uncorrupted form, in manuscript form as well, that wouldn't matter either, because the Quran supersedes it all. That's the authority of the Quran over everything, purely because it's from God, and God made it so that it supersedes everything. It is the criterion to judge everything that came before it, to establish truth from falsehood, and that's where we're gonna be.
and I hear you, Yemeni. You've done a wonderful job being very honest and transparent with that belief.
Mhm.
But the wall still stands, man.
No, the wall is a thing that you
Unless
need to wrestle. It's a wall
yeah,
that you,
if,
because
if,
look,
if,
even because the thing is, it's not even a Muslim problem with you. You have that same thing with your Christian belief, because yes, you are a Christian, but there is a bit more of levity when it comes to the Bible, because the Bible is not regarded as the verbatim word of God.
Yeah. Exactly.
You find that there is some levity there, where you can say, well, yes, it's a human work, so it's okay that it gets things wrong, and I can still have my Christian faith. So that's why you can still be a Christian and hold to the Bible. But your wall is actually with the Bible as well. It's not just with the Quran. It's with the Bible as well. You're
no,
like, I
but no,
can't believe everything in the
again,
Bible contradicts
but
what I
just
know.
notice no, but just quickly notice how I want to see the independent historical validation of what the Bible gets at. So, like, go for word, China.
Uh-huh.
I'm not suddenly going, oh, the Bible says it, like a younger creationist. No offense, Jacob. The Bible says it. No evolution. That's it.
No, but that's what I'm
But
saying
it
to you.
sounds
Saying
like
that
that's
you
what you're
do the
doing.
same thing. No, I'm saying that that's what you do, because there isn't this strict adherence to the Bible as the word of God, right? The verbatim word of God. You find that there is some levity there, where you can trust the things that you would agree with, that would correspond to your studies in history, but you can also reject certain things that you think don't quite align with history.
So what you're saying is, because it's a human work first, that's why I have this freedom per se to be
yes,
selective.
you have that sort of freedom,
and
you
hence
don't think
that leads to a lack of reverence because of it being a holy text.
No, I'm not saying that it leads to a lack of reverence.
Or the potential for lack of reverence.
You find like you have this room to play with when it comes to the Bible, because you see it as a human work, which is, whether you say it's inspired or not, but predominantly human work. You're like, well, there's going to be truth and falsehood.
Well, I'm
in
saying
it.
It's equally both. It's human
and
providentially,
it's fine.
Yeah,
fine. Yeah, but the point here is, like, even with the inspiration, you don't think that it's going to get everything right. You think that it might get some things wrong, and you're fine with that. But what you don't realize,
I'm not saying that either. Just to clarify, if it does get something wrong, I would have an issue with it.
Really? Are you saying there's nothing in the Bible that you take issue with?
From what I've just like how you would say,
Evolution.
from what you
You're
know,
from the most fundamental. You remind me of the Unitarians I talked to, where they say if the Bible did teach the Trinity,
Bible doesn't say, in Genesis specifically, doesn't say Adam's the first man.
If it did, let's say that the Bible, let's say that the Bible does say.
See, that's why I like it.
Hang on. If the Bible does say that, would you reject the Bible if it says something that contradicts the science? Okay, there we go, ladies and gentlemen.
So no, but this is
because it's a fact. Evolution
this
is a
is the point.
fact.
No, but this is the point that me and Jacob are trying to come across to you. The war that you have is not with Islam; it's with religious text.
Yeah, no
right?
kidding.
Your priority and your trust is more on the history that you know than it is on what God has inspired or dictated. That's what you
I'm
have to
saying it
wrestle
goes
with.
hand in hand. The Belgian
No.
Confession, by the way, is a Reformation creed that argues to have both the Book of Nature in one hand and the Bible in the other hand. They're equal.
Yeah,
I'm saying
That's a Belgian
I'm not saying,
Confession. That's a Reformed
yeah.
creed.
And what I'm saying here, okay, is that when you accept the Quran to be revelation from God, you are actually not denying history. You're affirming the true history. This is the part you're not understanding. But you think that you might be affirming a false history because it's contradicting the known history. But
you're
the
you're
reality check,
asserting that
I'm not asserting
no, you're asserting. Actually, you are. You're asserting that there was no evolution.
no,
For
that's
example,
not an assertion. This is a fact from revelation. Not an assertion. This is not an assertion.
but then
I've
if natural history says otherwise,
no, it does. No, it doesn't.
it
Right? This
does.
is what evolutionists say. Okay.
Okay, quick. Wait, Yemeni. Jacob.
There are creationists.
Wait, Yemeni. Jacob. Was Satan disputing in heaven? Was Adam already in heaven? As a Christian, do you believe Adam was first in heaven with that dispute with Iblis, then
No.
sent to earth?
No.
No, he doesn't.
But why not? Why not? That's a
straight up.
revelation from God.
Because-
God says he was in heaven.
Wait, is it from the Quran that says this? Because we don't accept
Yeah,
that
the
as
Quran says
revelation.
this.
No, life of Adam and Eve before the Quran says this.
Life of Adam. What is that? Some like legend?
Yeah, but he doesn't believe
It is an apocryphal legend.
But
in
is
the
it
first century
affirmed-
CE.
But is it affirmed by the church and passed down and believed by all?
Yes.
Because
yes.
Rob, what you're doing.
Life of Adam and Eve is used by the patristics. I can
you're doing
show
what
you
they-
how it's used everywhere in the patristic
Okay,
writings.
so
now
Al-Yemeni,
what?
Al-Yemeni. So
Maybe Jacob,
I
maybe
was-
you need to become Muslim or something. Like,
I might
Inshallah.
at this rate.
That's the whole point.
If I see his chat making
as
dua
well.
for me, I thank his chat for making dua for me, because if I thought all Christians were like Rob, I would be a Muslim. I'd say my shahada right now. I'm not gonna lie. But seriously, thank God I know of the young Earth creationists, traditional Catholics, and Orthodox and stuff, or else I'd leave Christianity right now.
Yeah.
But
Okay,
anyway, listen, you're
Listen,
having to adopt
keep
a
going.
position. It's just the same thing as the Quranists, where you're in your own world, you're your own religion.
how
You have
long
to
have you been a
reject-
Christian for, Jacob?
3 years. You have to reject all, but I've studied church history pretty deeply. So you would have to reject all of Christians throughout all history and say they're all ignorant monkey buffoons for thinking that the earth is 6,000 years old. You'd have to, I know you don't think that we're going to go to hell for being young earth creationists or anything, but you'd have to reject all Christian history and say St. Augustine.
No,
Saint
there are
Ambrose,
works.
Jerome,
No.
retards.
Okay, no. I'm sorry. There are works by people I know, scholars who've specialized in patristic stuff, that have actually showcased it's not that black and white as you think it is to be. There are church fathers that thought of many hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years worth of transpiration of time. In fact, Augustine had probably the best version of evolution that I've ever read in the patristic writings, including Basil of Caesarea. Let me just quickly say this, Yemeni. What did Basil think happened on day 5 of creation?
I'm not familiar with Basil's writings.
No. I'm asking Jacob.
Oh, right. Okay, because you said let me say this. I
No,
thought
I
you were
haven't.
asking.
No, I'm saying like, give me extra time to say this to Jacob. What did Basil think happened on day 5?
We can have a separate
creation?
discussion after this if you want. If you want to, like, we can discuss the church fathers.
But you're suddenly shoving in like accusing me of not being well read about the patristics, and here's an example where I can show you where Augustine assumed that the evolutionary potency of speciation was already like pre-programmed from the start.
Okay.
He actually says the trees that grow up take time to grow up, which means Adam was not just 124 period. Adam was there for a long time for the garden to grow, and then Eve appears. But Basil says something very interesting, which caused church historians like Philip Schaff in the 1800s, who were contemporary with Darwin at the time, because he throws in a footnote because he's translating the church fathers.
I've read him, yeah.
Basil says, why do the waters give birth to birds? The day 5, because see, in day 5, God says, "Let the waters bring forth the swarming creatures and birds." Second Temple text, like, well, specifically Second Enoch says, sort of summarizing that day, God made the oceans generate feathered birds.
Okay.
So the oceans are generating what is not natural to water. Birds don't swim in water, but somehow water produced flying creatures. Basil then says, which is fascinating to think about this psychologically, they had the concept of fluid mechanics, the physics of fluid mechanics. They had some sort of concept. They inferred that since fish have what it looks like wings on their body, and hence swimming through the water or flapping their wings through the water, so birds, through a fluid mechanical sense, swim or flap in the air. And I kid you not, Basil says the fish and the bird must be of one family group, which in evolution language means a monophyletic pedigree in a clade context.
Yeah, I think you're
And then Philip Schaff goes, voila, this is evolution.
So
and here's my conclusion. No.
Why are we discussing this on a Muslim stream at all?
No. Here's my concluding point about this. Philip Schaff, when he leaves that comment there about Basil, also says that back in the Reformation period, so Martin Luther, Calvin, when they were writing their commentaries on that very verse, like Calvin specifically says, when you read his commentary, he says, there are atheists in my day making a mockery of this verse that birds come from the oceans. Because that makes no sense. And so then Calvin, in his typical Calvin fashion, goes, oh, how dare you oppose God who brings things from nothing? Like Calvin's being very reverential for God, right? Little did he realize that that's exactly what evolution says. The Cambrian explosion starts, then the speciation, dinosaurs, and then birds.
This is all post-Darwin anyway.
No, because the concept of dinosaurs and birds. Anyway, I'm just saying, you have a patristic arguing birds and fish are related.
It has to be the consensus of the fathers, though.
Anyhow,
okay.
The point here is,
I have some books to send you.
Yeah, maybe.
You guys can argue
I'll deal with Islam first.
Here's the thing, and this is the last thing I'm going to say before I bid you guys good night and you bid me good morning. It's okay, no problem. There's only one thing. This is the last thing I want you guys to think about. First and foremost, go away and research how could the Prophet ﷺ come to know about this. We've explored it today, but explore it even more. Come with your evidences next time. Next time, I want you to present your evidences to how the Prophet ﷺ could have come to this knowledge. If you can't prove it, I'm gonna see if you guys are gonna be sincere enough to take your shahada or not. It's that simple. And the thing here is, only the Quran upturns all of history yet remains true. Only the Quran does this. And that's something a man can't do as well. A man cannot upturn all of known history and yet have the book to remain true. It's impossible. That's another layer to think about. But with that being said, I think you guys know what the main two questions that need to be answered are. And if you can't answer them, if you can't provide evidence for them, then you know that Islam is the only thing that is true. And anything that you have to wrestle with is going to be down to, do I continue to take on, to believe what my forefathers believed in? Like, in terms of historians and evolution and stuff? Or, as the Quran says, do I still follow my forefathers or do I accept the truth?
My forefathers were Catholic peasants, so not evolutionists. I guess you're wrong.
No, but look, it's to anyone, right? The thing is, for you, Jacob, it will be a different argument, right? So the point here is, once you guys realize that the Quran can only come from Allah, because it cannot come from Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, it cannot come from the jinn, it cannot come from a non-Arab, it can't come from a poet or anything else, Satan, whoever, whatever. chuck it all out. You will never find that it comes from anything other than Allah, and that's where you stand. And when the Quran came, it came to warn. Not it wasn't just glad tidings, but it came to warn. So
One sec, guys.
yeah. So when the Quran says that when you realize that this is the truth, essentially, when knowledge comes to them and they reject it, then they are the wrongdoers, they are the disbelievers. And for them, the reward, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala uses the term reward in the Quran for the disbelievers sometimes. And he says, for them, their reward is hellfire, because they knew what the truth was and they still rejected it. So that is the warning that comes from Allah after he proves to you that the Quran can only come from him. And the way that you can and the way that we've done, and this is the way to do it, as we've done tonight. But of course, if you accept Islam, then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala promises gardens of which rivers flow, and houses of pearls, and so on and so forth, right? And the biggest reward is to see his face on the day in paradise. And there is no greater reward. And he will say to you, enter my paradise. Okay? So that's what I'll leave it with.
Yeah, I would say it's the same thing with Christianity, the fear of hellfire. So for me, it's when we want to attain heaven, we want to go to heaven through faith and true living faith, and we want to avoid hellfire for our sins. We want to be forgiven. We both agree that God has supernaturally sent down scriptures, and He's sent down a message to save our souls, to come to know Him and be forgiven of our sins. The question is what message is correct and which message is of men. That's really what I'm exploring. So
yeah,
and I appreciate what you said about certainty as well. I think it's important.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
No, I mean, that's it. Look, so
yeah.
Listen, take the time to read about the life of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, like I mentioned to you before. Find any source that you like that would try to provide a link between him and these stories. And I'd be more than happy to explore that with you. But of course, like I said, when you fail, and I know you will fail because I've done this myself, the fundamental question will be asked to you: are you ready to accept Islam? Okay.
Yeah, I think.
All right.
Let me just say one more thing. I think there
Yeah.
is I was listening to this Quranist guy, and obviously I don't think he's legit Islam, but he did make a good point though with one thing he said, which was that when you have a disbeliever, whether it's a disbeliever in the Bible or the Quran, and they're like, oh, that evidence is enough to convince me. What I like one thing he said was he said, when I'm preaching to an atheist or any kind of disbeliever, to a Christian, I want them to give me a hoop, like this is the evidence I require in order to believe, and then he can, inshallah, provide that evidence, right? So for me, that's how, like, I'm trying to think of what would convince me personally that Islam is true, and what would convince me that it's false. And then I'm thinking of these things, and I'm looking for the substantiation of that criteria, that what I would need to see to believe Islam. Because I'm not going to set my thing like, oh, nothing could ever convince me, because that's foolish.
No, yeah. The thing is here, I see where he's coming from, but sometimes what people need to realize is that sometimes when someone says that this is what I need to believe, it might not really be that.
Oh, they could be lying, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's not necessarily lying. They might think that this is the thing that they need when it's reality. It's not. In fact, there was a revert in Australia. His story became very famous because it was quite light-hearted as well. And he was an atheist to begin with, and he looked through all the religions, and he found that they were all missing something. And then someone said to him, why don't you look into Islam? And he was like, oh, Islam, I'll never look into that. They're terrorists.
Yeah.
That was his thought, right? And he was like, I'm never going to look into it. But then he started to look into it. He started to read the Quran, and the Quran spoke to him on a personal level, right? And it was showing him the signs and everything. And he was like, you know what, this makes sense. You know, that it's not like, not just on, like, I'm not talking about in terms of feelings. When I say it spoke to him personally, like it made sense to him. It resonated. And he was going to the mosque and everything. Anyway, he got to a point where he was like, you know what, I don't really have anything, you know, to what do you call it, to argue against this anymore. Like, I don't have anything left. And he was like, you know what, I'm just going to ask Allah for a sign. And he's, you know, he thought he was going to, you know, do all of this like ritualistic thing. He started lighting candles and everything. And he was like, okay, Allah, you know, this is it. I'm going to accept Islam if you show me a sign. It can be anything, right? Just show me a sign. And he was like, go, right? And this is the way he puts it. And this is why the story is beautiful. And he was just waiting around. And subhanAllah, nothing happened. Absolutely nothing happened. There was no lightning. The candles didn't flicker. Nothing. And then he was like, you know, Allah, like, I'm really waiting for you. You know, like, I'm really ready here. I just need you to show me a little sign. And he was like, go. And he was looking around, right? Still nothing. Silence. Absolute silence. And he was like, and he thought that's what he was waiting for. And he was like, you know what? This was it. This was my last chance at finding a religion and everything. So he opened up the Quran. And the first verse that came out to him was, have we not shown you our signs in the horizons and within yourselves? And then he realized, that's what I needed.
Yeah, I like the way the Quran shows the existence of God by pointing to the things that exist for our benefit. It's actually really beautiful. I like that.
Yeah. So that's what, and that when he was like, wow, I thought I needed a lightning strike or anything. In reality, Allah here is telling me that He's always been showing me His signs, myself, the creation, and He accepted Islam. You know, and for you, you've said that, you know, it's regarding the source of the Quran, which is valid, right? It's a very intellectual thing to go, the intellectual route to go down. So go for it. Examine the history of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu. Dig up whatever information you can about him. Go to as many anti-Islamic websites if you want to find this information. I'm telling you this because I know you will never find any connection between the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and any of this information. He only knew what was revealed to him. And this is what the Quran says.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, and that resonates with me because that was the first dawah I was given, was that the Prophet, you know, could not have known these things, and therefore he got it from God, same God as the Bible. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. And I'm gonna keep praying for guidance and certainty about this issue, because I don't like being between. I don't like having doubts. So
no, good. Neither do we, and that's why we despise doubt and despise conjecture, and we base our faith on certain knowledge. Right. Okay. All right, guys. I'm gonna let you guys go. Inshallah. We've got about 10 minutes before Fajr now, freaking out, from an hour to 10 minutes. And then I'll go, and then I'll have some sleep after that. Dude, you know what? 90 minutes actually did me pretty good. May Allah guide him and keep us firm. Ameen. Ameen, Ya Rabbal Alameen.
Thank you.
So, all right then. Yallah. Enjoy your nights. May Allah guide you and guide us. And
yeah, it's about midnight for me now. All right.
No worries. Sorry. Okay, Allah.
All right, I enjoyed it. See ya.
No worries. See ya. Rob. Anyway, I'm gonna have to drop Rob now because it is time to close up, inshallah. So it was great to actually talking to Rob again. I know you guys are probably like, whoa, really, it was a pleasure to speak to Rob. No, it was, alhamdulillah. And I think we've been able to explore it enough in relative detail, but ultimately you see that all of these criticisms come down to the fundamental two questions. Did the Prophet ﷺ receive these stories? And if not, where did he get it from? And that's all it comes down to. And for the Christians that are watching and they're like, oh, look how, Muslims are, completely brainwashed and disregard all of history and everything. Rob actually agrees with me that if it is revelation, if it is dictation by God, then by necessity it has to be the true history. He just has trouble wrestling with that because of his background, which is natural. Everyone has their own trials, but our test is to overcome our trials, overcome our thoughts, our desires, and recognize the truth for what it is and to submit to it. So understand the fundamentals of these things. We are not saying that we don't care about history. We're saying we do care about history, but we care about having the correct history. And the correct history comes from the divine. And if you are Christians who do not, quite subscribe to Rob's approach, and you think that the Bible is, inspired in the correct way, then you yourselves will say that the Bible is correct historically because it's from God by inspiration, right? So you actually have the same standard as us, but for us to prove the Quran is from God is a lot easier than it is to prove the Bible is from God. But that's a discussion for another time. Inshallah, may Allah guide those of you who are sincere, and may Allah, well, guide all of you really. But may Allah make you guys sincere. So I mean, Ya Rabbil Alameen, at the end of the day, we all like to believe that we want paradise, but there's a brutal truth here that not everyone wants paradise. There are some of us, in fact, there are many of us that would rather have eternal hellfire, and that's a very sad state to be in. Marion says no because archaeology proves the Bible is true. Well, yeah, not really, because even the brief conversation we had on the ziggurats, you can't actually prove that's the Tower of Babel, for example. But I digress. We're going to end it here, inshallah. I'll just remove Rob now. Jazakumullah khairan to the Muslims who've tuned in so late, early in the morning, and staying with me till Fajr. I promise this is not going to be a regular. It's only going to happen when I have guests that have a ridiculous time difference, not of their fault or anything like that. But with that being said, don't forget about my course. Inshallah, Alhamdulillah, I've heard that people have been hearing good things about the course, especially regarding we've only had one session so far. It's given them a lot of insight into the Quran in regards to the psychology of mankind that the Quran provides in very concise ways. Don't forget to check out rihatulharab.com, which is right here. 10% off if you use my code. Al-Yemeni 610. Where is it actually? Here we go. There it goes. Use discount Al-Yemeni 610 at checkout for 10% off. Shop now at rihatulharab.com for authentic banging goods. So yeah. Other than that, I will see you guys tonight for another stream, our usual Saturday night streams. And yeah, no problem, inshallah. No, not a problem. Yeah, we'll have our regular Saturday night streams, and at 9 o'clock, inshallah. But then again, that's if I have any energy left. It's been a long night. But yeah, yallah, we're gonna leave now, and that's it. Assalamu alaikum.
Yep.